Okay.
I don't know if we're live or not. I hope we are. You know what I'm going to do? I'm going to go in on my other browser and see if it's showing up. Because that will tell me if we're working or not. I'm going to make sure we're working before I sit here and try to... Oh, I see a fourth person. That must... Nope, that's not Annie's. Well, we have somebody listening. If you're out there, can you let us know if you can see and hear us okay? Oh, we are live. That is excellent. First time's a charm. Since when does that ever happen, right?
Like never.
Like never.
Like
exactly.
Never.
Okay, so what I'm going to do is I'm going to get a streaming on the YouTube channel. You guys feel free to talk amongst yourselves. Annie is still working out her internet issue anyway.
Okay. Yeah, we were just talking Super Bowl, so don't worry about that.
What's that?
What's that? Even I know what that is.
Funny. It was funny because Rami was like, is anyone even going to be watching with the Super Bowl? And I was like, it's Super Bowl? Really? I am such a bad American. Hey, Gerald, do you get confused during the Super Bowl when they're like throwing the ball instead of kicking it?
No. Yeah, I'm a big fan of American football. Really? Yeah.
That's awesome. I did not know that.
Oh yes, I like it. It's it's funny. Some Brits don't like the sort of star nature of it, because our football, our soccer is obviously more of a flowing game, and our rugby is a flowing game. But I like it. It's very, very tactical, and I like the explosive action. It's good. It's a good game.
I've never gotten into it. There's too much time in between, like they throw the ball and then they wait around for a little while and then they walk someplace and then they throw the ball. I know it sounds so bad.
Just a bit.
Yeah, I used to watch it when I bartended. Exactly. Okay, it seems like our bit rate is too high for... Okay, good. Let's go ahead and make this puppy live. Consider turn down settings. High CPU usage. What is that horrible sound in the background?
Not me. Is Annie?
I think it's Gerald. There's our beautiful.
It's not me. It's
of
not
course
me.
Today. Net issues.
Anish, have you got makeup
so
on?
much fun.
I put on makeup. Yeah.
I've got makeup.
You put on makeup for the stream and I didn't.
I know, and normally for the normal show, you have makeup and I don't.
Exactly. Usually I'm putting it on as we're getting started.
I comb my hair.
Yeah. Wow.
Yeah.
If I'd have known we were going... Really? It looks good on you, yeah.
That is funny. I'm still trying to figure out how to get the OBS to work. It should be working, but I don't see us. That is annoying. Come on. I want us live streaming on YouTube. What is the problem?
I'm trying to figure out how to see if people submit questions directly here.
It is going to be on the right-hand side. I can see it. I don't know if you can see it.
I can see you guys that you logged in. Ooh, there's a map.
Yeah, there's all kinds of stuff. I see all messages and then mentions. So I will track the questions on Blab. If somebody else tracks the message,
I got
questions
tweet.
And stuff. You got tweet?
I got TweetDeck open.
Okay. I'm still on the newsletter. I put it out for people to go to the website /live to ask questions in the comments. So someone needs to look at that. I can't do it. I have too many pieces of software open.
Yeah.
And for some reason, it's not streaming. Why is this not streaming? It says it's live. Oh, it's paused. Okay, that's not good.
We're not doing anything in Slack, right? I can close that.
Yeah, you can close Slack.
Okay, close some stuff up.
Okay, now let's see if it's working. I want a streaming before we get going. Oh, this is annoying. Come on. Hey, you guys just
have people
talk
come here
and have fun. Just you guys.
Yeah.
I don't, on the lower right-hand side, it says send message, and that's where you can chat with people. But this is not, OBS doesn't like me today. Okay, it says turn down settings. Okay, then I will turn down the settings. What is the problem?
It says that there's people watching.
Yes, there are.
They should say something.
Yeah.
Oh my gosh, I'm so excited. Oh, here's the settings. Okay, maybe that will work. That's all I want is for us to be streaming on YouTube. Okay, let's start streaming. And it says live, 6 seconds, FPS. So maybe that's it. So for all of our listeners, this is our 1-year anniversary party. I'm so excited. I cannot believe we did it. 1 year. You have any idea how many podcasts don't make it a year? It's huge.
I know. We have multiple shows.
I know. So for those of you who aren't familiar with Literary Roadhouse, we have a podcast. We started with one podcast where we read a short story every week, and then we hold a discussion on the show. And over the course of last year, we've had a lot of experiences that I thought it would be really fun to talk about on the live blab. And this year, we added 2 new shows, and it looks like we're going to be adding 2 more. We already know there's going to be 1 more, but it looks like possibly 2. And so I'm really excited about that as well. And we can talk about that a little bit later. So why don't you, everybody just introduce yourselves for the people who aren't familiar with us, because this goes out to a lot of people that are just Blab members rather than just Literary Roadhouse members.
Who wants to go first?
Hey, you spoke up, so it's all on you.
That's me. I don't know how to introduce this. I live in Costa Rica, but I'm originally from New Jersey. I'm one of the hosts from the beginning with Maya and Gerald. Solidarity.
You made it.
Yeah, the original stretch. I moved down to Costa Rica over 5 years ago. Wow, hearing my voice back is disorienting. So I moved down over 5 years ago for a job in finance. Then I quit after 4 years, and now I'm an editor, trying to be a writer, and podcaster.
Yay! And Gerald?
Oh, me. Sorry, I'm just.
Oh yeah, you. No, the other Gerald.
Oh, the other Gerald. Okay, I'll be quiet then. Yeah, I'm the token Brit on the podcast, the minority. I'm
in multiple ways, huh?
Yeah. And I'm old and decrepit and I don't know what I'm doing here, but yeah, I've been from the beginning and love it. I love reading literary fiction. I can't write it. I've tried and I can't write it. So I write genre fiction. But I love the challenge of reading different short stories every week.
And my name is Maya. I am the founder, and I love literary fiction. I write literary fiction, although I write really bad literary fiction, so I don't know how literary that is yet. I'm working on it. I'm editing my first 2 novels, and honestly, Literary Roadhouse has been the best thing that's happened to both my reading and my writing. And when I founded Literary Roadhouse, I actually didn't know any of you guys. And so we all started as strangers. And I feel like now you guys are my best friends. And then we have Rami. He is our newest addition.
Oh.
Now, do you feel like it's therapeutic even when we make you read something you hate? Because you're a member of the CIA, of course.
Yeah, I feel like even our listeners don't know that we have a theory that Rami's CIA. That's kind of like an in-joke amongst the hosts. I can say it on the record.
Now he has to kill us.
Yeah, we're going to get Mo.
No, well, no one's listening, so it's fine. It's just between us.
It says there's people.
I know.
Yeah,
that's true. Not on Blab.
That is.
Yeah.
So over the past year, we have read 52. Well, the three of us have read 52 short stories. Remy came in about halfway through, so I think you've probably read 20 so far, and something like that. And so I have to ask you guys, how does it feel different compared to when you guys started?
Ooh. I think that's a good question. It feels easier in a way. It feels that I've got to know you. We know each other. We trust each other. We can say what we think, and we know we're not going to be upset. So it's the whole sort of, and I think how we run the podcast as well, how we interact is quite professional, and the way we record the audio separately. I like that. So that improves quality. So yeah, there was something else I was going to say, but I've forgotten because I'm old. So sorry. Carry on. Well,
we don't have a script now, Gerald.
I know. What are you going to do without a script?
What do we say?
Why don't we have a script?
So wrong, Eddie. So wrong.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. I think it must have been hard coming into the show mid-year like that, because by the time you came in, we already had, like a feel for short stories, and we had a rhythm. And I honestly think that it must have been hard, but you did a really good job, and you seemed to just slide right into space once you felt comfortable. You've been a really good addition to the show.
Oh, thank you.
Wow.
And if you're listening to the Blab Live, you get an idea of what he's talking about.
Yeah.
Sorry, guys.
Guys, how come Gerald has 11 little prop hands? Who's giving Gerald all the props?
I think he has followers. I think people
Yeah.
are following Gerald. People love Gerald. Nobody loves me yet. Look, now he's getting more. And it's all 80s doing it.
Yeah.
Me
Oh,
neither.
Stop
some love
it.
for Maya. Maya needs some props over here.
I gotta
Some love for
give you
Maya.
some props too, because you guys are awesome.
Well, I just saw the little hands. I'm very curious with all these things on the screen.
Just to
wondered
see
who
what
it
would
was.
happen.
Ah, somebody likes me.
Oh.
That's really nice.
Well, because Rami's so nice and sweet, he makes it
Yeah.
easy.
That's true.
So for me, one of the things that Literary Roadhouse has done is it's made me read a lot more, because sitting down and reading a novel, if you're a slow reader, it takes a while. But sitting down and reading a short story and having to do it every single week has been a huge, hey, we're streaming live on YouTube. I got it to work.
Yay!
Sorry, I just had to exclamate.
By the way,
because
real
that was
quick,
really
since we're
exciting.
talking tech stuff on the website, only I guess I can't see you guys on our
Really?
It's our anniversary. Come join the party page with the blab embedded.
Oh, you're kidding me. It's not showing
No.
everybody?
No, I see
that's
myself. I don't know if
annoying.
that's because it's my own.
Well, I'm
cam.
going to look at it and see what it looks like, because we got to do that. And let's see here. Oh, it's showing weird stuff. It's not showing anything for me. I think it is showing depending on whether you're logged into Blab, because I'm seeing the page I would see if I just clicked our profile rather than the actual Blab. So I'm going to assume everything is fine. Hope that everything is fine, and we'll see what happens. If we get complaints, we'll get complaints. It'll be visible in the comments, I'm sure. But since this is our first Blab, I don't think it'll be too bad. So what was I saying? One of the things that Literary Roadhouse has done for me is it has really changed how I read, and it's changed the volume of reading I do. Much like on the Bradbury Challenge, we talk about how writing a bunch of stories constantly makes you more creative and makes it easier to keep writing. I found the same thing with reading short stories on a regular basis. It's made it so that I want to read more novels, and also I read deeper than I did. And I feel like that's been a good thing for my writing, but in some ways it hasn't been necessarily a good thing for my reading. Like, I am much more critical. I spot things that annoy me a lot more than I used to. I read on a different level than I did before I started the podcast. Have you guys noticed any changes in your reading since starting?
Definitely. I feel like I'm a lot more patient for things that I wouldn't have been patient of before. Like, I keep thinking back, one of the first stories we did was Amundsen with Alice Munro, and I gave it a real hard rap, and I know I'd love it if I read it today. Just 1 year later, I'd probably love it now. So that's kind of a big difference. But I am slightly more critical, but I think I'm more critical, but also I have a wider range now of what I consider fine or good. Like, now that I've been exposed to so many different styles so quickly, one week after the next, that now when I kind of like read something that a year ago I may have thought that was weird, now I'm like, no, that was genius, because now I'm getting more like why authors make certain choices and things like that.
Yeah, I definitely agree with that, because before I would read a book and I would be like, oh, I either felt like it was fun or, oh, I felt like it was boring. Now I can actually put words to why is it fun, or why is it boring, or what is it that's attracting me to this story, whereas I couldn't necessarily do that before.
Yeah, I think so. I think I didn't read, in all honesty, I didn't read a lot of literary fiction before, and I suppose I came into the podcast thinking, I don't know how it's going to go. I don't know if I'm going to feel good about it, or whether I'm going to be, any good at doing it. But then, I seem to have grown into it, and you do learn a lot just from you other guys. It's the comments you make, sort of, there's always something in every podcast where I think, I didn't see that, or I didn't realize that, and it's so that's good, and it's, I think it's awoken an appetite for short fiction again, which I'd sort of moved away from.
Yeah, it's sad how few people actually read short fiction because I didn't really understand the art form at all. And I just have developed such a love of reading short fiction through this show. Remy, I'm curious because you are the only person on the podcast, I think, that isn't a writer. And so I'm curious about how that difference is for you as far as, has it changed how you're reading? I recognize you haven't been on the show as long, but have you noticed any changes in how you read or your enjoyment level of reading short fiction? Yeah, and that's very different from how we necessarily rate stories. And I think that's good that we have you on the show so that we're not just a bunch of writers with our writer hats on. You kind of bring us back to earth. It's like, okay, if a non writer is seeing this, this is kind of an important thing to think about. And I find that a lot with your comments on the show. I also think it's funny because you'll be super quiet for a while and then all of a sudden you'll pipe up with like some totally amazing thought just out of the blue. I'm like, oh yeah, where did that come from? That was excellent. You're welcome.
I also like whenever Rami gets like a little wound up. I'll never forget when we read Wagon Toe Paget Powell. And Rami's like, even Michael Jordan threw an air ball. That was Rami moments.
Oh, yes. Oh, and my other favorite Rami moment was when we got all of Adele's trivia and we found out all about Rami's life through the trivia. Yeah, it's funny because when we first started the podcast, that was a huge question was how are we going to choose the stories each week? And I'm so glad that Annie's and I were able to come to that idea because that has been so much fun every week having trivia. Even though sometimes you guys make me feel stupid, I love the trivia. It is a laugh riot. So for for anyone who is watching this blab, if you want to join the blab or you want to leave a comment, there is a chat box I think it's on your right-hand side, and you can go ahead and leave a comment there. Where'd Annie's go? Oh, yes, internet issues. Poor Annie's. Oh, well, that's how we're going to guarantee that periodically we get an open spot in case someone wants to join us. But since it's our first blab, I don't know if anyone's going to want to. But this is a lot of fun. It's a good way to cap off our year of achievement because making it into a year is just, I don't know, it's huge to make it to a year on anything, much less the podcast. So my question for you two, what are your goals for next year as far as the show? Like, what do you hope to achieve in your second year of being a host on the Literary Roadhouse?
This is like an interview. I hate interviews. Where do you want to be in 5 years' time? Oh, geez.
Hey, Gerald, tell me a little bit about the worst thing that's ever happened to you and how you managed to get out of it.
Oh, jeez, lovely.
What is your biggest fault and how do you overcome it? Sorry. It's funny, when I was interviewing for co-host, I actually brought that out once and it was pretty hysterical. Yeah, worst interview question ever.
Really?
It is like such a typical first job interview question.
Horrible, isn't it?
No. You have to practice how to skew that one.
Yeah. Yeah.
Oh man,
She is.
that is a mess.
Yeah. Yeah. I think I'd. One of the actual personal things is that in the past few weeks, I found myself pushing the like time limit for certain things. So, like you did, Maya, I was in a rush to finish Fates and Furies. I didn't leave enough time, and so one thing I'm going to be doing over the next year is preparing earlier. So I'm going to be reading the short story earlier, writing down my notes, But that applies to a lot of things. I've always left things to the last minute in just about everything I've ever done. So I'm trying to turn a corner and so become better prepared and with notes and everything. That's what that's my aim.
Yeah, I need to do that as well. But then I run into the problem of if I read it too far in advance, then I forget the story. Because I have a memory like a sieve. Like pretty much my memory is like an 80-year-old Alzheimer's person. Like I have no memory at all. And so if I read it on Monday, by the time Thursday hits, I'm like, okay, what was that story again? So yeah, I would like to read it earlier, but I have to be realistic. And I must say, reading Fates and Furies in one night was awesome.
Yeah.
You read Fates and Furies in one night?
Well, I was 100 pages in, but I read 300 pages of it in one night.
I think I did like 6 or 7 sittings. But
yeah, and you know me, I'm a slower reader. So for me to read it in one night, it was a long haul, but it was good that I did it because there were so many details that were fresh in my mind during the conversation that if I had read it earlier in the month, just would have been gone. You know, so on one hand, I want to read earlier, but on the other hand, what I think would be best is if I was able to read fast enough that I could read everything the week before. I feel like that is a good time frame where I'm not forgetting details for the show.
Yeah.
I try to give myself 2 weeks in case of unexpected, just all of a sudden get busy or something. So I give myself like 2 weeks for a book club book because you never know.
What, you don't like a 12-hour reading marathon the night before the podcast?
No, and I'm not going to remember a lot of it. Actually, I kind of need to like sit and like digest and walk away and think about it. I've discovered that with the short story podcast too. So when I read it like morning of or the night before, my comments aren't as good as if I had read it a few days before and then thought about it as I'm like walking down the street and doing the dishes. All of a sudden, like all of these thoughts kind of just come up. So I try to read it at least more than 24 hours in advance. I think we can all admit that sometimes we're reading it like, I have to start at 9, it's 6, great time. This is a great time to read the story. It's happened.
And just how many words is it? Yeah.
Yeah, there's wordcounttool.com. Sometimes if I'm pressed for time, I'll be like, how long do they think? Because it'll estimate reading time.
Oh, really?
And then I'll like plan my day around that. But
you're breaking out all your secrets today.
Yeah.
That's true.
Yeah. Because I like to plan my day every morning. So I'm like, is this one of those that I can read like day of or not really?
Not really.
Yeah, I like to read the short stories the day before, just because I like to have a little time to digest. But again, not so much time that I forget stuff. And I find that if I read it the night before or the afternoon before, my comments are a lot better than if I read it like several days before or if I read it the morning of. Morning of shows are distressful. But have you noticed that when you read it the morning of, you pick out different things than if you read it the day before? Like for me, if I read it the morning of, it's not so much that my comments aren't deep because they are, but I notice different things, which is kind of interesting.
I think if I'm rushed when I read a story, I'm more likely to dislike it because I'm rushed. Like there's a part of me that's like, you didn't get to your point right away, and I got like an hour left. But that happens maybe a handful of times when I'm traveling. It'll happen when I'm traveling.
Kind of like when we record too early, suddenly I hate everything.
I like when it's a 7 a.m. record time. You get up, you're like, worst morning ever. I'm like, we have barely gotten into the morning. The morning is just started.
Shows where literally I've rolled out of bed and pressed record.
Really?
It's not a good look. Like I'm recording the podcast in my pajamas. Thank God my pajama tops are cute.
For a lot of shows, I only have like a presentable top and then
bottom lead up to podcast.
Random, yeah.
Pajama bottoms.
Yeah, just like random whatever I found shorts.
You have to remember not to stand up to go get a cup of coffee.
Yeah.
Okay, well, I don't know about you, but
Oh,
here's my celebration.
Yay!
I've got some
Prosecco.
champagne.
Wow.
This one, yep, it's Prosecco La Marca. I'm in California.
I knew
so
by the
stuff is
brand.
cheap.
I knew
stuff
it by
is
La
cheap.
Marca. It's not a good thing, but I'm like, oh, I know what that is.
Oh, really? That's awesome.
Oh,
Did you hear that?
I heard that.
Who's
Okay, this is the thing I'm going to miss when I become a digital nomad, because when I lived in North Carolina, I grew up out here. Whoa. I grew up out here and wine is cheap. And there was a bottle of wine that I used to get when I was younger, and it was really inexpensive, but it was really good. It was the Eco de Monte Pinot Grigio. I think it was like one of the first wines that I liked. And I went to North Carolina, and this $11 bottle of wine was suddenly like $20 because it was on the East Coast. And I realized all these wines that I considered cheap are actually kind of expensive other places. And I'm going to hate that when I'm traveling, because I know that wine is just going to be really expensive.
Yeah.
How bad is it in Costa Rica? Is wine expensive in Costa Rica?
Don't talk to me about wine in Costa Rica. It's because it's all imported, so it's all like double or triple. Anything imported here is crazy. Cheese is the big one that's marked up. So whenever there's like a cheese that for whatever reason is on sale for suspicious reasons, like it's been sitting there too long, all the expats like text each other like, "Oh my god, the cheese is on sale."
That's funny. So they talk about the Gringo Highway, and there's like an expat tweet system for your groceries. Is that what you're telling me?
There really is. There really is. And like sometimes my Facebook feed is just people like, who's going to the US anytime soon? I need something small. Like everyone just like brings stuff back for each other. Like it only take up like a fist size in your suitcase. Can someone bring me this?
That's awesome.
Yeah.
I can't wait to get out of here, especially because it looks like my plans are changing. So it looks like I'm leaving California in July.
Where are you going?
Well, the first I'm going to Florida because I'm hoping to get into Vona. And that's huge. It's a writers' conference for writers of color. And so I'm really, really hopeful that I get in. If I get in, then I'll go to Florida first, and then I will go to South America. I'm probably going to stay in South America for a year, maybe 2. And then I will hop a plane or a ship and then pick a continent. I'm not really planning where I'm going. I'm just kind of get to Mexico and then just keep going and see where I end up.
It sounds like an eat, pray, love sort of thing.
No, there's no love. There's no love. No love allowed. Celibacy is a good thing for this writer life.
Eat, pray, pragmatism. Eat, pray, abstinence.
Right. Exactly.
Yeah.
It's like, okay, so how am I going to edit 2 novels when living where I live is so expensive? I know. I can just pick random countries and edit while I'm traveling. Especially as a freelancer, there's no reason for me to stay put. So most places are cheaper than here. I think there's only maybe a couple places that are more expensive than where I'm at. So yeah, I'm ready to leave.
that
Where are you going next, Remy?
I'm not sure what my next assignment will be.
Yes.
I hope your next assignment has good internet. I think if we have to podcast when you're in the UAE or whatever, it's not going to be a good sound. I think the very first show that you were a guest co-host on, you were still in the United
No, I was
Arab
in Egypt.
Emirates. You were in Egypt. Oh, I thought you were in the UAE. And your sound quality, like the internet was so bad. That was not fun. You were like really like, I think that's why we wanted you on, because even though you were having so many difficulties, you were like, I'm going to do this. And we're like, yes.
Yeah. super
It's-
dedicated to getting on
Patient.
there.
Well, that's really the main reason I came to the US. I don't think I told you this. It was just to be able to record better podcasts with you all.
Oh, see how dedicated you are? I thought you were here because, you had to,
Yeah.
you had an assignment.
Yeah,
Makes
except
sense.
you didn't tell us when you were back in the US. We found out like weeks later. You're like, oh, I'm in California. We're like, really?
You never
did that
asked.
happen?
I don't feel like just voluntarily just sharing information. Like
It's his training. It's not.
He's like,
He's
the
so
best
secretive.
The best
Yeah.
cover story is no cover story.
Exactly. He's got all the secrets. Every time he's on, I'm like, I wonder if I can see what's behind him.
That's just a
Actually,
backdrop.
Rabbi, I have a
Is
question.
there a hot girl? Like what's back there?
No, I have a question. Now that this is just for funsies, Rami, what is that floral thing behind you? One looks like a sheet, and then the other one looks like a print.
I thought it was a curtain.
it is. No. One is a curtain and there's a painting behind it. But I think the way it's located right now, it kind of meshes into each other.
Yeah.
It fits your personality, because I always think of you as like happy, and you like happy stories, and like you want us to all be smiley and have good days, and it just seems to fit.
I wish I could take credit for this, but I'm renting the room, so it was furnished already before I got here.
Decorated.
I'm kind of interested in that map thing on the screen, because it shows me in England, it shows somebody on the East Coast, somebody on the West Coast, and somebody in the Middle East. Now, who might that be?
Yeah.
Wait, which map are you?
So he's really not in
Picture top
California.
right.
He's just, telling us.
No,
this.
you're on to.
Oh my God.
Actually,
Is this?
Whoa.
actually, that was Anais.
That is funny.
Anais isn't
Yeah.
in Costa Rica at all. She's the
there you
CIA
go.
operative.
If you double click on the dots, you can keep zooming in, like on the map.
Okay.
Oh, really? Oh,
Yeah.
this is awesome.
Oh, that's cool.
Oh, that is so awesome.
Hi, Burgess Taylor.
Oh, hi, Burgess.
Burgess Taylor.
I love her. Hello. She's part of the Right Stuff chat with
Oh.
Tamara. Yeah, they do Right Stuff. I think it's like every Tuesday night. She's awesome. She's a YouTuber who does both BookTube, but mostly RightTube, and she has some really awesome videos. Absolutely wonderful. How are you doing?
Does she want to tag team in and do some talking?
I'll drop out because I've got to get my glasses empty. So I'll drop out and see what happens.
Your glass is empty.
Okay.
You need more champagne.
Okay. So I'll. Oh, there we
Hey,
go.
Burgess, you want to come in?
So I'll drop out. Like.
I'm typing to her as if she can't hear me. See, this is how bad I am at this blab thing. I'm like, join the call as if she can't just hear.
Okay, let me see if I can figure out how to let her in. Okay, that's not how.
She needs to
That's
click
not-
call
I
in.
think she
You see
can-
how I'm here as a guest? She just needs to click call in.
Oh, okay. Oh, there it is. And I
And then we
accept.
Amazing.
That is pretty awesome, but I don't see her.
I see it's
Wow.
loading.
She's coming.
She's probably has to hit like share. There we go.
Nope, it didn't work.
Oh.
Aw, wah, wah.
Womp. Ooh, there's somebody else watching us now, or is that Abdul in California? I
Hey,
think.
Abdul is a somebody. He matters. He's
No, I know he matters. I'm just saying. I thought I saw another purple dot on our map. I'm like, who could that be? But maybe. There we go. Coming back.
Well, it shows her on air, but I don't see her. Oh, and I'm going to add her so that now she. And I'm adding.
You're giving her props.
Oh, look at that.
No, she can't get in.
I'm not joking.
Now I'm following her.
Make sure your connection isn't blocked by a firewall. Oh, it looks like she's having internet difficulties. That's a shame. Well, she tried.
Mm. She has all the props. You keep giving her props. She's got like 30 props now.
I didn't mean to.
She's the first guest to join. She deserves all the props. I
All
wish
the
I could. I'll
props.
give you my
Exactly.
12. You can
That's
donate
okay.
mine for
I'm
you.
going to have to kick her because
45 props.
it's not working.
Nice.
We're sorry.
Oh,
That's a
wait.
bummer. You know what? When that happened to me, I ended up having to restart my whole system. It was so annoying. When we first started the blab, it wasn't working at all. Like, That was so frustrating. So frustrating. So we have now 3 shows. My question is, what else do you think we can add to Literary Roadhouse? Like, we've got a monthly book club, we've got the writing challenge with the Bradbury challenge, and we've got an upcoming poetry show. I'm announcing it here. We have a poetry show coming. It's going to be hosted by Tamara Woods, and it's going to be absolutely awesome. But, like, seriously, we're going to have, like, 4 shows. So, like, maybe we should consider what other shows ideas might be out there. I'm thinking about doing a literary news show.
Okay, but I mean, based on what's already on your plate, I'm not sure. I mean, whatever. I'm just giving my opinion, but it sounds like you already have a lot of assets or like things going on. So maybe like focusing on doing those.
Is he saying I'm too busy? Is that what he's saying?
I was about to say I'm too busy for another show.
There you go.
That's why.
What I want to add.
Any additional shows we need new people. like I'm not doing it.
But even if there's other hosts, a sound editor. What I want to add is a sound editor.
Yes. And that's actually why I kind of want to add new shows, is so that we'll have a big enough base that we can get a sound editor and like get a Patreon going and get somebody in that spot. Because when I'm traveling, it would be so nice to just record and give the files to somebody and come out with amazing sound.
Yeah.
Because like our bar for the sound that we want for the show is kind of high, and me and you spend a lot of time approximating where we want it to be, and it would be wonderful to get somebody in there to do that like on a pro level. I don't know if it'll happen this year, 2016, but I think 2017 that is going to be seriously my major goal. Gerald, she tried to come in, but it wasn't working. She couldn't get her webcam to link up with Blab. It kind of sucks. So go ahead and come on in, Gerald. There you are. Yeah, one of the things that's great about Blab is you can use it either on your desktop or on iPhone. I think it might have actually been an iPhone app first. And so it's pretty awesome that way. I've never actually done one myself. I've watched them, but this is pretty cool.
Yeah, I've
pretty cool.
I've got the webcam working, and there was in Chrome in the address bar. There's a little on the right hand side. I don't know what symbol it is, but there's a little symbol, and you click on it. It talks about camera and microphone settings. So I changed it, but then I had to go out and then come back in again, and it's on my webcam just out of interest.
I'm so excited about this year. I think this year, in addition to the 52 short stories, I also read probably another 100 that were in collections. And they were all collections I found through the short stories we read on the podcast, which is kind of cool. And I would like to up that. I would like to read, 2 to 3 short stories a week next year. I don't know if it's going to happen with the Bradbury Challenge taking up time and with learning how to freelance, but I think that would be great if I could, in addition to reading the short stories on the show, read an additional 1 or 2 each week. I think that would be a good goal for me.
As well as writing, as well as doing the monthly book club and traveling.
But you know what? Those were all goals I had. Like, here's where the beauty of the podcast comes in. I want to read more. So we have a podcast that forces me to read a book a month. I have to read that book. Even if I don't read anything else, I've got one book. Yeah. I want to read more, so I need to read more short stories. Being forced to read one every week, that's more reading. And so in a lot of respects, these are all things that I would be doing anyway. It's just that now I've got accountability.
Good point. Good point.
Yeah. I was also going to say, kind of unrelated to the podcast, but Maya finally convinced me that maybe listening to audiobooks is great. So I kind of have this weird mental block, though, where I'll only listen to nonfiction. Fiction I want to read myself and have my, not colored by voice acting for some reason. But I've been digesting a lot of nonfiction, too. And there's a way that nonfiction, I'm finding, is influencing fiction, because sometimes life is stranger than fiction. case in point, I'm listening now to Going Clear, the kind of Scientology expose, and it's just like there's no fiction story crazier than this. Like it's just, you know. So yeah. I feel like I'm just digesting a lot more since doing this. The short stories, the books, and audiobooks, and just everything.
Yeah, I love nonfiction on audiobook. There are some fiction books that are just amazing on audiobook, but you know, nonfiction just seems uniquely fitted for audio. And I gotta say, the narrator makes such a big difference. A bad narrator. I've been trying to get through the Che Guevara biography for 6 months, and it's the same guy that narrated 100 Years of Solitude. Talk about a waste of credit. Like, seriously, his voice. If there's something about his voice that makes me lose track of where I am, I'll be listening to it, and then like all of a sudden, I'm like awake. I wake up, and it's me to sleep. My eyes are open. It's impossible. So I think I've got like 10 more hours of listening to the Che Guevara audiobook, and I want to do it because I've gotten this far. I feel like I've suffered this much, and it's information I want. But 10 more hours of this man's voice, and I give up. I'm not reading the 100 Years of Solitude through audiobook. I can't deal with them anymore.
Wow.
Definitely, you know, we've got this motorhome RV thing, and we used to find, because we travel all over Europe, and you can't really listen to the radio and music. Wi-Fi have very different tastes in music, so we have a problem there. So we listen to audiobooks as we're driving along, and I find it really good. It sort of keeps me awake, but I can get more reading done in a way, and so I really enjoy that. I tend not to listen to audiobooks outside of that, but yeah, I do find it very, you know, it's a great way of consuming. I don't know about non-fiction, but certainly fiction, it works for me.
Really? I wonder why that is. Why you feel like fiction works and I feel like nonfiction works.
When I used to listen when I drove to and from work and when I did like data entry and finance, fiction worked better. And now that I work at home, the fiction doesn't work as well. I don't know if it's the physical movement, but fiction worked better when my body was distracted doing something monotonous.
Yeah. Well,
I for one never tried it, and I think it has to do maybe because like I don't really commute much, and I feel like audiobooks would be most useful in a car. Right?
Yeah.
I know I could be wrong though, but yeah, I never got into it. But it'd be interesting to try. I think also, I'm not sure like what the different reading speeds are, but I feel like maybe I like more autonomy, and like maybe I don't have to like worry about hitting pause or like rewind something if I wanted to hear it again. Like it's much easier just have it on paper and, you know, maybe make notes or highlight and stuff. So functionally, like from a pragmatic perspective, I just like reading it and on paper.
I gotta say, you know, when I think about my favorite audiobooks so far, even though I feel like nonfiction works better, my favorite audiobooks are almost all fiction. The Secret Life of Bees was amazing audiobook. The person that narrated it was amazing. It was fun. It was a blast. I learned, it was just a wonderful story. The Well of Loneliness, Well of Solitude, old 1800s lesbian and 1900s lesbian story. I can't remember the name of it. It was amazing. There's so many. Samuel Butler's satire. Man, what is up with my memory today? It's a great old satire.
You said in the beginning your memory wasn't good, right?
Totally left me. I like some of those older stories as audio. I listen to some of the stories for the show on audio. Sometimes I'll read them on paper. Sometimes I'll listen to them in audiobook form, and there are like various ways to do that, and I enjoy some of them. a lot of times if I go on YouTube, LibriVox, they do open source audio recordings of various older stories. And some of their recordings are just wonderful, absolutely wonderful. And there are certain stories that really lend themselves well to audio. Last week's stories, thank you, ma'am. I read it on paper and I listened to it. There's a wonderful, wonderful YouTube recording of someone reading it. That is just so enjoyable. And the voice is wonderful. And it's just such a pleasurable listen. And there are certain stories that just are like that. You know, they're written in a style I can tell immediately this is going to be great in audio. And sometimes I'll go and seek it out if I can.
Wow. I've listened to a few things. I used to listen to quite a lot of LibriVox recordings, but we had a run of about 3 books that we were keen to listen to which had bad narration. And it sort of put us off, and we thought, no, if we're going to do this, we'll get the proper acted versions.
Yeah, because the LibriVox recordings are all volunteer. So people volunteer to do them. Some of them are really good. Some of them aren't. Some of them are people that are learning how to do audiobook narration. And so they're practicing. But I can usually tell if it's a good one or not within the first couple minutes. Like I can tell right away if this person's going to do a good job or not. The lady that did the yellow wallpaper, wonderful, wonderful recording. But you know, if it doesn't sound good, I'm out of there like super fast. But I like listening to it. I like reading it and listening to it. I feel like often when I listen to the story, I get different things out of it than when I read the story. And so it's interesting to me when I can do both.
You know, something I noticed though, sometimes there's a difference in the text or the word choices, like they're like slightly different editions. So that's happened to me when I read the Sempica Girl Diaries, and I loved it so much that I really wanted my boyfriend to read it, but I knew he wouldn't read it. So instead I put it on an audiobook. I bought the 10th of December and to listen to while we were cooking, and I'm hearing it and I'm like, that line was not that word when I read it. Like I had remembered lines that I really liked and they were different in the audiobook, and that was really strange. And yeah.
I think a lot of times in situations like that, because we read the version that was in the New Yorker or the Atlantic, I can't remember which one. And so a lot of times writers, really famous writers, the version that is published is either before or after the version that's in the book. So if they've published the book, then they'll submit the story and then they may make changes because, you know, us writers can't stop fiddling with our stuff. We just don't know when to quit. Or it'll be in the magazine and then they'll go through and edit it again for the collection. And so they don't always match up at all.
Yeah, because there's like a tiny part in the Sempica Girl Diaries where the narrator goes to work, and there's like a thing that happens at work, and it just mentions that he like goes in and out of the elevator in the New Yorker version that we read. But I remember the audiobook, there's like a whole conversation with his coworkers in the elevator that was not in the New Yorker. I'm like, look at this whole new scene.
Yep, fiddling.
Yeah.
Oh, and what was it, that one story that we read that had 2 different titles?
Oh,
do you remember? It was such a pain trying to title that podcast because I was like, which one do I use? So I'm like, AKA. Well, it was an older story that had been republished multiple times, and it originally had one title, and then later on had a different title. And all the stories we use on the podcast, we make sure they're available for free so that people can read along with us. But that particular story, you could find it underneath multiple titles.
Yeah, that was the one that Paulo Coelho made famous, but he didn't write it. Yes. The ancient Chinese parable. Yes.
and you know what else did it? The handsomest man in the world was also the most beautiful man in the world, or something,
or the most handsomest drowned man. Like there was all these, yeah.
It's like, which one? The perils of being a podcaster.
But I think in that case, it might also be like a translator issue. Like if it had been translated by different translators, if they give us slightly different titles.
Yeah,
I think you're probably right on that, because they all said the same thing, but they were just slightly different. But it did make the naming convention for the podcast a little problematic.
Yeah. And I think also discussing these stories, we like learn so much more about each other than if we were just like to gab about our lives. Like discussing the stories, we like get like a peek into each other's like minds, right? And after a while, you start to be able to kind of predict like this is something that Maya will like, this is something that Rami will like.
Hello, Carmen.
Yeah. Hi, Carmen.
You know, it's funny because thinking about what you just said, I'm wondering, would we have become friends without the podcast? Because, okay, you and I met you through your work on Scribblefile, but we didn't really talk,
Mm-hmm.
you know? And Gerald, I saw him peripherally on Google+, but we didn't really talk.
Mm-hmm.
And I didn't know Rami at all.
Rami and I are friends.
Yeah, I think without the podcast, I would have really missed out because you three have become a really important part of my life as my friends. And I trust you guys on a level that I don't trust most people. I'm a total hermit. I'm a writer. I don't leave the house. And I think the podcast, in addition to helping my reading, has made it so that I've had the ability to make these great friendships. And I really value them.
Yeah.
Oh, now we're all sappy.
Oh, jeez.
Kumbaya, my lord. Sorry. Did you notice how he end scene? Well, I couldn't have done this without Annie at all because I need my other brain.
I feel like Maya and I work really well together because we have like different focuses. Maya's like, what's the next project? What's the next dream? I'm like, how do we make this one project all the details be smooth?
Yes.
Like,
Yes, I'm like,
yeah.
Dream, CEO, dream. She's
And I'm like, we haven't
Earth
yeah.
Earth calling Maya.
And I feel like Maya we always talk about the emotional beats in a story, and Maya's like really, really happy, and then oh my god, this story, and blah, blah, blah. And I'm just like even like
She's like
Maya's like a little pop.
It was well crafted.
We're so excited. I'm so excited.
Yeah. I'm like competently written.
That is your thing. You know what? If we ever get T-shirts, I want a T-shirt with your little caricature that says "competently written" across it.
This is my yeah.
Because that is not a good thing.
That is
when
not a
Annie
compliment.
says it's competently written, that is not a compliment.
Yeah.
It is the best backhanded compliment ever.
Like what it basically means is like I
hate the story, but I can't find anything technically wrong with it.
Yeah, there's technically nothing is wrong. Like you okay, sure.
It only mostly sucks.
It only sucks to me. I can see why maybe other people would like it. That's my
one of the things that's really surprised me about the show is how many authors have gotten in touch with us after we've torn apart their stories. Because we are so honest. We do not sit here and like, oh, this is a new author, so let's just baby them and talk about how wonderful, all the wonderful things and ignore the flaws. We've torn apart everyone from Hemingway. Like, we will find something wrong with your story if it is on this show. And we've had multiple authors that have come on that have written us, tweeted us. We even had a voicemail where they were like, it was really hard to listen to, but it was amazing. And keep doing what you're doing. And that is awesome to me.
Yeah. Hi, Ben. Have more people.
Yay, we have more people. That's
Carmen,
great.
Ben.
They like us. They really like us. So if you guys have any questions for us, definitely put them in the messages because we're going to be answering questions. And periodically, one of us are going to fade out so that we can let listeners in. If we get some people that want to be in, just let us know. And then one of us can disappear for a minute or two.
Yeah, let us know if you have a video and a microphone. Just the basics so we can see you.
Suddenly I'm like, dude, and a microphone. I'm over here, Beck's going in my head. Yeah, that's me. Sorry, guys. You guys should be used to me breaking out in song periodically.
Okay, here we go. Behind the scenes, because people are watching this to get a different taste of us, right? One of my favorite things when I'm sound editing an episode is hearing the stuff that people mutter into their microphones that you don't hear during the recording. And every time, or almost every time, Maya breaks out in sound. Jared goes, "Oh, okay, we're okay." Like he's just like it's a little like, "Man, this is happening now." Back to singing.
You know what? He does have some great mutterings, and they're all like totally low. You can't.
I have sometimes or there's like certain sounds or somebody will laugh weird or they'll just be like, and I sometimes want to like take it and put it at the end of the episode and put it like a little like weird reel. Like I think in the last one, I think it might have been Rami. Like Rami did a like some like weird. I was like, I should play that on loop.
Ringtone.
Yeah. There's always one of us always does something. I'm like, that would be good to stick in at the end for some humor.
You know what would be awesome if it weren't for the fact that I'm planning on traveling? If we had a mixer and someone could just press a button that was like competently written, like all these sound effects. Oh, we're doing that again.
or whenever somebody curses for the first time, it's always Gerald who goes, and there goes the rating.
Do you remember the first time Gerald cursed on air?
Yes. So the first curse word was mine.
No, the first curse word was yours, but the first time Gerald said
Gerald
a curse word, we were like, yes, we got him.
Happened.
Oh, it was great.
When I did know.
It was awesome.
Yeah. Maybe I wasn't well that day. Perhaps that was it.
There are just so many good memories of this show, you know. I wish we could have gotten Kenichi to come on, but he never responded. But honestly, it's just been such a great experience, you know. And
But you know, he said you wanted to share this as competently written. I want one that says the Kenichi prophecy.
Yes. Okay, so the Kenichi prophecy, when we first started the podcast, Kenichi was our fourth host. And we were talking about how we were going to rate the shows. And we were like, 1 to 5 sounds like a good rating. And his thought was, maybe we shouldn't rate the show because if you rate a story a 5 one week and then the next week you like the story, you might not want to rate it a 5 because you'll think people will like it more or better or the same as the previous 5 story. And we were like, oh, that won't happen. And then 6 months later, well, I want to rate this a 5, but I rated this other story a 6 and I can't rate it a 5 now.
It happens all the time.
Prophecy. It really does. And it's funny because we totally blew him off when he said that. We're like, oh, that's not a problem. That totally won't happen.
Yeah.
I do wonder there are way too many 6s floating around our ratings.
You know what? I think we've gotten more 6s as time has gone by. Why do you guys think that is? Because in the beginning, we never had any 6s.
Mm-mm.
It took months for me to get my first 6.
Yeah.
Yep.
I don't know.
I think it's like I said earlier, I'm much more patient now. There's stuff that a year ago I would not have had the patience for that now I do. And now I'm like, oh, it was great because I've become a more sophisticated reader than I was when we started this.
Yeah, I think it's the same with you. I think I'm more sophisticated as a reader. I think we've also gotten a string of really good stories, frankly.
We're getting better at picking them.
Yeah, we're getting some really good stories. Now, that said, I want to go back to the well and get some good newbie stories this year because I feel like the last 6 months we've been having a lot of really established writers.
Mm-hmm.
And I want to, and in the beginning we had a lot more newer writers. And I would like to have a better mix of newer to older writers over the next year. I feel like we go through phases.
Yeah. And I think also it's because sometimes it's a little bit harder to find the newer writers because, well, I don't know, like it's like a different kind of vetting process. We don't read the stories, but there's still like a calculation that happens in your head when you choose them, right? Like sometimes, sometimes I'll think I'm like, we've just had like 4 guys in a row. I'm definitely gonna go with a female author. Like like I'll have these little, or like we've done a lot of New Yorker, or let's look at Atlantic, or let's look at Vice, or stuff like that. But sometimes, Yeah, but it's sometimes harder to find like the super like kind of like indie journals that are also good. Like that's why we
I
found
think that's
Carve.
why we've had so many Carve magazine stories is because they're newer authors. But we know that if we pick a Carve magazine story, they have a certain standard,
Yes,
you know,
exactly.
and they're not going to be totally horrible.
Right.
But at the same time, I do want to. I want to stretch out and pick different authors, and it might be nice if maybe we have a theme. So maybe one week we all pick stories that are from, you know, parts of Asia, or one week we pick stories that are all women, you know, so that even no matter who wins, we're diversifying the story selection a little more.
Although
But
I like the surprise, because I feel like when each of us just has open reign, it's that in itself.
yeah, there is a
diversifies it.
surprise. There is. I'm really excited about the Tolstoy because I
When
love
Robbie
me some
wins.
Tolstoy. I love some Tolstoy. I've read so much Tolstoy.
But I think this is a good time to ask this question that's been on my mind for a long time and maybe helpful to the listeners as well. What sources do you all use to find your stories?
Google.
Google.
Well, I mean, so do you search like specific criteria or?
It depends on what I'm feeling. So usually I'll do like free short story or short story female or short story translation or short story Russian. That's how I find my stories. And frankly, then I'll open up a couple windows and look at the length, and then I'll go eeny, meeny, miny, mo. That's how I pick my stories, like straight up. I find that if I read them in advance, or I try to pick a good story, then I'm curating. I don't want to curate. I want this show to be much more of just an experience rather than a curated list of good stories. I feel like I get as much from reading bad stories as I do from reading good stories, which is one of the reasons why I'm kind of like, we've had too many good stories in a row. Because I feel like when I read those bad stories, I learn so much. And then when I read really good stories, I see more things in the good story. And but literally that's how I pick my stories. I don't read them in advance. A lot of it's eeny, meeny, miny, mo. There are Open Culture is great. They have lists and lists of like web pages, lists of lists. A lot of times I'll look at a list of lists and I'll just pick a number. That's pretty much how I pick mine. How do you pick yours, Anise?
So I think also part of the reason why we may have been getting a lot of great stories lately too is because I've also been looking at recently published anthologies. Because anthologies almost always have one story that's free available online, and then you can find out which one it is quickly.
And usually it's the best one.
It usually is the best one. Or I'll look at short story competition winners for different journals in the past years, or like, you know, I'll pick a year. Like sometimes I'll think like, oh, I want a story from the 80s, or I want a story from 2000.
Yeah, however, as we've seen, sometimes the analogy selections may backfire in that, you know, it's kind of removed from its context and then isn't readily understandable without.
Yeah,
like,
we've run into that a couple times where the story really, it was a short story, but it interacted with the other stories in the anthology. So reading it on its own, it wasn't like a standalone short story.
Yeah.
Gerald's writing a collection like that. For Bradbury Challenge, he's writing a collection of short stories that are all related for our other podcasts, and it's been really interesting hearing how he's organized that. And I don't know, do you think your story collection is going to be one of those collections where each short story is standalone, or do you think it's going to be one of those collections where you really need to read all the short stories?
I think it's going to be, because each of the short stories, as I've written them so far, is more like a character description. So around 1,000 words in a particular location, but it's really to give the. I'm kind of fascinated with the stories behind people and the stories behind what you see. So what I really wanted to do, yes, it's based on a types, which is from a King Crimson album cover. There's I also wanted to. In the end, it's a building with different apartments or flats, as we say here, and I wanted to show that behind this one building there were all sorts of different people, all living their lives in very, very different ways. and what I want to do at the end is to tie them all together somehow. So one thing happens to them all, and then we see how they react to that one thing. So that's why the sort of character description section that I'm writing now is about 1,000 words each. So it's enough to give the reader an idea of what that person is like, so that after, as writers call it, the inciting incident, we will be able to understand how, and I might even have them interacting with each other. So they may, come out of the building for some reason, and then and see. So I've got all sorts of different people. So there'll be all sorts of prejudices coming out. So it's sort of, it's quite an organic thing at the moment. But it will definitely have to be written as a complete set. I won't be able. I mean, I can take one out as an example of my writing, but it's not really going to mean much to the reader.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
So
wow, it is windy where you're at, Eddie. Is there
not
like
me.
It's not you?
It might be me, but
it sounds like monsoon.
Yeah, that's me. It's this time of year. It's
yeah, I know. It's funny because on the show a lot of times I don't hear it, but I think your mic is like, you have a really good mic, and it totally picks that stuff up. It's funny, like monsoon. I can't wait to see one in person.
I need like a studio.
Yeah.
But.
Yeah, it's gonna be really fun when I'm traveling. I have no idea what that audio is gonna sound like. I'm spending a good deal of money on a really expensive lav mic to try to counteract the fact that I'm gonna be recording in all kinds of situations. But I don't know how much it's gonna make up for.
Yeah.
Yeah, I imagine you're gonna be like in the middle of a bar or a pub or something using their Wi-Fi.
Yeah. So where are you podcasting from today? I'm on a bus in India.
Well, that's like so Sarah Koenig, the host of Serial. So right now they're doing season 2, but they put in a few new episodes of Adnan Syed from season 1. He's like another like appeals trial or what, So she went to the trial and she's reporting from it, and she made a little sound studio in her hotel closet. She put up like robes on either side of her and just like sat down so that the fabric would absorb all other noises.
Yeah. You have any idea how many of the really, really good podcasters spent a year or more under a blanket in their closet? You can get amazing sound in a closet, put a blanket over the top of you. You'll sweat like a pig, but you're going to sound really good.
Yeah.
Yeah, not happening for me. Not happening at all. Okay, I've got to do a little taste, a little review. Since that's what we do on our show, we do short story reviews. So I'm going to do a La Marca Prosecco review. It is tasty, but it's a bit sweet.
Yeah. Does it say demi-sec or something on the label?
It says La Marca Prosecco sparkling wine, product of Italy. I don't know. I go to the grocery store. I look to see the little wine rating, because we have our wine ratings in our grocery stores because I'm in California. We're uppity like that. And I picked 89 points, and it's okay. It's a bit sweet for me. I like mine a little more dry. So there's my review. Am I the only one drinking on this on the party show?
Drinking.
This is a party. Ooh, see? Us old folks gotta stick together, right?
Oh, sure.
Rami might be drinking, obviously. Remember?
Yeah.
Oh yeah, I've drank on the show too, but you guys probably totally knew that.
I did once too. I did once too.
You know what's funny is the one time I drank on the show, I had stayed up all night and I didn't realize it was morning, and it was like 7 a.m. and I was drinking, but it was because I was up all night, so in my head it was like nighttime. And I was got off the show and I thought, oh my goodness. And all of our viewers that watch us live on YouTube must think I'm a total lush.
Hi, Madison.
Yeah, that was not a good look.
I just shared the link on Facebook about 10 minutes ago. So
yes,
Madison.
We're getting more people. I feel like, because it's a little bit longer show and it's just us kicking back, having a party, that people are starting to realize that we're on air finally.
Plus, it is Super Bowl Sunday. I mean, that's the only reason my mom isn't here is because she's Super Bowl hosting. She's being a little hostess.
Oh, really?
Super Bowl, Schmooper Bowl.
Oh, as we know, my mom was our original super fan. She makes these lamb sliders for the Super Bowl that are famous. So like every year they have more and more people who go to she makes like this chili and these wings and these lamb sliders. She's like a Martha Stewart, and she gets.
So that's why they had wings at my grocery store.
Yeah.
Yeah.
People eat wings. Yeah. So,
now I get it.
Yeah. So I'm sure she's got like 20 people over.
When I bartended, we used to have a Super Bowl party, and it was a lot of fun, but it was exhausting because everyone would bring in their own food. They would have like a chili like kickoff and like contest, and the bar would be trashed. And then at like during breaks, somebody would bring up politics, and there's no politics allowed at my bar for a reason. I loved it, but on one hand, I hated it. But that's really the only time I've ever watched a Super Bowl is when I was behind a bar.
Over here at the moment, we have it's a proper oval ball game called rugby, and
yeah, it's super. It's football.
Talk about
it's
your
manly
rugby
football.
moment this morning. Share with the class.
He had a rugby moment?
Yeah, it was on Facebook.
Did he play rugby or did he get hit by a rugby ball?
Those would be better than the actual story.
It was yesterday. It was yeah. Because I was at a writing group meeting, and I thought, I'll keep up with the rugby during the day, because we have this thing every year called the Six Nations. So we have England, Ireland, Scotland, Wales. We have France, and we have Italy. So it's sort of gradually, and Argentina wanted in 1 year. I don't know how that works. But anyway, so this happens every year, and it's a really great, it's a great tournament. So I thought I'll keep up to date with what the score is. So, and I looked, and it was because they put the two teams side by side with numbers in between, like they do for the scores. So, one match had already finished, and one team had won 25-14, and another one had finished, and it was 16 something else, 16-50 or something. I thought, wow, they've already finished. But those were the kickoff times, not the score.
That sounds totally like something I would do.
Yeah.
My favorite is in the what was it in the status? You were like, England trounces Scotland.
You're like, oops, not. Oh, that is embarrassing.
Yeah. 50-16. That's an amazing score.
Yeah. Wow, we won so well.
What an idiot.
So how long have you been drinking wine, Gerald?
Since I was 12, I think.
When Gerald retired, he just replaced his blood with wine.
Yeah, don't bother with all that blood stuff at that point.
We were talking at the last show that when I travel, I cannot wait to meet Gerald in person. Can you imagine us in a pub, all of us together in a pub?
Uh-oh.
It would just be so much awesome.
Go over there when I'm visiting.
I can just see Rami with all kinds of eye rolls. Me and Annie's getting totally body. Gerald acting all appalled.
Yeah. You see, the problem is you only know my online persona. You don't know what I'm like in real life.
Oh, I have a feeling. I have a feeling that you've got another side. I just can't wait to see it.
He's always hinting at it.
Mm-hmm. Yep. I see it right underneath the surface. Oh, yeah. You're a bad boy. But you know that's in there.
But we're Facebook friends. So I feel like I've seen pictures of your vacation, and it's awesome, but it's also not very bad boy.
No, it's not. It's not very
It's like it looks fun though, cycling through vineyards and Seaside towns.
Yeah.
So, do you guys have a favorite story that we've read so far?
Guess.
I'm going to guess.
Gerald, how are you confused? It's one of the two Saunders stories, 50-50.
Oh.
I'm thinking Semplica Girls.
I like Semplica Girls. I also really like Escape from Spiderhead, so I'll take either one.
Mm.
That is a hard question. I'm sitting here looking back.
No.
Looking back, I think it's a toss-up between The Magic Shock.
Mm-hmm. That was good. Mm.
That was a really good story. That was a
You really
good
like
story.
Birdsong. You lost your mind at Birdsong.
Yeah, I did.
So
I
that's my
did.
guess.
But you know, the story that's coming up is the the story with the guy and the racist mom, and they're on the bus, and the black woman comes on.
Flannery O'Connor.
Thank you, O'Connor.
Mhm.
I can see her. I can see her with a crutch and her pet bird, but I couldn't get the name. Yeah, it's a toss-up between those two stories. I love that story too.
Yeah.
I felt like that story was amazingly well done. I think I might have only rated it a 5 at the time,
Mhm.
but it stuck with me.
Mm.
It really, really stuck with me long term. I love that story. But you're right. I loved Birdsong too. There was just so many good stories. But honestly, I think I like the Flannery O'Connor story more.
Mm.
Okay.
Because when I think about Birdsong, it takes me a minute to think of the details. I loved it at the time, but it didn't stick with me the same way that other story did.
Yeah.
I think, the stories that stick with you have a very simple premise. I think that's the thing about the last one, whatever that was.
It must not have stuck with you very well. Escape from
Thank you, ma'am.
Spiderhead. Thank you,
Thank you,
ma'am.
ma'am. Yeah, and it's just a very simple story, very simple premise, but it really sort of something about it. You just keep on going back to it, and I really like that. Although I didn't give it a 6, I don't think so. I
think some stories that aren't simple, as long as they have like a really, really strong connection, a strong emotional pull, or a really strong theme, they can still stick with you that way. I think it's easier for a more simple story to stick with you long term, but you know, Birdsong wasn't that simple, and it definitely stuck with me. Magic Chalk was short, but it wasn't simple.
But I remember the Magic Chalk plot really well, because when you were talking about how like remembering how things kind of like how they make you feel. So I remember Eminence by Caroline Casper really affecting me, but I can't really tell you point by point.
Well, there wasn't much that happened to it. She drove home. She went to her mom's house. She opened her door. That was the story.
But yet there was some emotional truth there that stuck with me.
Mm-hmm.
One of the things that I find difficult is I often will love a story, and then later on I want to talk about it. I can't remember the title. Case in point.
This second, right now.
Like, I'm sitting here, I'm like, what was the story with the young Indian man whose mom had died? I love that story. I'm like, I can't remember the author's name, and I remember the author's name.
I kind of remember the author's name. Kampori.
Oh, it was Year's End. That's right.
Year's End.
Yeah, and I'm like, why is it that some stories, the story sticks with me, but not the title and the author, and some stories I can remember the title, but I can't remember the plot.
Although I think it has something to do with how unique the title is. Year's End, it doesn't stick out as much as like The Ones Who Walk Away from Omelas. Like there can only be one thing that's about, you know? I think that's part of it. Same thing with Semplica Girl Diaries. He made up a thing, so it sticks with you.
Yeah. One of the things that I think is interesting is some of the stories in the beginning that I loved the most, now when I look back at them, I don't find them as impressive.
Like which one are you thinking of?
I'm thinking of The Ones Who Walk Away from Omelas. I like that story, but I've read so many stories since that have affected me on a completely different level that suddenly that story, Kenichi Prophecy, doesn't seem as amazing because I've been reading all these other stories. I'm like, oh, it's like my bar for excellence is changed.
Yeah.
It's funny you're saying about titles, because I had I do sometimes write apocalyptic fiction, but I've never written post-apocalyptic fiction because I don't like zombies. I don't like that sort of stuff. But I did once, and I called it Footprints because the guy thought he was on his own in the world, and then he saw some footprints in the snow, which weren't his, blah blah blah, and all this sort of stuff. But for my pub book club this month, we're reading David the Triffids, John Wyndham, and there was this one it just came straight out at me, a phrase, and I wrote it down. It was I wonder whether we shall ever taste fresh oranges again. And it's I don't know, it's just that phrase really got straight through. So I'm going to adapt that and call this post-apocalyptic thing something like that. But
yeah, that is a beautiful phrase. One of my favorite books. I can never remember the title, like ever. One of my favorite books. It's the other book we're reading, Inheritance by Samantha Chang this month for Literary Roadhouse Book Club. But her other book, I can never remember the title, like ever. It's like All Forgotten, Nothing Gained, Nothing Forgotten. I can never remember that title. And it drives me bonkers because literally it is like my favorite. As of right now, if you were to ask me what is my favorite book, I would say that book. And up until I read that book, I would have said Anna Karenina. So there you go. And literally, I can never remember the title. It is horrible.
Now I'm looking it up because I want to know. Yeah. Oh, the author is my mom's age, born the same year.
Oh, she's wonderful. She was my teacher at the Writers' Conference.
All is forgotten, nothing is lost.
Thank you. Thank you. Best book ever. You must read it. Especially as a writer, you have to read it.
Yeah. Also, Gerald, so I'm trying to just read for myself 2 books a month. Mm-hmm. And the other one that I'm reading this month is Station 11 by Emily St. John Mandel. So you were talking about apocalyptic or post-apocalyptic. So this one's post-apocalyptic. The apocalypse already happened. Apocalypse being a flu that wipes out a big chunk of the world's population. And what it's exploring is, so already the survivors have set up like different settlements or tribes. And the idea is how art is then, it's following a group of nomadic artists who are trying to spread theater from tribe to tribe. And the idea is that survival is insufficient, that there's something else innate to the human spirit where that part needs to survive as well. I thought you might like it. Plus, it won the 2015 Arthur C. Clarke Award for Best Sci-Fi.
Oh, thank you.
That does sound really cool. Like, you know, I was just thinking about what would happen at the end of the world. I was walking home from the grocery store, and these are the things that go on in a writer's head. So I'm walking home from the grocery store, and I started looking around, wondering what would happen at the end of the world. And I was thinking about like what gangs would form. Mm-hmm. So, you know, the end of the world, everything's about survival. You know, you typically see end of the world, everyone's fighting like an other. So they're fighting zombies or they're fighting aliens. But I'm walking home from the grocery store thinking that most of the fighting would actually be infighting. Mm-hmm. Like tribes would form, groups would form. So I was picturing like gangs of BMW drivers that have access to gas. Right?
The Mad Max thing. Mad Max, like a Morton Joe. He has all the water.
Yeah.
Exactly. Yeah. So that's what was going through my head as I was walking home with groceries.
David the Triffids is a great book because I don't know if you know the story, but a lot of people get blinded. So instantly society is split into those who can see for whatever reason and those who've been blinded. Mm. And see how those groups are formed and how the gangs are formed and how nobody wants to be associated with the blind ones because they're just a drain and they can't help and all this sort of stuff. And I keep meaning to look up when it was written because it's really reads very modern.
Yeah. When I think about post-apocalyptic, like I haven't read a ton of post-apocalyptic fiction, but I've read some, and I always feel like it's always toned down. I feel like all the worst things that happen in apocalyptic fiction are like pale in comparison to what would actually happen in apocalyptic fiction, because humans are horrible beings. And I feel like the amount of theft, rape, murder, and everything else would just be sky high, because you look at like our Maslow's like theory, like the triangle of needs, and I'm like, yeah, I'm sitting here, I'm like, this would be an absolute disaster if all of a sudden society and any sense of morality disappeared. And so, like, I don't know why that was coming up. I think it was because of the short story I'm writing for Bradbury Challenge. Last week's short story, I decided I'm cleaning it up. I'm working on it. I love it. And it is, in essence, a story about race, but it is apocalyptic fiction. And so I don't know if you two have been listening to the Bradbury Challenge, but the story I'm writing last week, still writing, is a story about a young girl who is stuck in a research facility, and she is surrounded with white walls, white floors. She's covered in white clothing. She's not allowed to see any color at all. She has to read with Braille. And it's because somehow during the end of the world, there was a group of people that were able to use color as like almost like a magic system or like a power system. And so they're testing her to see if they can remove all sense of color. And is like, wow, like, I know that would not have popped up in my head if I hadn't have read so many short stories from so many different places. Because up until now, many of my short stories have been based in some part on personal experience or in things I've seen, things I've heard. And in all the reading we've done in Literary Roadhouse, it's like my creativity well is bigger than it used to be. And I'm like, wow, I'm right. And it dawned on me as I was walking home, this is apocalyptic fiction. How did I not notice this? Gerald, how come you didn't tell me last week's story was post-apocalyptic fiction? Because I didn't notice.
It's funny you said you were walking home from the grocery store, and last night, about 6 o'clock, and it was dark. And I was coming home on the train from south of here, and I'd written this piece of flash fiction or something about a train where somebody falls asleep and basically he doesn't know where he is. It ends up in a funny place, and it's a sort of horror type thing. So I'd come to the sort of last big station before I have to change trains. So we sort of pulled out of the train, and I was reading Day of the Triffids, and then I just looked up and I thought, we're going quite fast for this section of track. And I couldn't see anything. I couldn't see lights. All I knew is we were going really quickly. And I thought, where are we? And I was the only one in my carriage. And it was it was quite anxious for a few minutes. So yeah.
Did you start thinking about what it was? Like all of a sudden you're dreaming that like you're flying off into space or aliens have trapped the car.
No, it's the train that goes off into a track that nobody uses, and there's demons and all sorts of stuff going on. So yeah.
It's the soul train into hell.
That's what it was.
You two probably don't get that reference, my little millennials.
Soul Train?
Do you remember the entrance to the show Soul Train with the train that was like dancing onto the screen?
I think I've seen it, but like, you know, one of those like relics of the ancient days.
It's a relic. Yeah. Thank you. What is this? F you, but I love you anyway.
No, but yeah, I heard. Yeah, I didn't live it, but I know about it.
You didn't live it. Did you notice she just put that key and just did it?
Just a little bit. Yeah, I didn't live it.
When I was a little girl, I used to watch Soul Train, and it was like such a big deal because there was this one lady on Soul Train. She had these long braided extensions, like went to her knees, and she would swing them around when she was dancing. And I wanted to be her so bad. I totally wanted to be her. I used to walk around with a blanket on my head because that was my long hair. And I would like dance around like I was on Soul Train.
See, you talk about long braids down to the knees, and all I can think of is Beyonce in the Formation video. Different generation.
Totally different generation. But then again, I also was in Las Vegas, so I also used to dance around the living room with a basket on my head because I wanted to be a Las Vegas showgirl.
Wow.
I'm a showgirl, mommy. It's like great.
Wow.
Well, speaking of putting things in your head, I haven't actually done it because I'm like too lazy, but I always want to like glue fake fruit into one of those like the Carmen Miranda things. That would be the best Halloween costume.
That would be the best Halloween costume ever. Ever. I used to love Carmen Miranda. Like, seriously. Loved her when I was a little girl.
Yeah.
Maybe I should write a story about her.
Yeah, maybe.
What if the fruits are fused onto her scalp? And she's just like the ultimate, like when life gives you lemons, make lemonade.
You know what? Because all of my short stories have to do with children, knowing my luck, I would end up writing a story about an orphan who imagines her mother is Carmen Miranda. Because that's just where my head goes.
I went grim, immediately grim.
Yeah. Dark.
And I went depressing tragedy. There we go. There's my genre, depressing tragedy.
Or maybe a Carmen Miranda superhero.
Oh!
It's hilarious.
You know what? Suddenly I'm picturing pasties that shoot bananas.
She has to twirl the tassel once before it shoots it, like cocking a gun. Twirl.
Oh my god, I'm so embarrassed. I'm embarrassed. Wow, the wine has kicked in.
We're writing a story together, guys.
Maya, is this like a self-publishing podcast when they're talking about westerns and shooting smoke was the wrong color?
This is like our after party. This is like the podcast after we hit no longer broadcasting and we stay on for too long. Yes. This is what it looks like. Yeah. Just to let everybody know.
I also like when we recorded the 52nd episode, we were supposed to say, oh, it's our 1 year anniversary on the show. As soon as we stop recording, we go, oh, wait a minute.
It's our 1 year anniversary. We forgot to say anything about it.
Because we were so...
And then why is that? Because Maya never reads the damn script. That's why.
And also...
It wasn't even in the script.
We were so wrapped
You didn't put it in the
story. See, that's what we are. Story is everything to us.
It's kind of true.
Which is...
Maybe.
It is kind of true, but it's also kind of a shame because that episode, the story was really short and we probably could have used the extra content.
No, that wasn't that Escape from Spiderhead. That was because Tamara was on.
Our 50-second story was yes, ma'am, wasn't it?
That's 53rd.
No, Escape from Spiderhead. That's why we had Tamara on.
Wow, so we've had 53 episodes?
Yeah. 53rd is going to be released now.
Mind blown.
I know.
Frightening. Amazing stuff.
Yeah.
Have we got nothing better to do that time?
You know what? It feels like such a normal part of my week that if we ever stopped podcasting, I would like show up every Thursday wondering how come there's nobody to talk to me about short stories.
Plus, even though we've been doing this over a year, there hasn't been a single episode where I felt like, oh, I have to record the podcast. Not one. All of them, I've been like, yes. Like
now,
it's not work.
I have to edit the podcast. That's totally different.
Yeah.
Editing the podcast feels totally different.
Like, man.
Actually, you know what's funny? Editing the podcast, starting isn't the worst part. The worst part is that last minute, like that last 15 to 20 minute stretch where you're like, you're
so close.
So close. Especially because the part where we're sort of like giving our opinions, everyone's talking for like a minute at a time, 30 seconds at a time. It's fine. When we get to the game show and everyone's switching off every 2 seconds, oh my God.
Oh, you edit that?
Well, sometimes.
You know what I do? I expand it in like spectral view and I just look for blank spots and I only listen for too much space. I'm just like, okay, I'm done. I've had it.
I try to edit it because there's always somebody there who's like over explaining why they lost for like a minute. It doesn't need to be in the final cut. You lost. Sit down.
There's a lot of stuff that doesn't need to be in the final cut.
That. Like whenever someone's like,
have you guys noticed how much better we sound after we've edited the podcast than we do in real life? We all sound so intelligent and amazing on the show.
Yeah. I cut out a lot of a lot. Not all of them. I leave some of them because it sounds natural. But
I leave most of them.
Yeah.
I cut most of them, but occasionally Gerald needs an
Do I?
Gerald sometimes has 3 ums in a row, but like
there is that.
And I'm always like,
you have some false
starts. Make me feel self-conscious. Why don't you?
No, it's fine. Honestly,
that's why we love you because you know what, your ums are when you're pondering. That's why I leave a few because I can tell because it adds something. You have like when I say it's just annoying. But when you say, it sounds like you're going to come out with something amazing soon. So it's like I'm preparing
one of these days
for
I
your
will.
brilliance.
Yeah, I wouldn't bother.
Unlike my laughter, I cut a lot of my laughter. Annie's, feel free to cut more of my laughter, just so you know, because
I cut a lot of
otherwise I
it or I
sound like a
fade it.
laughing hyena.
I'll like lower it like by 20 decibels your laugh so we can still hear people who are talking. It's like in the background.
Because there are some shows I'm like, do I really sound like that? Like, really?
Oh.
But then again,
Or I'll listen back and I'm like, why am I talking as if like any minute now someone's gonna set off a nuke and then I won't ever be able to get this sentence out of my mouth. Like I'll start slow and then all of a sudden I'll go really, really fast because I feel like all of a sudden I'm gonna die. Like, why do I talk like that?
because I interrupt and you're trying to get in we're like one of those families, okay?
Yeah.
Like you've got the Latina family, I got the Black family. We're all talking over each other and yelling. So that's why you talk fast.
Yeah.
I get excited too.
And
And you two are just too patient. You guys like, okay, when are the girls gonna shut up so I can say something?
you shut up a bit. Yeah. You
well, I try.
You know when we're a bit quiet.
I call you on it. Is that what you're saying? That's a polite way of saying.
When we're sitting sulking, you say, "Gerald, what do you think?" Wake me up.
Yeah.
Thank you. I appreciate the fact that you guys noticed that because you guys always have such great things to contribute to the show. And that's the one thing I didn't want when I started this podcast. I did not want it to be the Maya show. I wanted diverse casts, diverse opinions, interesting stories from all over. And I feel like all those initial goals, do you remember the initial goals I came to you with, Annie's?
Mm-hmm.
I feel like all those initial goals in that first meeting, you've totally stuck to them. And I think that's what I'm most proud of about the Literary Roadhouse.
Yeah. I remember brainstorming it because when you first approached me with this, there was nothing except an idea. Like you and I, like you just came, you were like, I want to do a short story podcast. I'm like, I've never done a podcast before. It sounds great. You had the podcast experience, but there was nothing set up for this, just the idea. And then we just ran with it. So.
Yeah, I love the fact that we were able to come up with something that feels stable. It feels like it could go on forever. Yeah. It's such a good feeling. And it adds so much to my week.
Mm-hmm.
It just adds a lot to it. Otherwise, okay, one freelancer to another freelancer. If you're not doing something where you're forced to talk to other people who aren't your boyfriend, how easy is it to just be walled up in your apartment surrounded by a computer and a stack of papers for too long?
Yeah. Plus, this kind of like is forcing me to be a little bit more responsible about when it's freelancing time, when it's podcasting time, or else it's just like, it's a mess,
Yeah, I'm still working on the freelancing time versus sleep time. Someday I'll get that.
I will say, I used to be one of those people before this podcast who was like, I will always get 8 hours of sleep a night. Now I'm like 6. I will always get 6. I just keep scaling it back.
I have a Fitbit now, and that tells me how little sleep I'm getting, and I don't know. I like the fact it highlights the bits where you're not I can't remember what it's called, but when you're restless. That's right. So maybe you're moving around a little bit, and then when the guy has to go pee in the middle of the night, then it notices that and says, "Oh, you're awake." So it's pretty good, I think. But
I used to have a more advanced version of like a body monitor. It was like a body media, and I loved it. I haven't had one for a while, but I kind of miss it. But then again, I'm a geek, so it's nice to be able to log myself into my computer and see like this is how much I've spent sitting on my butt. This is how much I spent anxious. This is how much I spent sleeping. But you know what they need? They all need this is how much I spent reading. That's what they all need.
10,000. There we go. 10,000.
See, that's too many steps. You need to read more.
Wait, and how much time?
Today.
Just today, yeah.
That's the minimum.
And if you do 10,000 a day, you realize just how much that actually is. It's not an insignificant sum of walking.
It's quite good because it does.
That's the benefit of having a dog.
Yeah.
It makes you walk, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. So I always say to people when you meet them, like in the depths of winter when the wind's howling and it's raining, and you meet all these people with coats on and hats and with a dog, and you think, yeah, without the dog, we'd be sat inside, nice and warm, reading,
getting fat for the winter. So, does your dog appear in your fiction?
No, but a dog did this post-apocalyptic one. There was a dog, but it was a German Shepherd. But it was the same sort of companion thing going on. So I use her as the template for it. And I think there was something else I wrote that had a dog in it. But I know Dean Koontz uses golden retriever.
So you're not like Jack London, where like everything has a dog.
No. No, I fight against cliches, and if I wrote about a dog, you got a dog, yeah, that's why you wrote about a dog.
Yeah, a garden.
Yeah.
No, it's a coming of age book. No coming of age stories with a dead dog at the end.
No.
That's how you know you've grown up, when you've lost a pet. It's the only way.
Is it really?
Talking about pets has me. My cat's right here.
Oh.
But
I miss having a pet. No pets are happening for me because that's just going to be too difficult when I'm traveling. But I miss it.
Yeah.
I'm allergic
sort
to
of
bees
have
anyway.
a dog. Sort of, not really. There's a
What do you
stray.
mean, sort of?
There's a stray that kind of adopted me and comes right up to my. I live on the third floor, but she's small enough to fit through the gate downstairs, and she comes all the way up, and she'll like whine when she wants food, and then I feed her.
Oh.
But my boyfriend's like, we have 2 cats, and he doesn't want a dog. I'm like,
Oh.
So I just feed her a lot. And sometimes I give her a bath.
Dog.
You need company. You're at home all the time. You need someone to keep you company.
That's what our
know.
cats are for.
I think he's really resisting, but
You're
I
still
think
calling him boyfriend. He's your fiance.
fiance. I feel obnoxious saying
Such a weird name.
Feels like, oh, fiance.
It is one of those words that it's like,
Yeah.
That's true.
there is linguistic reasons for that. I dated someone who was a linguistics major, and I could just sit and listen to him talk about the origins of language for hours. I am so one of those girls. It's like, ooh, use big words, baby. Talk intellectual to me.
I think you're oversharing a little bit there.
No more than on the podcast, Gerald.
No more than usual. Oh man, too funny. Way too funny.
Yeah.
So have you guys found any new authors on the show that you guys have gone off and read more of their work?
We're definitely Saunders.
Did you read Saunders before?
No. I was like a bad
So you discovered him on the podcast too?
Kinda. Like I'd heard of his name, but I'd never pursued anyway. You know.
I think I heard his name, and I think I read something by him some years ago, and it was a bit so what? I wasn't terribly impressed, but
It was competently written.
Yeah.
I tell you, if anybody ever gives me a review that says competently written, I'm gonna hang myself. It's
Just cry
Can have
to a
word.
wine glass.
yeah, just drown myself in a vat of red wine. It's very bad. And don't any of you log in and as anonymous people and leave an anonymous
No.
review.
We're friends. We're all friends here.
That's what Rami. Remember when Rami was like, when we were talking about writing short stories, he was like, "Are you guys gonna submit your own work?" I'm like, "Oh no, no.
No.
Conflict of interest. No.
Plus, there's no way. There is no way I'd be able to honestly like review on a public show that other people are gonna listen to any of my friends' stories. Like, I can't separate that. Can I like privately behind closed doors give them constructive feedback? Sure, but
on air, tear their
No
story
way.
apart on
No
air because I'm
way.
too honest. I wouldn't be too nice.
yeah.
I would totally be like, yeah, Gerald's story is missing this, and it left me blank out here, and then you
Gerald's
hate
story
me,
is
and then the
missing
next show
nothing.
would be
Perfect.
uncomfortable,
Yeah, right.
and the podcast would end.
And I'd be like, Gerald's story is notably missing a dog that dies at the end, but I think that was its strength.
A no New England garden. Got to have a new one.
No New England garden.
Yeah.
I deliberately wrote a grief narrative without any driving, no landscapes, just for you. I know. I was like, can I do it? Can I write a
Wow.
grief narrative without any of the cliches? There is no driving through New England landscapes
No, I feel like
or any
writing.
landscapes.
I feel like writing like a parody of like driving grief, where like instead of they're on a car, they're on like one of those like hoverboard things and just like listlessly hoverboarding through like an alleyway.
Yeah, that would be very good.
Oh, that's horrible.
Really hover.
They don't.
You were
hover.
just so judgmental about those grief narratives. It's quite funny.
Yeah, it's like
Well,
a pet
yeah.
peeve.
It is because if you're like relying on some maudlin tropes, it's a trope for a reason. It's just, I mean, I feel like there's some tropes that it's like a quick signal. It's like I put this in here so everybody knows what this is. It's just like, okay, there's a common culture here, and I'm just gonna stick this in, and it's fine. But the for some reason the driving one especially, I'm just like, it's... yeah.
They need to drive through the desert. Make it different.
Actually, you know, I will say walking for some reason for a grief narrative, if it's done well, I'm more tolerant of it. If it's done very well, it ruins me. I recently watched Wild, the Reese Witherspoon movie. I sobbed uncontrollably for the rest of the evening.
Really?
So,
One of the problems we have, though, is because modern tropes come from somewhere.
Mhm.
And we read stories that are across centuries. Like, we've read some pretty old stories. And so we've read stories that were what started a trope. And then we have criticized it for being a cliche.
Yeah.
But the cliche started from that story. And it's hard to separate that. It's like, okay, so this is where the cliche originated. So I have to get out of my modern brain that has read this 50 million times and pretend like it's the first time I've ever seen this before. It's very difficult.
yeah.
You don't necessarily have to do it because I think chances that you may have seen.
Oh,
it
I
before
lost
me.
Remy for a second.
He's done.
Repeat.
I said I don't think you necessarily have to do that because if you've already seen this trope before, then chances are that someone else reading it may have come across it before too.
True. But I like to give a story a chance. I hate to criticize a story because a whole bunch of other stories copied it after the fact.
Oh yeah,
You know,
yeah.
I
think the time.
and that's something that, you know, as I read more stories, I'm finding that some of the older stories I like to do a little bit more research because I have found myself starting to criticize a story for something that really wasn't their fault. And so then in those situations, when we come on air, then I'm stuck in a situation where I'm like, well, I didn't like the story because of this cliche, but it's actually not a cliche because that's just where the cliche started from. And I think saying that on air is helpful.
Yeah. And I remember this happened early on with the magic chalk. We were like the solitary man tier at the end. We're like, okay, this predates the abuse of that, but it still annoyed us, right? Even though we knew.
True, but you know what? When we read that story, how much fun did you have watching that supernatural music video of the Solitary Man song? The fact that there is a music video about the Solitary Man tier just killed me.
Yeah. I remember Gerald did not like the magic chalk very much. He was like, it was great up until he got stuck in the wall like a chalk drawing.
That's not possible. But, yeah.
Do you cry Solitary Man tears, Gerald?
No.
Is that a cliche?
No. Not at all.
Not at
Whoa.
all.
Time
Yeah, we got
flies.
another person. John has joined us.
Yes.
Yay. I don't know if he's a listener. Let us know if you listen to the Literary Roadhouse. Oh, is somebody checking the website to see if anyone's left any comments or questions?
I can look again.
LiteraryRoadhouse.com/live.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, just do a refresh because I don't want to miss anything. I don't think there are, since this is our first blab, but just in case. And if any of the people that are watching want to join the blab, let us know, and one of us will switch out with you. We have no problem doing that because we would love to talk to people.
We're desperate to talk to people.
Yes, talk to us. Talk to us about short stories.
Or anything.
It's looking good on the
Think
website, though.
about
All
it.
of our feeds are coming up. That's
Oh,
good.
good.
All of them?
Yeah.
That's good.
Mhm.
That is really, really good. I love the fact that everything seems to be working. Since when is, you know what? I don't even want to say that out loud because it is a jinx. If I say everything is working, that is when like the YouTube feed's going to die or
Yeah.
it is just the way of the world.
Yeah.
And I'm looking for YouTube comments. We don't have any YouTube comments.
Nothing on
But the
Twitter.
fact that I figured out how to connect this to YouTube, can we just say
Good.
Good first step.
major geek cred?
Yeah.
I'm very proud of myself.
I'll give you some clicks. There you go.
Oh, I thank you,
I
Gerald.
forgot about these.
I'm feeling the love.
Yeah.
Thank you, Gerald. So much love.
Yeah.
So I'm just reading. John was sending you a comment, Gerald. So yeah, I'm getting ready to read 10th of December. Are you reading that, Anise?
No, because I'm listening to so many. I have all these different audiobooks now. I just keep buying them. So I haven't finished listening to 10th of December, but I have it on my Audible.
What are you reading right now? You mentioned the book that
So
you're
I'm
reading. Are you
reading,
reading anything
like
else?
physically reading, I'm reading Station 11 by Emily St. John Mandel, and then I'm listening to Going Clear, which is crazy. Yesterday I
Yeah.
sat down, I'm like, I'm just gonna listen to just 30 minutes, and then 4 hours later I like woke up and I was like out of this trance. I had just listened to 40 minutes, like 4 hours straight through, and I got the marathoner badge on Audible.
You know what? Getting that badge is not a good thing.
Yeah.
Really?
That badge has a dark
It does have
side.
a dark side.
I'm just saying.
You're
It has
saying
a dark
this
side.
with the wine cork in your hand as you're holding the
Yes,
wine
because I'm not quite drunk yet,
Mm.
but I'm getting there. Uh-oh. So right now I am reading Joan Didion's Year of Magical
Mhm.
Thinking. Loving it.
Yeah.
Can I just say the way this woman uses language makes me want to have a gazillion of her lesbian babies. I love this book. From the very first sentence, I was like, I like her use of language. This is good. And where she's taking it. And the thing is, it's one of those stories, it's not like a story. It is more contemplation and thinking out loud. And it's almost like an extended essay in parts, but it still has a story too. And that can be done really badly, very easily. And she's so good at it. I think it's probably because she was a Vogue editor and she's done essays and stuff, so she can do this kind of work better. It's making me realize I've never really learned how to write essay.
Mm.
In school, we wrote essays, but they were like, 5-page essay with your 2-paragraph entrance and then your 3-paragraph. It was so like formulaic that we never read essays. We only wrote them. And I'm realizing I don't know how to write essay as an art form, but I'm starting to enjoy reading essay as an art form. And I feel like Year of Magical Thinking has parts of it that are almost like extended essay.
Mhm.
I'm also reading the Zadie Smith collection of essays. And that was the one where it really made me think essay in and of itself is an art form that, like short story, is even more neglected. Like, it is so neglected. In school, when you write essays, how many essays did you actually read that you guys didn't write?
Yeah.
I think one.
I
Yeah, like
think
a handful.
for not having that necessary like formulaic background though might be helpful for you because you're not sort of boxed in by this prototypical thing that's expected, and you can do as you want and veer away from the expected standards.
I just think if when I was in school we had read essays by amazing authors, I would not have learned to hate essays.
Mm-hmm.
Because essays are a lot more than that 5-paragraph BS that they teach you in middle school.
35 paragraphs.
You know, essay can be so just engaging and amazing, just exploration of thought. And I never got any of that in school. And so when I picked up Zadie Smith, or I picked up The Zen of Writing, and I started reading some of these essays, I was like mind blown, total. And I would like to learn to write some, but oh my goodness, it just looks, I think writing essay would be even harder than writing fiction, I think. I wouldn't even know where to start. It's just, my brain is so scattered and has so many thoughts, I wouldn't even know where to start.
Yeah.
All right, I think this is a good pause for me to bid you all farewell. In case any of the other listeners want to jump in, now they have the opportunity to do so.
Okay, so long, farewell, I see you in tomorrow.
Or Thursday.
Sorry, adieu.
Bye, Remy.
To you.
All right, see you.
Bye.
Gerald's gone, but tell him I said bye to. Here, I'll give him another prop.
I will.
Give him some props.
Give him some more props before you
All
leave.
right, see you guys.
See you on
Bye.
Thursday. Ciao. Yay!
I'm getting hungry.
You're getting hungry. Are you abandoning me too?
Not yet, but
Hey, I have food. I went to the grocery store. I have buffalo wings,
we didn't know why.
and I have clam chowder.
Mm.
But mostly I have Prosecco.
I'm like debating. I'm like, do I want to cook something or corner store pizza? Corner
Mhm.
store pizza.
I'm really excited to read Inheritance this month.
Yeah.
I loved her other books so much, and I loved the way Sam taught at the writers' conference that I cannot wait to read this book. It's one of the books that is on my shelf that I wanted to read before I left the country because I'm reading it on paper. And I'm just really, really excited. I want to get through Che Guevara's biography by the end of the month, but it's 10 more hours and I hate the narrator so much. I hate the narrator so much. It's painful.
Yeah.
So those are my 3 reading goals for the month. I would like to start doing TBRs and wrap-up videos for every month for reading. I think that would be a good addition to YouTube.
Yeah. Yeah.
Have you considered doing that?
The YouTube thing? Yeah, I've thought about booktubing, but God, it's huge. That community is so big that I'm just like, I don't know.
It's intimidating?
It's a little intimidating, especially because some people are, I saw this one video that was like, how to be a good booktuber. They're like, upload at least 3 videos a week. I'm like, no, I can't upload.
Okay, there's a difference between a good booktuber and a famous booktuber. Wow.
Yeah.
Slow down on the Prosecco.
And also, John asked if I write nonfiction. No, just fiction, but I like to read nonfiction. So, well, listen.
What kind of fiction do you write?
I think I tend towards sci-fi, a little bit of thriller, and I think I'm plot-wise heavily influenced by Atwood and Le Guin. They're kind of like, especially what I like about Le Guin is she'll take a premise, usually a political one, but it could be anything else, and then she doesn't tell you which of these are better. She explores the pros and cons of both. And then you as a reader decide which set of values is more important to you. So like in The Dispossessed, when she's comparing the different set of values, she doesn't tell you which one is better. And I can easily see how somebody who's like very like pro-capitalist or just kind of like the more like conservative ideals would think that one society, because it's not painted negatively, they're not villainous, like you get to decide, which I like. She just explores the natural endpoints of things. And then Atwood takes today and she just extrapolates the evil that she sees now and then makes them the power in the future. And she does that in different ways. Like you guys saw that with The Heart Goes Last, but her Mad Adam trilogy is way better. So yeah.
Yeah, you mentioned that on the show a few times.
Way better. Also, when you were talking earlier about your story about how color was associated with power or hierarchy in a society, for a minute I thought you were going to say that color was like triggering some kind of psychosomatic like attack, and it made me think of Snow Crash, because in Snow Crash there's a static that, if you're a really good coder who knows binary, gives you a virus straight to your brain. Because Snow Crash is
wow. Yeah, I'm having fun writing this story. I'm the girl, because she can't see color anymore, and because color is such an important part of who she is. She has a bit of synesthesia, and so she feels things, she thinks of things in color, but she has to hide that because she's not supposed to see color anymore. She's supposedly cured, and so the scientists think that seeing color is what triggers the power, the magic, but it's the sense of color that does. And she finally, in the final scene, she's in an amphitheater and they're showing her off because she's cured, and they have this advancement. And as long as they get the colored people when they're young, they're able to eliminate their sense of color. And then she blows up the entire theater using skin color, because brown is a compilation of all colors, just like black is. And she just loses her temper and blows up the facility. So I'm like having so much fun because I'm getting to write with all these senses. I love writing with multiple senses a lot, and I tend to do it, but I've never tried to write something where one sense is completely removed. So I've completely removed her sense of her sense of color, which in and of itself is a sense of sight. There's one line in the story that I particularly love, and I was so proud of myself. And it's one of these lines that's like, when you write a story and you're like, yeah, I'm gonna have to change all of this because all of it sucks and all the words are bad. And then all of a sudden you get a line that's like, you know what, that line's gonna make it. And that's I think you'll like this. The woods around my father's house were warm and colored and covered in reds and browns. It tasted like mama, like love and dust. I wish I could remember her face, but a face without colors is just a shadow.
Nice.
I love that.
Yeah.
Can I just say, favorite paragraph I've ever written? I think I can die a happy woman because I've written that paragraph.
Yeah.
Nice.
A face without colors is just a shadow. I just, I love it so much. And knowing my luck is going to end up being a darling that I have to cut, and it's going to rip my heart out and just turn it into shreds. But I'm hoping that I can keep that phrasing because it's simple. She's young, but she's really smart. She's really intellectual, but she's still young. And I feel like it's captured in that, where there's a really intellectual thought, but it's in simpler language. And I love the way it's phrased.
I know, you were talking about having to cut your darlings and everything like that, which is good editing wisdom. But I also read this article that was cautioning authors not to overly self-edit, because you read it so many times that there might be something that, because you've read it so many times, is now dead to you, that you're like, this isn't doing anything.
Yes.
But to a new reader, a new set of eyes, it still has some power to it.
You know what I do? And this is one of these things, Gerald, you laughed at me a long time ago when I was talking about editing a short story for like 7 months. But here's why. I will let a story sit for months. So that when I come back to it, it's like a completely new story. And every time I do that, I find new things. And every time I do that, I find things that I realize are good. So when I'm editing, I mark the things that are good just as much as I mark the things that are bad.
That's a good idea.
So that I don't accidentally get in there and start deleting the stuff. I recently had this at work where I gave someone a list of changes and they went through and they started changing a bunch of other stuff that was great. And so now there's more changes. And it's like, if you mark the stuff that's good, then okay, leave this alone. This part is working. This part is amazing. And I think sometimes authors forget to do that.
Yeah.
I can see it in the final project sometimes, where I can tell it's certain sections have been edited too much. Have you found that where you're reading a short story and you're like, this was probably better two versions ago?
Yeah.
You
It has happened on the podcast sometimes where they'll briefly mention something that's really important in like 2 words, and they don't, and like they could have expanded on that more.
Yeah. And I tend to leave a lot of room in my writing. So, you know, on the Bradbury Challenge, I'm a little notorious for writing longer stories, but actually I tend to let my stories breathe a lot. I tend to have a lot of subtext in my stories, which is both a good and a bad thing, because then I get things back from people that are like, explain everything to me in the first paragraph, which that's not how I write. And those aren't the stories I like to read. So it's kind of annoying. But on the other hand, it's a good thing because I don't have that thing where some new writers, they want to put everything on the page. And then you're like, you know, give the reader some room here. Like, let them breathe a little bit. You don't have to tell them absolutely everything. But then I have the problem of sometimes I leave stuff out.
Yeah.
Where I'm like, I'm assuming that my reader is going to know something, or I'm assuming that my reader is going to figure something out, or that they're going to be patient enough to get to the 3rd chapter to figure out something. And not all readers are like that.
Nothing's ever perfect, is it?
What is that? What's that saying? No story is ever perfect. No story is ever finished. They're only forgotten, abandoned. That's totally how I feel. I feel like there are stories that I've written that have been totally abandoned. But then again, like I've heard stories about poets who will 30 years after the poem has been published and made famous, they'll still like change a word here and there.
That's crazy, isn't it?
That is totally me. Like, that is so me. I posted a bunch of old stories and old poems on my website, and I literally can't look at them because if I look at them, I'm going to edit them, and I kind of want them the way they are. Like, they have misspellings, and there's parts that need changed, and they need edited, but I kind of like seeing the writer I was. And so I just don't look at them.
Really?
Because if I look at them, I'm going to edit them. I'm going to change them.
Yeah.
That's true.
Oh.
Okay. Yummy, yummy, yummy. I got my Prosecco.
Yeah, she's eating. I'm over here like I'm hungry. And she's already eating.
Go get food.
Yeah.
This is
Yeah,
party,
I think
girl.
I might go get food.
This isn't a party.
Yeah, it
It's
is.
a party.
It is a party, but I'm like losing steam already.
Get your
like,
food. Get your wine. Oh, come on. Don't let the old folks out party you.
Oh, I always get out party by the old folks.
Yeah, you needed to send your mom in. Me and your mom, Gerald, will party all night. He'll be like sound asleep like an old person.
If I'm gonna eat while talking to you, then I don't have time to cook, so I'm gonna have to get Cornerstone pizza.
Woohoo!
Cornerstone pizza. So, Cornerstone pizza, chips, and I have this ever since I was young. I'll get like random like addictions temporarily to food. Like, like I need to eat this every day. Right now it's coleslaw, so I'm gonna go get some coleslaw too.
You know, those addictions are scary. Those addictions are dangerous. I had an addiction to pancakes, and literally I haven't had a pancake in 10 years. I cannot eat them now because I ate too many.
Ate too many pancakes.
Too many pancakes.
I remember there was a summer when I was in high school where I had Eggo waffles like twice a day for 2 meals.
Okay, I'll own it. As a single mom who was in school and writing, my kids have been known to have Eggo waffles and popcorn for dinner on a few occasions.
It happens.
It happens.
Once or twice. And they think it's great.
Yeah,
they're like,
stoked. And you're like, I am the worst mother on the planet.
All right, I'm going to go get pizza and coleslaw.
Go get your pizza, girl.
All right, I'll be back. Should I just shut out? And
doesn't matter. Just leave it. We got an open seat. Yeah, just leave it the way it is. Just walk away.
You can turn
just leave.
Sound off. You can turn your mic off down the bottom left of your little window. Little speakery thing. That's yes, you've turned it off.
Evidently, it worked.
Awesome. Yeah, you can't turn the camera off. I don't think.
Nope. It is what it is. Now we get to see her real apartment. What all's in there?
Yeah.
Now that she's not in the way.
Can we control her camera from here? Can we
I
zoom
wish.
in?
That'd be really cool. We could like zoom in and move it around.
See what you're doing.
You know what? That's how I know you're drinking with me. It's all good.
It's all good.
It's all good.
Cool. Well, Super Bowl kicks off at 11. Well, in about an hour, so that's...
It hasn't already started?
No.
Oh,
No,
I figured Super Bowl was going on this whole time.
It's just pre-match.
So are you writing a novel right now or just working on your short story collection?
Oh dear. My problem as a writer is I have I think I have ADHD or something. I can't I jump around too much. I have too many works in progress. Yes, I'm planning. I started one thing, but as part of another challenge, which is 100K 100 days.
Mm-hmm.
And so
that's difficult.
Yeah, 1,000 words a day. It's but in theory you get a novel length piece of stuff at the end. But the thing I was writing sort of petered out, and it wasn't really that good. And I think I told you, I had this idea for political conspiracy, and I did the walk thing and talking into my phone and but since then I've met some people from another writing group, a critique group, and they said, and it's my turn to submit this month. So they said, what are you going to submit? I said, I don't know. I have no idea. Said, why don't you submit the next part of that book that I submitted last time, which was a piece of crime fiction.
And you hadn't worked on it since last time, huh?
Yeah, exactly. And the reason I hadn't worked on it was because it didn't have any structure. So at the writing group on Saturday, I said, well, I'll just impose the structure onto what I've written, like 20,000 words or something.
Oh no!
You can't do that. That doesn't work. So, but what I did do was write a structure and a plan for the story, and with a bit more fleshing out. What I'll do is I'll take bits of what I've written, put that into the plan, and then I'll be able to carry on. Because they were, I met them on Friday, and that they said, "Oh, you must finish it. It was really good. The opening was really good, and it's going to be such a good setup." Oh, okay then. So I'm back to that. So I overreach myself.
You know what? My thing is I'm scared of editing. And I don't know. I've never edited a super long project before. And so here I am with 2 novel rough drafts, completed rough drafts. And I started editing the second one, which is much more clean than the first one, because I figured if I'm going to learn editing, I probably don't want to learn with the one that's complete disaster. I want to learn with the one that at least makes sense. And just reading through it the first time is taking me months.
Really?
I am halfway through the first reading of it. And it's not because it's difficult. It's not because it's bad, because it's actually quite good. I'm very surprised at the writing. I think the writing is halfway decent because it was outlined ahead of time. The second book, so far I haven't run into a chapter that needs deleted. Whereas the first 2 chapters just need wholesale just cut. Right. And so I haven't run into any of that because I outlined it and I really thought about it before I started writing. And the writing itself isn't bad. If anything, there are places that need things added to it, and there are artistic changes. But as far as story changes, there really aren't any. There's one major story change in my first book that is going to be an absolute disaster, where I'm changing a female friend into a male friend who is gay and has a subtext of attraction to the main character. And I'm like, that is going to be an absolute hellacious edit. Yeah. Because it changes everything. Yeah. But what it does is it makes the stakes much higher.
Yeah.
And it adds a lot of of intrigue and tension. Whereas my second book, the one I'm editing, the tension's already there. You know, when I went to the writers conference, I put it up as, oh, look, we have cat butt.
Just walked across the screen.
I submitted it as literary fiction, and Samantha said, you know, this is drama, this is suspense. I want you to read some McCarthy. I want you to read The Talented Mr. Ripley. This is where that book is. And so the tension obviously is there, but for some reason I have this block and I can only read like a chapter at a time. And then I just got to back away and just get some distance. And I'm like, am I ever going to finish editing the story? Like, how do I get over that hump? When I think back, it took me 10 years to get over the internal block of finishing a draft.
Wow.
I think the cat just turned off her blab. I think the cat turned off her blab. That is funny because she wasn't there. The cat like walked across and then all of a sudden the blab was over.
Yeah. You're out of here. Fantastic.
So I'm like, it took me 10 years to get over the block of writing a novel. For 10 years, I would write, and then 5-6 chapters in, I would stop. And then the next time I would write, and I would get 8 chapters in, and I would stop. It took me so long to get through that first draft.
Wow.
And I'm like, is it going to take me 10 years to learn that I'm capable of editing this thing?
It's kind of strange because I don't have much patience with my writing. So if I've written something, and you know, most things my first draft seem to be 50, 60,000, a little bit on the short side. If I don't like it, I just park it. I don't even consider doing anything about it, because I don't really think it's worth it. But you know, that's what happens. So
her cat turned off her the cat turned off her blab, and now she's having internet problems. So now she's in, but I can't see her.
Fantastic.
That is too funny. I love that the cat turned off her blab. That's awesome.
Yeah.
Did you find that you had a block against editing when you first edited a large project?
Yeah, because I not a block, but just a lack of will to do it really. And I think one of my problems is I have too many ideas, too many new projects which I'd rather work on than edit an old project. And that sort of kind of frustrates me about my writing. I wish I could, you know, maybe not have just one project start to finish, but I have a list, and I think I'm up to about 35 works in progress that are stopped. I think I've got three or four first draft, but I have over 30 other things that are unfinished. So that I've sort of got to a certain point and thought, yeah, don't like it.
There's no way I could have that many projects sitting waiting for me to edit. And you know what? I think that's why I didn't complete NaNoWriMo this year. I think subconsciously I reached my limit of unfinished work that needs edited, and I just couldn't bear to add one more.
Yeah. And that was my problem last year and this year is that it's psychologically it's creating a block, because do I want to create yet another unfinished or even first draft finished thing and add it to the pile? Because I love writing. I think I love writing far more than I love editing or publishing or doing anything with it. I just like creating stories. So maybe I should just sort of say to myself, just write stories and park them. Don't do anything with them. Just leave them.
And then I run into the issue of, okay, so everything I've written so far, all these stories that are waiting to be edited, they're all literary stories that are going to take 18 months to 2 years to edit if I work on it consistently, just because that's the type of art they are. I need to go through them literally sentence by sentence and make sure they're rich, make sure I have the symbolism, make sure I have the resonance. And that all takes time. And the thing is, I would love to write a series that is fun, it's marketable, I can self-publish it, bring in some money, write it, maybe do a 1 or 2 pass edit, send it to an editor, and it's faster because I don't need to sit there and go through sentence by sentence and create resonance and make sure I have symbolism and make sure like the names are reflecting some ancient Greek goddess on high.
Wow.
You know what I mean.
I know what you mean. Yeah.
You know what I mean. And I'm like, but then I already have these literary stories that are weighing on my conscience. So then I can't write these fun stories that are easier to edit and have a lot less to them because I'm just so weighed down. And I feel like on some level, Past needs to be my first novel and I need to get past that.
Right. Yeah. Yeah. I found about 18 months ago, I was sort of sitting, looking at my works in progress spreadsheet, which is huge, and thinking, oh, geez, what am I going to do with all this? And then, so I started writing down stories and what sort of genre they are. And slowly, collections seem to come out of those stories. So I thought, oh, wow, I've got a collection of pre-apocalyptic fiction and one post-apocalyptic. So, that's a collection, that's a series. And I had crime fiction. So there's dark crime fiction set in London with the same main character. There's other sort of almost cozy crime set in a seaside town. There's collections. So I started to get the structure for my body of work, which was fantastic. But I still have to finish writing them and editing them, and that's the problem.
And you know what? There's something beautiful about the fact that you can write so many stories and suddenly see a theme. One of the things that I noticed writing 2 novel rough drafts and 6 or 7 short stories, like literally I don't know how many, was that there are certain things that keep popping up in my stories. And now I finally get it. Because I remember reading the Raymond Carver anthology, and I would see certain themes. I would see things that kept coming in. I'm like, is he doing that on purpose? Does he have a problem with his father? like you start reading these things because these certain things keep popping up in all these stories. You know, you can see like he has problems with his relationships because all of his male characters are having problems with their relationships. Right. But then I got it because I went back and I was editing a bunch of short stories and I realized every single short story I've written not only had a child as one of the main characters, but they all had water. Every single one. I'm like, do I just ban water from my vocabulary? Every single one. They're either on a river or there's dripping water or there's a shower. Like water is a constant symbol in every single one of my stories. It was so interesting. And so then I went back and I started looking at my novels. So my first novel, Remisium Rising, the protagonist is someone that is a sailor for his part-time. He's on boats, they're by the sea. And so then I look at Past and even though water isn't explicitly said, she is drinking too much and things are wet and she's in a mental hospital and the visions are coming through like waves. I'm like, really, Maya?
Wow. How funny. But I think it's only by writing a body of work, and it can be, like you say, a couple of novels and a handful of short stories, and then by looking at them, you think there is a theme coming through here. There is, which is why I don't write literary fiction. I know I'm not very good at it, and I enjoy writing what I write, and occasionally I'll dabble in romance. Occasionally I'll dabble in something else. I can't remember what it was. But I like writing crime and apocalyptic fiction. So it's so you can't fight that for me.
No, you can't. And you know what? It's kind of like when you're writing somebody, it's like someone's come in and taken your psychologist's notes and posted them for the entire world to see because all of that internal stuff is in your writing. Even if you're trying not to be in your writing, it's all there. All of my issues with identity, growing up in a house where I was the only Black person, learning how to be around other Black, all of that is in every single one of my stories. I'm like, why?
It's kind of funny. I mentioned this critique group and the piece I submitted last time, which is about 3 or 4 months ago, was the start of a crime novel, and it's the main character, or one of the main characters, is a jaded author. He's written loads of crime novels, but he's past his peak, and he's going through the motions, and he doesn't really like this, and the publishing industry, he hates it, and so I was doing all this, and I thought, this is really, I've really got a handle on this character, and to a person, the critique group said, "Aren't you a bit harsh on traditional publishing?" I said, "Yeah."
It just came in there, just totally stuck in there.
They're making him do things he doesn't want to do, and there's no point, and da da da.
Look who's here!
Came back. It was a Firefox cache issue.
Okay.
We're just having a wonderful chat.
Yeah, black
and
cats
I'm
are evil.
getting progressively more toasted.
Okay.
Yeah.
I have
So
pizza,
the chat is getting
coleslaw.
much more fun.
Right. Gerald, continue so I can eat and not talk.
So you have pizza already?
Yeah.
That
Cornerstone's
didn't
right
take
there.
long. Look what I have.
Oh, okay.
Mm-hmm.
Do you see that?
Ooh, I love those.
Ooh.
I
Girl
thought they changed the
Scout
name because of
Samoas.
racism.
Oh, Samoas. Oh.
But I thought they changed the name, didn't they? Because racism?
They changed it on the East Coast.
Where
the
people are
Girl
more
Scout
sensitive.
cookies have different names depending on the region.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, Samoa's is a little racist, but you know what? I don't care because they are the most delicious.
Yeah.
They are the most delicious of the Girl Scout cookies. I don't care. I will throw down with people that are like, no, Thin Mints. They're wrong. They don't. Their taste buds are dead. Samoas are the best cookie.
I mean, Samoas and Thin Mints are my 2 favorites, so.
So I went to the grocery store this morning, and I'm like in the grocery store, and there's this adorable little Girl Scout out front. And I'm like, they don't even have to put an adorable little Girl Scout. It could be like some crotchety old man in a trench coat, be like, hey, got Samoas. And I'd still buy them, right?
Mm-hmm.
So I go in, and I'm like, okay, I've got a podcast in an hour. I'm going to be having this blab in an hour. What am I going to do? So I get my son a breakfast burrito and a box of Samoas, and I get me a box of Samoas and a bottle of champagne. And I take it up to my son's room. I'm like, okay, I'm going to have a live stream in an hour. So here's your breakfast. And he looks at me. He's like, we are such bachelors. Because at least 3 times this week, I look at him like, so what do you want for dinner?
Mm-hmm.
He's like, I don't know. I'm like, I don't know either. Do you want to cook? No. Do you want to cook? No. Here's my card. Go get some dinner.
You're probably like, why can't I have one of those kids that's into cooking? Get into it.
Both of my kids cook because I'm a Black mom. It's just expected.
Yeah.
Like, I just pawn off chores as soon as they're capable of standing up to whatever level they need to be at. But yeah, we've totally turned into the best bachelor pad in this house. We'll like sit in silence for 3 days, like grunt at each other and just eat pizza and drink coffee. All we're missing is beer.
So I have a question. So Annie, is this corner store? Sorry, this corner store. Is the pizza ready made and you just microwave it or something?
Yep.
Or...
The pizza's ready made. I usually add even more cheese because I love the cheese. Then I just heat it up.
Yeah. Okay. Thank you. You can carry on.
Very quick.
That's okay. My food's better.
I want to get a handle on how
I'm
it all
addicted
works.
to these things. The pressed pop. It's like popcorn pressed into like a crisp shape for a Gerald.
Okay.
The kettle flavor. Oh my god. Oh, love them. It's life.
Hey, it's a party. It's our 1 year anniversary
I love
party. So we can sit here and eat and chat and do whatever we want. We've got an open space. So if you are watching, whether you're watching on YouTube or on the website or whatever, come over to blab.im, join, and request to join our open seat because we would love to talk to you. I think people are shy. What do you
Shy or I don't know, maybe
we
they don't have
had
cool
like
food.
3 more
No,
people
that's
at one
true,
point.
yes.
They disappeared. Wah, wah. They don't love us.
We also didn't advertise super well. Like we probably should have sent emails to our former guests.
Well, I wanted to send emails earlier, but I was like, what time? Will someone tell me what time? I didn't want to send, and then of course, I still managed to send the wrong time. I managed to send AM instead of PM. But you know what? This might be fun to do weekly. I mean, monthly.
Monthly, maybe.
Yeah,
That's
I was
good.
gonna
Weekly.
say-
I didn't mean weekly. I'm drunk. Okay, so it wasn't meant to be weekly. It was meant to be monthly. But after the Literary Roadhouse Book Club, to come and have decompress and just more relaxed chat, maybe bring in some listeners. I think that would be really fun.
Especially book club listeners, because I feel like if you actually read the book with us,
then you should want to talk to us.
Yeah.
That's a very good idea.
Which surprised me because when I went on Goodreads and I posted on Instagram that I was reading Fates and Furies, I didn't have one person comment that they liked the book.
Oh, really? Oh.
Every single person
difficult.
was like, I hated the book. I didn't finish it. I don't have nice words to say about the book. I'm like, come to the website. Tell us what you thought. Post a comment. I want to understand. And nobody did.
Yeah. But I feel like you have to know who to recommend Fates and Furies to, because I haven't recommended it to most of my friends. I recommended it to one friend who's reading it right now. And she loved the Fates. She's already into the Furies in 3 sittings. She's tearing through it. She normally doesn't read this fast. She's really into it. But I knew she would be because she aspires to be Mathilde. Mathilde is your role model.
Wow, really?
What I don't understand is, you know what? I think the reason why so many people DNF that book is because of the stupid plays. That whole section of the book was so boring and so just, you had to slog through it to get to more good stuff. I think that's probably where people left it. But then again, I kept hearing from people that are like, yeah, I stopped the last 100 pages. I just couldn't stand Mathilde anymore. I'm like, really? Or people that said, oh yeah, the story started slow. I'm like, really?
Yeah.
How is it slow?
I think also the writing style demands attention.
Yes, it does.
You
It's
cannot
very
speed read it.
old, literary, expects you to have vocabulary. One of the benefits of reading that book on Kindle, the biggest benefit of reading that book on Kindle, touch, press, dictionary.
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah.
If
And then-
I had read that book on paper and had to open up my dictionary every 2 pages, I would have been frustrated. I probably would have quit. And that is one of the things where it's like, okay, I have problems reading on e-readers. I'm making myself move to e-readers on purpose.
Yeah.
And it is not an easy move. I love my paper and my brain processes e-reading differently, but press hold dictionary is amazing.
And if you're connected to Wi-Fi, press hold Wikipedia.
Yes, press hold translate.
Hi guys.
Oh my god.
I think
Reading War and Peace when it gets to the French sections and you're just press hold translate. Awesome.
Yeah. Also the X-ray. The X-ray feature on Kindle, at one point I must have been a few hundred pages in, and it said Hamlin. I'm like, what's Hamlin? It was the name of the estate. But X-ray reminded me.
Which reminds me, okay, so I was reading Year of Magical Thinking, Joan Didion, and I was maybe 40 pages in, and suddenly the father's name in Fates and Furies made sense. I was like, how did I not make that connection? So Gawain was one of the knights of the
Yeah.
round table. I'm like,
Mm-hmm.
mind blown, like
Really?
so linked. And then
Yeah.
his son's name is Lancelot,
Mhm.
and like he
Maya.
was all good.
Yeah.
I was like, how did I not see this? Oh my god.
Plus, in the Knights of the Round Table, Lancelot is the more studly one too, more so than
Yes.
Gawain. Yeah.
Totally fits. And the thing is, I do that with my naming, but not quite as like literary, intellectual, academia level. Like when I name a character, I will look at what their purpose is and what they mean in the story and what their symbolism is in the story. And a lot of times I will find their name either in English or in another language that kind of matches that or reflects that in some way. But that was like so obvious. And as many times as I've read or watched Merlin stories,
Yeah.
I have no idea how that completely just right over the top of my head.
Mhm.
And we didn't mention it on the podcast.
Yeah. Wait, should we call Raven or Gail or Gael? I want to know, are you a listener of the podcast or you just or did you find us on Blab? Okay, that's great.
Great, we got a new person. So for
Yeah.
people that are just coming in and don't really know us,
Hearts.
Aw.
Oh, listen, if you have a webcam and a microphone and want to talk books with us, and
Yeah.
short
Jump
stories,
on in.
jump
Or
on
if you
into the open seat. We'll take
or if you
anyone
just-
on the open seat.
If you just want to hit on Anise, that's
You can
fine
also hit
too.
on me. You can give me more of the little
But she's
Hand
engaged,
thing.
so I won't get you anywhere.
flattery will get you everywhere.
Yeah. Well, I'm a flirt and a pervert, so there you go. I am who I am.
It is it's funny. I as I said on the book club podcast, I think Fates and Furies was a book for grown-up readers. You couldn't sort of treat it like a blockbuster and just go tearing through it. I think you had to spend time reading it, devouring it almost. And I don't know if I said it on the podcast, but the Fates part, the first half, was the best book I'd ever read, ever.
Really?
Ever.
Wow.
It was. I didn't like the second half as much because it lost the sort of the beautiful language, I think, and it was. And I enjoyed the fact that it was more plotty, the second half, so that you could. And I enjoyed the fact that it was written in two halves, so you could see this sort of almost charmed lifestyle that the guy had.
Yeah, it wouldn't have
Was
worked the other way.
constructed. Was constructed by her, and she interfered with made their life what it was. But I was just sitting there reading it. I love this book. I love this book. I love this book.
Aww.
Super.
See, I had the exact same experience until we got to the plays. The plays did not get better, and they sucked.
Oh, I love the plays.
Oh
I
my!
thought they were funny, like ridiculous in a ridiculous way.
I thought the first couple were great, and then I was like, "Come on now!" Like, it started making me yawn. I started scanning to see how many pages each one was. The shorter ones didn't bother me so much, but I was like, "Really, dude? Really?"
There was one play that I remember genuinely liking and thinking I would watch this because it felt like a satire, but I can't remember which one it was. Most of them was whatever. It was like a gimmick. But there was one that I was like, I'd watch this on the stage.
Really?
Yeah, I think that is what spoiled the first half for me, but I loved it. You know, when I say spoiled, it's not like I didn't like the book. I loved the book, but there were sections that just dragged for me. But that said, I'm going to read it again. I'm totally going to read that book again. And I know that when I read it again, I'm going to see things I didn't see the first time. You know, usually you don't realize that until after you've read it the second time. You're like, oh, I saw things I didn't see different. Yeah. I can tell that when I read it again, I'm going to see different things. There's so much nuance in that book, so much resonance in that book. I'm probably going to enjoy it more the second read.
Yeah.
And I think I enjoyed enjoyed her writing so much. I thought it was perfect writing. I thought her story construction was perfect. There was enough sort of literary nods towards literary fiction, but the story kept going. The pace was spot
Thank
on.
you. I am loving these literary writers that are still taking story structure and storytelling into consideration.
Yeah.
You know, there's such a bad reputation for. I just literally listened to a podcast where the guy from StoryGrid was trying to explain the difference between literary fiction and non-literary fiction. And I love him and I love the podcast, but oh my God, I wanted to scream at him and bang his head against the wall. He said, I'm going to paraphrase it. He said, literary fiction, you find literary writers who can write amazing sentences, but there's no story. I was I wanted to bang my head against all the walls all the time.
Yeah.
Okay, so we've come through this period where literary fiction is a quote-unquote genre, and people go to school to learn literary fiction, and literary fiction has to be pretentious and for people that know all the words. And I'm so frustrated because it's like the 80s and 90s have ruined the reputation of literary fiction. And all those English teachers, all of academia, they shove these stories down kids' throats, and then the kids go off and think literary fiction sucks, and they only read genre for the rest of their lives.
Mm-hmm.
I'm sorry. Fates and Furies, there was so much intrigue and suspense that was happening in that story. There are so many literary fiction books and stories that are full of story and full of character that aren't just about pretty sentences or characters staring off into the distance contemplating life. Come on now. Can we just leave that whole stereotype behind already?
I
Rant over.
I think Fates and Furies is very inspirational because it shows that you can write an engaging and interesting story and make it literary at the same time. And
so what is literary? Like, it all comes back to the same question. Because I still, if someone says to me, what is literary fiction? I still, a year after we've done this podcast, we've had guest co-hosts come on and explain literary fiction. Roz Morris came on and gave us a great definition of literary fiction, probably the closest that I've heard that makes me sound that I can like somewhat accept. But still to this day, if someone says, what is literary fiction? I can't tell them.
No.
Yeah.
It's one of those things that you know when you see it, don't you?
Yeah. It is kind of, what did I say on that podcast? Something magical realism. Remember when I was like, magical realism? You know what?
Literary fiction is like porn. You know it when you see it. It's the U.S. versus, what is it? United States versus, like, which magazine?
Yeah. I also think it's like, it's exploring. I think literary fiction tends to be character-driven, not plot-driven, because pretty much all genre fiction. Huh?
But that doesn't mean there isn't a plot.
There's still a plot. But I guess what I'm saying is, if you look at Fates and Furies, there is a plot, and that plot helps the characters develop or change over the course of the story. But the plot isn't the story. They could have been people who are on a schooner going around the globe, and that is an exploration of their marriage. Whereas genre fiction, the plot is the whole point. You can't change the plot, or else you miss the whole point.
It's all about what happens next, what happens next, what happens next.
Not just what happens next, but this is a story about a guy who is trying to get to the top of Mount Everest in a hot air balloon, but the technology doesn't exist yet, right?
And
like
the literary
whole point
version
is
of
the
that
action.
would be.
The literary version of that would be, this is a guy who is trying to realize the human potential by narrowly focusing on one problem. The problem doesn't matter what it is. It happens to be a hot air balloon.
See, I think can't agree with that definition, and that is probably the most common definition, and here's why. I have read a lot of genre fiction that is extremely character-based, where without the character, the story would not exist, but yet it's genre fiction.
Well, but when you say it's character-based,
it's good genre fiction.
But is it character-based in the sense of like,
It's character based in the sense that the plot comes from the character rather than
but is it like Harry Potter where it's like a little bit different? Where like yes, it's coming.
Harry Potter is straight genre.
Right, it's straight genre. And what I'm saying is, but it very heavily is depending on that one character, but it's not exploring anything. I mean, it is exploring a lot of things about the human condition, but is it exploring specifically something about what that character's struggling
on that one character. I think you could switch out that character, make a couple changes, and the story would still stand. It's still a hero's journey story with a young boy who needs to defeat evil. It's a chosen one story. It is Stardust. It is all of those stories.
It's The Matrix, chosen one.
Exactly. Yeah. That said, the last couple books, I would say, border on literary fiction. They get a little expansive. You can see that J.K. Rowling's a little bored. She's exploring some deeper themes. She's getting in there. She knows her readers are a little older. She's making them stretch a little bit. It's bordering on that. But at its core, it's still a genre. But let me think. I'm trying to think of a book that is like
an example for like
supremely character-based, but still literary fiction. Anna Karenina.
Literary, though.
Lolita. They're literary, but they're extremely like character and plot based. Like there's strong plots in those stories. But now I'm trying to think literary.
Gail says Outlander.
Genre fiction.
Outlander. Speaking of Outlander, by the way, there's like 8 or 9 Outlander books, and my friend who's now reading Fates and Furies, she's been reading all the Outlander books. I think she's gotten to like the 4th or 5th. You've read them all? Okay. Are they great? Apparently, though, there are some kinky love scenes.
So in other words, Robbie wouldn't like these books.
Oh, Robbie wouldn't like it. But my friend, like, she reads it while she's commuting, and she'll like send me screen caps of the book as she's reading it. She's like, look at how she described this now. Like,
that is so funny. You know what's funny is when I was a young girl, my mom worked graveyard shift. And so my mom had this huge bookcase that like on the bottom was like a huge encyclopedia world book set. And then there was a bunch of interesting literary fiction. Then on the very top shelf were all of her 70s sex education, feminism, and Harlequin romance books. And I read so much. I had like in middle school, they tested me and they're like, oh yeah, she has like a 3rd year college reading level. I'm like, I was reading so much smut. Some of those books, you open them, they'd flop right open to the good parts. And that was all me. There were some parts of those books and that I would read over and over and over. And I gotta say, like, everyone talks about steamy romance. Oh my goodness. Like 70s Harlequin romance, the thick ones, not the thin ones, not like the silhouette desire books, but like the really thick ones. Oh my goodness. Oh my goodness. There was like so many women falling in love with their rapists and like disappearing on pirate ships. And like there was so much kinky stuff going on. And I'm like, like seriously, some of those books make 50 Shades of Grey look like absolutely nothing. Look like Sesame Street.
Although she's saying, you know, she's bringing up a good point with Outlander, which we touched upon 2 podcasts ago on Escape from Spiderhead, how there's sex scenes that are trashy and there's some that are not, that it contributes to the story or to the way that the characters are bonded or exploring something new, but it's still ultimately like, you know, there's still
a sex scene.
So you still like get this little bit of like a hee, you know, like this little.
You know what? I love the sex scenes in Escape from Spiderhead, and I thought that whole conversation was really interesting because those scenes were extremely titillating and sexy and emotional without being gross and graphic. You know what I mean? And there was something about the way he wrote about sex that seemed inherently honest in a way that you don't get when you're reading about heaving bosoms and strong manhoods and all that bullshit.
Yeah.
I gotta say though, the 70s euphemisms were pretty awesome.
We're heading into NSFW territory, aren't we?
But you know what? It's all about fiction. Like that is seriously, being able to write a decent sex scene that doesn't turn off readers is such an important part of fiction because it's an important part of life. And how many stories have we read, both short stories and novels, where the book was great until it got to the scene where the two people come together and you're just like, okay, I'm done.
Yeah, I must admit, I steer clear of sex scenes because I don't think I can do them, and so I close the door, I draw the curtains, and what goes on goes on. But I have ventured into erotica, but it's
I would
kind of
love
hard.
to read girls' erotica.
No, you wouldn't. But it's kind of hard.
Actually.
It's kind of hard to avoid being cliche and being, heading into bad erotica award territory. It's really difficult. Really difficult.
One of the things I love about the novel I'm editing is I have the very first sex scene. The main character is so nervous. And I love how I portrayed his nervousness. I feel like it's not a sexy sex scene. It's a sweet sex scene. It's a lovely sex scene. But he is so nervous and slightly clumsy, but there's so much love there. And I love that. I love sex scenes that aren't cliched in some way. Whether it is a protagonist being nervous, whether it is clumsy behavior, whether it is not being about the physical, but being about a lot of metaphor and emotional writing or going into internal dialogue. Like, I like sex scenes that are very different than just like went here, manhood went there, bosoms heaved, everybody's happy, wake up the next morning, smoke a cigarette.
Here's a question. Could either of you write a rape scene?
I could. I've done it.
Yeah, but I feel like I could, but I'm always kind of wary of everything that happened to the character that was raped afterwards. You don't want to make it seem like, oh, suddenly that, like, I don't like the because I was raped now I'm like
the brave cliche where it's raped and my inciting action was the rape.
Right, exactly. The rape is now what made me a strong woman. Like, that kind of stuff always makes you a little uncomfortable because it's like kind of like I feel like I don't think I would throw it in there as a plot device because
it needs to be important to the character, but it can't be a plot device.
Yeah, and it can't feel, I don't know. Like, I feel like there's so many things about it you have to be careful with that I don't know if I'd attempt it anytime soon.
See, my problem is that people are so careful with them that they default to cliches.
Yeah.
And I feel like the best rape scenes are the ones that throw both the cliches and the trying to be politically correct out the window. And just get in the experience and just write it honestly from the heart.
Yeah.
So I can write them. I actually wrote a story. I mean, it fades a little bit to black, but not much. Because I've got a young child who's been raped by her father. So you see him coming into the room, you see her discomfort, and then afterwards, I'm really explicit where her father's passed out on the couch and she's going into the bathroom and she's washing herself before sneaking out of the house. And the smell.
I read this, didn't I? Didn't I do a proofread for that? The raft?
I think you might have. The raft, yeah. And the smell post-rape.
I'd say it wasn't
explicit, but it was probably, I mean, for a child scene, I had to not be as explicit.
Let me put it to you this way. I think a reader who doesn't want to accept that it was a rape scene would probably be like, oh, he beat her, oh, it was something else. Like, it fades out enough that a reader could say it didn't happen.
They can have plausible deniability. But when you've got a 9-year-old girl in the shower and she's smelling spice.
Yeah, it's very like.
Yeah, I'm like, come on now. Like, that's totally, you're denying on purpose.
Yeah.
But I have done more explicit rape scenes, but not like just as practice or whatever in previous stories, but none of them have stayed.
I think it's
I don't know.
We like years ago we had in a literary short fiction group I was in, it must be 10, 15 years ago, and we had a discussion about child abuse, and the leader of the group saying, would you write about child abuse? And everyone, including me, said, "Whoop, no, not going there." He said, "Why not? It's it's fiction. It didn't really happen, but
it's an important part of our everyday life."
Yeah. It's but I've written something. It's one of my unfinished projects, strangely enough. But where a child has been abused, but there is no evidence that it happened. There's no, it's the father. The father's a little too close. He's a little too loving towards the child.
It's implied.
It's implied, and I felt very comfortable with that, and drew a line at that point. But and the original question about rape scenes, I think I've seen them on television and on films, but I think I'd have real trouble writing it.
Yeah. Plus, if you get too explicit about it, it kind of feels like an exploitation thing, where, like what they call what's it called, like abuse porn, like torture porn. Yeah. So I remember trying to read The Girl Who Was on Fire, from the series of The Girl with the Dragon Tattoo, and the very first scene is brutal. Like, I couldn't get past it. It was too much. I'm like, why? I probably will one day attempt again, but I think at the time when I read it,
and that scene totally needed to be there.
Yeah.
But you are putting a huge mountain in front of your reader, and you are wanting your reader to trust you as a writer to go there. For me, I do not shy away from anything in any of my stories. I can write about some pretty dark stuff, but I have to, when I'm writing it, I have to put the reader aside. I have to not think that somebody else is going to be reading it in order to write it. There's one story that I will write before I die that I haven't been able to write because I have a fear of how it's going to be perceived by readership. And I know that I need to be a better writer to write the story. I know that I'm not in the place where I need to be to write the story. And it is a suspense story. It is about a cop, a detective who is a female, who is a non-offending pedophile, and she chases offending pedophiles. And she is a profiler, and the guy that she's chasing recognizes that they're two sides of the same coin, and it is uncomfortable. It is, every time I think about the story, I get chills up my spine, but it is a story I need to write. Now, I know that I can't write that right now. I know that once I write it, that story is going to be hated by so many people, because not only is the police person the opposite side of the serial killer, but she's a female, and on our society, only quote unquote men do that. So this story is like so on a back burner. But the point is that it has a point. Like, there are so many stories, movies, etc., where you read that have torture, have abuse, they have murder, and it's so gratuitous. It's not for a reason. It's not really exploring anything. And I think that's where you get into your torture porn area. But I've never felt like I've gotten into that arena. My stories are pretty dark. You've read some of them. But they're hopeful. I feel like my Buddhism definitely shows through in those stories. But I've had people come back to me and say they're tragedy, they're depressing, they couldn't finish, and that's okay. As a reader, I don't want all 5 stars. I know a lot of self-published writers are like, 5 star, 5 stars. If you don't rate me 5 stars, I'm not going to put you on my list. I feel like if everybody is giving me 5 stars, I am a crappy writer. Because I have got to, if I am pushing limits and if I am pushing my writing and pushing ideas, then some people are going to hate me. I want some people to hate me and some people to love me. And if everybody loves me, I'm not doing my job. I'm not being honest. I'm not taking down the curtains and really exploring the way that I want to write.
It's kind of interesting. I think I mentioned it on the Bradbury Challenge podcast the other day that we have a radio soap opera, and it used to be everyday story of country folk. So it's all about farming and families and all that sort of stuff. But they've got a storyline now, which is a married couple, and the husband is. It could be viewed as being overprotective, his pregnant wife, but it's also abusive. He's cutting her off from her friends, from her family. He's everything she does wrong. But it's really beautifully written, and there's a Facebook group for the program, and everyone's complaining, and they don't like the story. It's very dark, it's very menacing, it's horrible. But then when you look at it, he's not actually done anything. At least recently, he's been kind to her. He's protecting her. He's looking after her, perhaps a bit too carefully, maybe. But everybody hates him because he's controlling. It is really, you can tell it's abusive, but it's nothing, you know. And
it kind of reminds me of Twilight. And the whole issue of you've got this book where, you know, she's in a love triangle and the guys are overly protective in a way that isn't healthy. And all these young girls are reading this book thinking that this is what their ultimate guy must be like. And, you know, the fact is teenage girls have a really high rate of being in abusive relationships. Yep. Why is that? Because we teach kids in some places we teach kids about sex, but it seems like in no place we teach kids about relationships. And so they're learning it from books, TV, video games, which are all about the guy being super protective and the girl swooning because he's so manly. And that can go bad really, really quickly. You know, and I don't know. When I write, I want it to come from a place of truth. Yeah. And some of that is really uncomfortable. I like uncomfortable stories. You've seen me do this on the podcast where I'm like, this story is really super uncomfortable, but I like it. And then Rami's like, this story is really uncomfortable and I hate it. I love to go for that.
Yeah. I think I'm inconsistent on uncomfortable stories. I think for the most part, I'm fine with it. There was a lot of scenes in Fates and Furies that were uncomfortable and I thought it was fine. And actually really good. I think I need to sense that it isn't exploitative. I think that's where I get a little...
sense that it's there for a reason.
Yeah. Yeah.
And I think that is a perfectly legitimate need for a reader. You know, if I'm going to read something that makes me uncomfortable, I want to know that I'm reading it for a reason. And then again, it's funny because you guys know that I've been on the darker side of society at some points in my life. You love how I put that. And at certain times I've had conversations with people and they're like, oh, you remember those Lifetime movies, those after school specials? Oh yeah, they totally made me the person I am today. Like you go into certain kinky groups and they'll all have memories of certain things. They'll all have memories of the day that the psychologist Olivet got raped by the doctor on Law and Order. They'll all have memories of those stupid Lifetime movies where the girl is always either raped or kidnapped or left for dead. And then there are certain books that they all read. And it's like... And it's such inside baseball. But there are certain things in society that, you know, do shape you. And if you do watch certain things as children, it's like, okay, I can totally see how I turned out. Yeah. But then again, it's like, I don't know. Is that going to be what Twilight is? I sure hope not. Because that's just a minefield. That is a minefield of abuse.
Yeah. Also, speaking of Twilight real quick, a little off track here. So yeah, I agree with all of your points about that. But earlier we were talking about sex scenes, and Gerald mentioned the fade to black, I thought of Twilight, because she's making you wait on this romance for 4 books, and the 4th book fades to black. I'm like, oh.
You know what? I hate fade to black, but I prefer fade to black to badly written.
Oh God, yeah,
Yeah.
If you're gonna write it badly, and most authors do, just fade me to black. I'm good with it. Let's just pretend like it's the 1950s. Fade me to black. Give me a martini in the morning. I'm good.
Yeah. Yeah. I just remember thinking, like, this is a genre book where you've been, you know, like hyping up this romance for multiple books now, and then this is what you do to your fans. Oh.
I feel like also
Not that I was a
sex
fan,
scenes
but...
have gotten worse over time.
Mm-hmm.
You know, because I'm old, we are much more conservative now than we were back then.
Mm-hmm.
And there are things that I read in books that were published in the 70s that would never be published now. Like, my mom had books that I know, if they were written now, would never get published.
Yeah.
We have gotten so conservative in our books and our movies and our TV shows. Sanford and Son, do you think that could get on air? Hell no.
Yeah.
There are so many things that couldn't, because we've gotten so conservative.
Yeah.
And I feel like because we've gotten so conservative, our ability to write sex scenes have gotten worse.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, it's funny that...
Oh, yeah, Clan of the Cave Bear. Total porn for 8th graders. Middle school porn, Clan of the Cave Bear, right there.
Mm-hmm.
It's kind of strange. I remember back in the mid-70s, reading in one of our big news agents, they had these sort of Victorian erotica, I suppose you could call this. And it was up on the top shelf, but I was pretty tall, so I could reach it. I was looking through, and there was one story. I remember it very clearly, and it was about this this old guy who wasn't feeling very well, so he went to his bed, but his two young nieces, who I think was like 4 and 5.
You were reading Delta Venus by Anais Nin, weren't you?
I don't know. I don't,
Possibly, but that's not Victorian. But
were they jumping on his bed?
They were jumping on his bed.
That was not 2 young nieces; those were his daughters. That was Delta Venus by Anais Nin, and they were jumping on the bed, and he was moving his hand around, and they were trying to grab it.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, exactly.
Wow. And
wow.
And crikey, someone else read it, and I just think, what the hell was that about?
That book made me into the pervert I am today. Okay, let me tell you a story about
named after her.
No.
That book. There was a portion of that book that was read during an MTV like commercial on MTV, and it was like black, and it would like it would read it, and then the words would appear, and I was like, I have to find this book. I have to find this book. I have to find this book. For 3 years, I searched libraries, bookstores. I could not figure out where that quote came from until I found it at the library. Okay. The day I found Anais Nin, Delta Venus, was the day my entire world opened up. Rainbows, unicorns, perverts rained down on my...
Wow.
And everything I am today, I can trace it back to Anais Nin, Delta Venus.
Really?
And you know what? I'm not the only one. I would show up at like BDSM conferences, and it was 2 things: Delta Venus, Story of O. Every single woman.
Story of O.
And today that book would be burnt. It would be shredded and burnt.
You know what's worse? Anais Nin, she wrote a book called Little Birds. That book would get her arrested.
Oh, really? I haven't.
Somebody would assume that she must have done something, and they would find her.
I think if we're like being honest, like jokes aside, she wouldn't be arrested. It wouldn't be burned. It'd be worse. There would be an evisceration in social media, which is somehow worse. Because if you get arrested, then it could be like, oh, this is a violence committed against somebody for their ideas. But in the social media debate, it's like, well, now it can all fly, but it's like all of a sudden, if everybody swarms down on one person for like one thing, that's it. It's over.
It'd be like Maplethorpe.
You're
remember
better off
all
being
the
arrested.
shit he got into for that photograph of the girl on the swing? It would be Robert Mapplethorpe. Maybe you're too young. He was a photographer, did amazing photographs. He did several photographs. One of them included a girl on a swing, and people thought it was pornographic, pedophilic, whatever. He was dragged through the mud. His reputation was tarnished. You remember what I'm talking about, Gerald? You've got to. It was like a really big deal.
I don't know, but there's what's his name? The journalist who writes a lot of novels. There's a few of them, but there's one who followed basically people who were horribly publicly shamed on social media, especially Twitter. And the fallout from that, it's fascinating. Like, I think there was like this one woman who, you know, was at the top of her career. Everybody liked her. And she made one joke before she boarded a plane. She tweeted some joke that people misinterpreted or took the wrong way, or just basically by the time she landed,
went wrong real quick.
She had been fired by the time she landed one flight. Yeah, like
yeah,
that's how quickly.
It's kind of sad. What was it? I remember Jaden Smith like said something, and then his dad showed up on it. I think he was doing like an interview on some late night TV show. And they asked him about his son, and he's like, yeah, when I was young, I did all kinds of stupid stuff. The difference was nobody was videotaping that.
Right.
You know, and when I hear like young kids that are being drugged through the mud because they're thinking these odd things, I'm like, do you remember what you were like when you were in 12th grade and you first found the occult section of the bookstore? Like, seriously, you're having all kinds of spiritual explorations and religious explorations and social explorations. And you go through all these weird periods. And I feel like, you know, I had so much more room to explore and make mistakes than my kids do. And I see that in my kids. They're so cautious.
Yeah.
And they don't explore and they don't stretch outside the box, which is especially bad for my daughter because she's an artist. She's supposed to. You're supposed to break outside the box and to explore and do all these different things. But they're so cautious.
Yeah, I found that woman that was fired. Justine Sacco, PR executive, fired a racist tweet. She said, "Going to Africa, hope I don't get AIDS. Just kidding, I'm white."
Right. So this joke that she made, people thought she was, right, like in poor taste, totally. But she's actually like a race activist worker or whatever, and she works in healthcare, and it was just her being frustrated how this AIDS epidemic really is affecting minorities. That was more
but
like
it was totally taken wrong. Black Twitter just ran away with it. I remember that because Black Twitter has power.
Yeah. So it's kind of like one of those things where it's like one misstep and that's it. You're out of your job. It's over.
Yeah. Or those kids that I'm sorry, I can't even say it with a straight face. There was a bunch of kids that they spelled out their name with T-shirts, and a couple of them got together and they spelled the N-word with a couple of people had asterisks on their shirts because every kid had a shirt with a letter. And now they're getting their college admissions pulled. And, I
didn't hear about this.
I'm a member of Black Twitter. I can get a 0 or 8 as the next person, but I said some stupid stuff when I was 18. And if the rest of my life was dependent on the stuff I did when I was 18.
Oh, jeez.
Oh, God. Yeah. Can you imagine, Gerald?
Oh, yeah.
We had so much room to just screw up.
Yeah.
Oh, God.
Yeah. And there was no, you said things and you just, especially race. I was brought up in a very white area, and all the race stuff was there, and I'm very sensitive nowadays. I'm very, very sensitive to issues and race is important.
It's interesting because my daughter. Okay, so I grew up in a white household in a fairly white town, but I was Black. And I like to joke that I learned to be Black when I became a stripper because all the Black girls took me aside and were like, where the fuck are you from? You need to learn how to talk. You need to learn how to act before somebody kicks your butt. So my daughter, so what do I do with my kids? I raise them in a super upper class, like even more bougie white area than what I grew up in. least I grew up in poor white area. My kids grew up with like mansions around them, and we're like in the one apartment complex in the entire area. And I watch my daughter, she goes away to college, and she's finally developing a sense of racial identity. And it is so amazing to watch from the outside. So this is a girl who is completely oblivious of all things race. She could totally pass. No one, like literally no one thought she was Black until I would show up. And all of a sudden she's doing slam poetry about like realizing the difference between her and her brother who's darker. And like, I'm watching her get irate at news stories. And it's funny because, you know, I did studies on racial identity and how that develops. And the first development is in the encounter. So it's the moment when you encounter a difference. And then the next step is when you overcompensate and you just become irate about everything. So I'm watching my daughter do this, and it's kind of funny because it's like textbook identity development, and it is hysterical. So like she'll text me, "Oh my God, did you see what happened in San Francisco?" I'm like, "Oh my God." Just eye roll, and it's so adorable. She's like, "I can't believe this." She's just irate about everything. I'm just like, I can't wait till step 2 is over and she gets to step 3.
That reminds me of in Ta-Nehisi Coates' Between the World and Me, he talks about the first time he noticed in his teenage son when he became kind of, well, like woke, like race conscious, like realizes, oh, wait a minute, because he also grew up in a bougie area. But he has this line that he says in Between the World and Me that stuck with me. He was like, "That's the first time I noticed you notice. I doubt it was actually the first time you noticed. And sometimes I'm curious how young you were when you did first encounter that. And then I realized I don't actually want to know because it would be painful." Like,
yeah, exactly.
Like, don't tell me.
It's a really weird position as a parent, you know, because it's like I raise them in this area because I want them to go to good schools.
Right.
And I raise them in this area because I'm a single mom and I know the statistics. And if I can get them through college without them being on drugs or pregnant, I'm all good. Like, I figure I'm a success. Get through high school, no drugs, no pregnancy, I'm good. So I raised them in this area for a very specific reason, but there is a downside. My kids have no connection to their racial identity. What's interesting is my son has a better connection than my daughter. That is because he is darker. So people treat him differently than they treat my daughter.
And he's also male.
Also, he goes to a different school. So he goes to a public school. My daughter, when she went to high school, she went to a private artsy school. So you take all the rich white kids and you take the talented rich white kids whose parents are really overbearing and make sure they get all the extra classes. And that's the school where my daughter went. Okay?
Right.
So all of a sudden, my daughter is like a freshman in high school. And she's like, wow, my brother could get killed by police. And it's like this realization, and I'm watching it, and it's really weird because I remember my realization was a little earlier, and I didn't realize she was that delayed in her racial identity because she had questions when she was really, really small. In preschool, they were in a all-white preschool, and 2 little Black girls came to the preschool. And one day I showed up to preschool and it was really cute. The child care provider was like, I need to talk to you, but I'm not sure how to approach this because I don't know what to say. And I'm just like, just spit it out. Okay. Just spit it out. Get all your guilt out of the way. Just say what you're going to say. And she was like, so we've got these 2 girls, Julian and Dacian. And when I went to bring in the kids Risa didn't want to go in because And when I asked her why she didn't want to go in, she said she needed to stay outside to get darker because she wanted to be darker to be friends with Julian and Dacian.
Yeah.
That was like 4 years old.
Yeah.
So for people that say racial identity, you know, kids see no race, kids don't feel any race, that is total BS because they totally do. You know, even earlier than that, I remember around 2.5, we were in North Carolina. And they were in a preschool where there were a lot of Black kids. And my daughter begged for a Black girl hairdo. Okay, my daughter's mixed. She's got silky hair. Have you tried to braid 50 million braids in a silky haired kid's head and cover it barrettes and hope it lasts a week? It ain't happening.
Yeah.
And to this day, my daughter actually remembers the day that I put extensions in her hair like the other little Black girls.
Mm. Yeah.
It's totally weird. And yet it seems like there was this whole period of time where all that was forgotten.
Yeah.
And now she's rediscovering that racial identity.
Yeah.
And I know it's going to show up in one of my stories. Just give it time. It's totally going to show up because most of my stories are about identity.
Yeah. Plus, she's going to college now. She's in her first year, right? She just did she's going into her first spring semester now.
She's making friends. She's doing slam poetry. She's reading all these books about race. She's asking me. She's texting me. Okay,
plus
Mom,
the news right now.
What book should I read about Jim Crow? I'm like, how the hell should I know?
Yeah.
But yeah, she's definitely going. It's really fun to watch as a parent, watch your kid go through a major growth spurt like that.
By the way, I listened to Ta-Nehisi Coates' Between the World and Me. It's only 3.5 hours, and he narrates it himself. Mm-hmm. Oh my God. I don't know if you've listened to it yet.
Send me the link.
Oh, heartbreaking.
Because I think I would like that. You know how I am about really good audio.
Oh, the audio's good. The way he talked, but also just the story. Like I was doing it as I was cooking, and I'm like all teary-eyed, and my boyfriend's like, "Is it the onions?" I'm like, "No, actually, it's Ta-Nehisi Coates." Breaking my heart.
Did I ever tell you?
Oh, hold on. Let me just answer you real quick. We're doing Inheritance by Samantha Chang, and that one comes out March. Let me find the date.
It is
March
the
4th.
very first. The book club podcast is the first Friday of every month. Mm-hmm. And the short story podcast comes out every Wednesday.
Blab.
And then the Bradbury Challenge, which is our writing podcast, comes out every Monday.
If you follow at Lit, I don't know. I know you follow me. I don't know if you followed at Lit Roadhouse, but if you do, all the shows get tweeted as well.
Yeah.
Or you can find us on iTunes.
Frankly, it's easiest to find everything on the website.
Yeah.
Yeah. One of the things I had when we added more shows was the question of what do I do about the email list? Because we have a email list that just gives the episodes, but it was always only one episode a week. So now we have 3 episodes a week. I figure, people can click or not click. I'm going to leave it up to them rather than having 15 different email lists. Screw that.
Yeah. Also, there's a writing podcast. You said you're a writer where they're writing a new short story every week if you want to follow them.
Yeah. Which reminds me, I still have so much to write on this week's story.
As soon as we hang up here, I'm writing because I'm following you guys in February.
You are?
Yeah.
Oh, that's awesome.
I'm doing it with you.
One of our listeners suggested that we read out like our favorite sentence for the week. I think we should do that on the podcast.
Yeah, because I've skimmed some of the Bradbury Challenge ones, and what it needs is more like you know how like shows have like a certain like you expect like on ours, there's going to be the game show every week on the short stories.
Yeah, you expect a certain thing.
There's a thing. So if there's a thing, that'd be good. Yeah.
So far, our only thing really has been what were your challenges this week and what did you achieve this week?
Yeah.
I feel like that is becoming a thing. I think it's a good thing for that show.
Yeah, but I think best lines. I think
the addition of like our favorite sentences and like our worst sentences would be really fun.
Yeah. Yeah, I don't know what else that you could have.
The Bradbury Challenge, me, Gerald, and another co-host, Chrissy Moss, we're writing a short story every week. And the Literary Roadhouse podcast, we read a short story every week and discuss it. Mm-hmm. So that's the difference between the podcast. And then, the book club is just a book club.
Yep.
And I'm super excited to read Inheritance. Have you started it yet?
No, because I'm reading.
Oh my God, you're so going to love Samantha's writing. Oh my OMG.
I'm trying to it's getting dark.
There's lots of space. It's like it seduces you slowly. And then before you know it, it's 4 a.m. and you can't go to bed because you only have 100 pages to go.
Yeah, I'm planning on starting it like the 10th-ish, the latest, because I want to finish this other book. Hold on, it's getting dark. I'm going to turn on the light.
Here, 1 second. I am sending a link to...
Which new one?
Oh, she was asking, I think she was asking about the
Oh, the book
story
club.
we're reading. So
It's
I'm sending her a link right now.
Yeah, the book club link. I was going to ask you actually.
On our show notes, at towards the end of the show notes, we say what the next book is going to be.
Mm-hmm.
But you know what? I need to do like something across the top of the page or something, because I get that question a lot. And I don't think it's in a place where people notice it.
It's not, because I actually went to the website after we published the book club one, and I was like, it's not the runner like I was expecting it to be on the splash page with the most recent show.
I'm like, did I maybe forget? Maybe I did. It looks like I did. Bad on me.
Oh, that must be why. But I think it depends on how people listen to us. So like people who use Pocket Cast or who use iTunes, they're going to get it no matter where we put it on the website.
Yeah, we're supposed to show the next month's novels. I think I must have missed the link. I swear I thought I put the link on the podcast, on the notes, but I guess I'm not seeing it either. So bad Maya. I remember putting it. Oh, yes, it is there. It's like the second to the last paragraph. For the next month's episode, we will discuss Inheritance, a novel by Lan Samantha Chang. So obviously I need to put that in a much better location. Bad Maya.
Maybe do it like we do for the weekly one.
You know what I might do? See, I don't want to put like the little Amazon photo of like the front cover.
Yeah.
Because then it goes out to the mailing list and it looks like an ad. But you like we do with the book club, put it at the very top. You know, next week's story is bam. Then maybe people won't miss it.
Yeah.
Because she's not the only one that's mentioned that.
Also, see now she gets to watch us do behind the scenes planning.
Hey, that's why this is a party.
Yeah. Yeah. So normally we're not on Blab.
By the way, Anais, just so you have fair warning, my Prosecco is empty.
Ooh.
I'm a lightweight. I drank a whole bottle of champagne. It's probably not a good thing.
Bold and separate lines of paragraphs. It's true. Yeah.
I'll just put it at the top like we do with the
with the weekly one.
Because that one seems to work pretty good. Okay, what were you going to say? Inside baseball. I'm all for it.
Yeah. Behind the scenes. If right on the landing page on the website, you know how like on the left there's all those buttons? If in that, or wherever the buttons are, if in the column of buttons, if your daughter with her amazing graphic design, no, because we need to be able to change it every month. If it was just like, what are we reading this month? So that people can just come and it's in that like column or that list. Nice and quick.
That would be nice. You know what I've been doing is we have a monthly newsletter. And on the right-hand column of the newsletter, I'm putting the month's book too.
Yeah, but not everyone's on the newsletter. Not all our
I know.
Yeah.
But I'm hoping more people get on it because it's just easier to make sure that people don't miss stuff.
Yeah.
You know, like the book, like the stories, like new shows popping up out of the middle of nowhere. Because we're changing so much over this next year.
Yeah.
We've done so much over the past year. And we have so many plans and ideas and things that we want to test out over the next year or two. I feel like we need to have a really good connection with our audience in order to maintain that.
Yeah, that's why I just told her about our hashtag. So before we do the discussion that will come out on March 4th, we'll like talk about it on Twitter and we'll use that hashtag.
Yeah. You're going to love the book. Oh, well, I hope you love the book. I really hope you love the book because I love Samantha Chang. She's awesome. So,
and if you leave a voice message on our site, it says we'll leave a voice message and it's great. We'll totally put it in the show.
Yeah.
So do that. It's happened with one or two authors now. One, Angela Mitchell, I think.
Yeah, Angela Mitchell left us a voice on that side.
Yeah.
And her message was so awesome.
So good.
Especially because we weren't like completely nice about her story either. And she was just rocking.
But we were kind of in the middle, you know.
Yeah, we were torn. I think
you liked her story the most.
Most of our episodes were torn. I like the fact that we have a couple co-hosts that love the story and a couple co-hosts that are torn or don't like it. I think it is a great balance. I think it's something that we've always striven for.
Yeah.
Strove for, whatever that word is.
Strove.
You know, I think it was good when Kenichi was on the show, but I think Rami has really stepped up the game as far as, when he doesn't like something, he sticks to his guns. And we can be overbearing, you and I.
We're very overbearing.
Totally be overbearing. And Rami will be like, no, I don't like it because it's too graphic, it's too sexual. We're like, what kind of conservative person are you? And he's like, no.
But that's why when he first came on and he wouldn't like a story, I wouldn't challenge him as much because I didn't want him to back off. But then when I saw, he won't back off, that's why now I'm more playful. And I'm like, well, if you want to be wrong, Rami, because I know it'll be fine.
He's been a great addition to the show. And, remember when we first started the podcast, we were like, we want co-hosts that are different from each other. And I think that's our strength.
Yeah. Yeah.
If we had all known each other, hung around the same circles beforehand, I don't think the show would be as solid as it is now. And I think it's getting more and more solid over time. Have you gone back and listened to the first episode?
No, I don't want to.
You really need to go back and listen to our very first.
I don't want to.
We are so much better. Hey, the episode isn't bad, but oh my goodness, we are so much better now than we were.
For our 100th episode, can we redo the first short story? We're going to do this now again.
What would have been awesome is if for our 52nd episode, we reread the first story and we reread the story every year.
Yeah, or we can do it for the 100th. There's all kinds of
reread that first story.
Yeah.
But yeah, that first story, actually, it wasn't a bad show. It really wasn't. But we are so much better now. And you can really hear the difference in the show.
Yeah, the first shows had a lot of pauses. Now we're tighter.
There were a lot of pauses. We didn't go as deep into the story. We didn't understand story as well as we do now, I don't think.
Yeah.
You said something important during this show where reading so many different genres, so many different approaches, so many different authors, bam, 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 week after week. It gives you a much broader view of story than you could have done if you were reading a novel every couple weeks from a different author. It's just different. I know for myself, when I read a novel, I'm looking at it, I'm like, this is a genre that I'm willing to invest 300 pages in.
Yeah.
Whereas with a short story, it's only 20 pages. So I'll freely read something that I think I'm going to hate and be surprised by liking it. Yeah. Whereas I wouldn't necessarily give that same author a chance if it was a 300-page novel.
And we've done that a lot on the story where we're like, I don't like this story, but I can tell that I like the author. There's going to be something else from this author that's totally going to hook me. Like, we just have this sense. It happened with Sarah Frisch, I remember, because she wrote in, and you and I were like, oh, we don't. Gerald loved her story. You and I did it.
I think you and I were both like, we don't care for the story, but we both want to read this author more.
Yeah, and we also said we can tell we'd be friends with her if we met her in person. And then she wrote back being, you can totally be my friend.
Yeah. And it's interesting how now I can do that. I can read a story that I don't like, but I can tell that it's an author I want to follow later.
Yeah.
Whereas when we first started, I definitely could not have done that.
Yeah. Yeah. We have been here almost 4 hours.
You're kidding me. Have we really been here 4 hours?
Just about.
Okay, then we need to end scene.
End scene. Yeah. I'm like.
That's an NIism.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. I do this. This is my thing.
And
they copy me.
I need to go potty and get sober.
Also, so between 4 hours of this today and then 4 hours of listening to an audiobook yesterday, I'm so behind on my work. So I'm going to do that now.
Oh, no.
I don't have weekends anymore.
This has been a great get-together, a great party. You know what? I kind of want to do this monthly, and maybe if we do it on a regular basis, some of our listeners will join us.
Yeah.
Because I would love
if we don't do it on Super Bowl Sunday.
Yes. I think if it wasn't Super Bowl Sunday, I think if I knew it was Super Bowl Sunday before I scheduled it, we would have gotten more participation. But I would love to get some of our listeners into the show and be able to talk to them because we haven't really been able to interact that way.
Yeah.
Oh, and now we get a new person, and we're just about ready to wrap up. That's deep.
Well, just the question I always ask, are you a listener of the podcast, or if you're even listening, or did you discover us on Blab? Sometimes they don't answer, though.
Yes. Well, I'm hoping Sarah will answer because I'm very curious about Blab.
Yeah, my cat is
Actually, I think I know Sarah. I think Sarah might be an old ex's girlfriend. Oh my goodness, she's going to join us.
Mm-hmm.
Hello, Sarah. And it's not working.
No, it will. It takes a second sometimes.
Oh, I'm hoping it works. I think Sarah, I'm not sure. I dated this guy in like first year of community college, and I think Sarah might be his wife.
Oh.
I like her. She's awesome. Oh my goodness, it's my ex.
You have been drinking, but I love what you guys are talking about. I'm just gonna watch this.
And, have you been listening?
Yeah. I've
great.
been signed in so long, but I figured I wouldn't be interrupting at this point. So
I'm just gonna watch you two do this now. No, I'm just gonna sit here.
Long to figure out which book.
I don't think I've talked to him since I was 19 years old.
Sorry, what?
How old was I the last time we talked? I must have been like 19, 18. Something like that. It was a long time ago.
Let's see. When we
Did
were
I have
speaking
babies or not?
in person last, you were at the JC at the near the biolabs.
Yeah, so if I was at the JC,
like
I must have
15
been
years ago.
21. So I was 21 the last time I talked to him. This is awkward.
I'm gonna give you some props for
I love the
jumping in.
subject that you guys are talking about. I love you, Maya. I almost got a tear come to my eyes when you were talking about your daughter, because I was there the day that you brought them home, and they were so gorgeous. I've told that story before, just because it was one of those earth-shattering events. The whole universe had to make room for that.
And now they're young adults. It's
So
very
inspiring
awkward.
to talk.
In college.
I come downstairs, I'm like, where'd this black man come from? Oh yeah, that's my son.
But do you?
So what kind of reading do you like to do?
Lots. My favorite fiction is The Silmarillion. But do you think that literary fiction is just a more pretentious version of fiction?
No.
Okay, so
I
what's
think.
the difference between fiction and literary fiction?
Oh my
here we
goodness!
go.
Now we're going to be here for another hour, aren't we?
All right. Go.
Okay, everybody, stretch.
All right.
Okay, we have spent the last year trying. Oh, he'll be back. We have spent the last year trying to figure out what is literary fiction. Have we not, Anais?
His conversation, I just have it in my dreams now. I can never escape it.
We cannot escape this conversation. We have this conversation all the time. I'm in the shower and I'm sitting there. I'm thinking, oh my goodness, what is the definition of literary fiction? I still don't freaking know. I write it, but I still don't know. So for me, what literary fiction is, it is any kind of genre that has transcended the rules of its genre through use of skill. That's all I've managed to come up with. Because there's literary fiction
her
that is
definition, though.
There's literary fiction that is fiction, that is romance, that is contemporary. There's all these literary fiction that started out as genre. And I have to find a definition that will encompass them.
Yeah. So we always disagree. So that's the one that you always say. And I always say, I start the same. It's any genre, but what's happening of the plot is less important than the meditation on some aspect of the human condition or society. That's the part that makes it literary.
But there is a lot of genre fiction that does that.
That's why it becomes literary
fiction.
Like what? Like, you need to give me an example though, because I'll think of maybe people will disagree with me, but okay, Snow Crash is very heavily sci-fi genre. I mean,
I have not read Snow Crash.
Okay, read Snow Crash. It's amazing.
I've not read Snow Crash.
Have you read Snow Crash? Ex-boyfriend whose name I don't know.
I know the subject. My name is Gabriel. I'm sorry, Sarah.
Hi, Gabriel.
I'm sorry. I was flummoxed.
Ex-boyfriend.
So the introduction
God,
disappeared.
is that what I am? I thought we were friends. We did it for 3 months. That was one
I'm
of the best 3
flummoxed.
months of my
Okay, I have not
life.
spoken to you since I was 21 years old.
Have
And
you
let me
been
say,
following the
not
podcast?
everyone has a positive note. So this is
You're
awkward.
invited. Well, I think what you guys are doing is amazing. Should I go?
Have you been following the podcast, or are you going to start following it now?
Thinking about it. I mean, I like what you're talking about and doing. And my thought on literary fiction is that it's either literature or it's fiction to you. And by putting it together, it's like saying that, well, this is dub and this is techno house and that's country, but that's Western. No, that's rock and roll. That's hip hop, but this is new rap. That's old rap. You know, like splitter mentality. Reductionism is useful sometimes. Other times it's just a habit.
Yeah. What I would love for literary fiction to be is no longer a genre, but rather a level of newness, of exploration of art. So it's like we have commercial art, and then we have the art that is pushing the boundaries and exploring new things, and 50 years from now, people will still look at it. I would love for literary fiction to be that definition, but that definition inherently makes it so that all the pretentious people start trying to write to that definition, which is the problem we've had in the 80s and 90s, where we've gotten all these writers who went to MFA programs to learn how to write literary fiction, and they completely forgot that stories have plots and stories have characters.
and I think you can have an author who does both. So like Philip K. Dick wrote so many books, and some of them, even though they're all sci-fi, some of them I would consider literary. They transcend time. People are going to be reading them hundreds of years from now. I love Do Androids Dream of Electric Sheep, and to me that's literary. So I think it's almost kind of like a qualitative judgment, but like we said earlier, it's like porn. You know it when you see it. Like, is this literary? Is it not? You just kind of get a whiff and you kind of know.
Yeah.
Well, I think when there's a strong enough subtext to talk about besides the obvious stuff, then I guess it's easier to call it literature. Because if it's
But then
just
we run into the
obvious,
question
then
of,
it's
does
like,
literary fiction have to have layers?
yeah, well, what about Hemingway? It's considered literature.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Where's the layer? What's the subject?
Have you listened to our Hemingway podcast? Because
Yeah, our very first bad review was over the Hemingway podcast. What were we called? Vapid?
Vapid slumber party. Like, it sounds like two women having a slumber party. It's because we didn't like Hemingway and it was a Hemingway super fan. So, but it's not that we don't like Hemingway all the time. It was just this one particular story.
Yeah, I really did
Just
not
one
like that
story. Yeah, because I've
But
read
Gerald
other
liked that story.
Yeah, because I've
It's
read
too
books.
simple to have a subtext. It talks about important things and it's well written, but
then again, our very last episode, we read Langston Hughes. Thank you, ma'am. Very simple, very little subtext, and we all loved it. And I would definitely consider it literary fiction, even though it doesn't have a ton of subtext. It was very pertinent. It covers, a very important part of American history. It sticks with you. The language is beautiful. It's tight. There's no part of that story that you feel like needs something added or needs something taken away. So that to me qualifies as literary fiction.
Well, I had a different review of it. It'll be published on Wednesday, so you can listen to us argue about it on Wednesday.
This is very much United States versus Penthouse, like very much, like you know it when you see it, kind of BS.
Yeah.
Well, I think there's a bunch of things in the United States like that. For instance, science is really important to us, and yet we have no agreed upon definition for what a gene is or what a species is. Mm-hmm. There's lots of drivers to push it in one direction or another, but it's not as simple as the definitions we've come up with so far, according to what we found.
And I think that's why I'm so comfortable, because I live in a life of gray. Like my belief system, the way I grew up, the way I live my life, I am perfectly comfortable living in that weird gray space where there's a ton of uncertainty and things are uncomfortable. But I recognize that most people are not okay in that space, and they need a definition. They need to know what literary fiction is.
Plus, I think when we talk about what is the definition, this and that, or is it a gray space, is it black and white, how do you categorize things? We're forgetting the way that time is a bit of a refinement process, because if you asked us this question a year ago, it
would have been a very different definition.
We had no definition. Now a year later, we kind of have a definition, and a year from It's true. A year ago. What's the difference? Her? Hmm.
I think
I have
we
a good
tried
idea
to
for a
approach
possible
definition on the
definition
first
for literary
episode, didn't we?
fiction. How about anything artistic enough for people to just wave it in?
But
Yeah,
then again,
that's
okay,
the
here's
small
the
test of
problem
porn.
with that. Here's the
Yeah.
problem with that. You run into the
people
pretentious
will always
problem.
disagree, but when they can't disagree so consistently that it's again and again on the list of literary whatever, you did it.
Bye. Saying thank you, ladies.
See, I have a problem.
Yeah.
Bye, Gail. My problem with that definition is, okay, and maybe this is a PC problem. As someone that writes literary fiction, loves literary fiction, and wants more people to give literary fiction a chance, I have a hard time with any definition that tries to put literary fiction on a pretentious pedestal. So, yeah, I bulk against that because I know that that's going to limit readers. Okay, now here's the problem. I feel like if I were to rip away my exterior and be totally bare, I would say literary fiction is fiction of any genre that rises above whatever is commercially viable to being an art form that is long lasting. Like, that's what I would say.
Except that if you limit it to being commercially viable, then that narrows it, because in various decades, what's been commercially viable is like.
Yeah, that's why I said rises above being commercially viable. It doesn't have to be commercially viable.
So market yourself to video games.
You have genre fiction. You're wanting to reach the masses. It's TV. It's Michael Bay. You have literary fiction. It is art house movie. It is in a gallery. Like, that's what I would want to think of. But that inherently limits readers. And I feel like literary fiction pushes boundaries of the genre with whatever fiction it's in. It pushes boundaries of language. It pushes boundaries of its ideas. I feel like literary fiction doesn't want all 5 stars. It wants people to love it as much as people hate it. Okay, and I think that's why I like Fates and Fury so much, because that book was polarizing. That book made people talk, it made people think. And I think that's what makes it rise above genre. It could have just been dramedy or women's fiction. Like, I think that book very easily could have been classified as women's fiction or genre or drama. But it was so polarizing. Its use of language was pushing boundaries to the point where it became literary fiction. So I don't think literary fiction is fiction that a mass of people like. I think it's fiction that pushes fiction's boundaries.
Yeah, though I don't know if Fates and Fury is the best example, because it was in the bestsellers list for a long time, and it was up for all kinds of,
It was a bestseller list in the U.S. In the UK, it was not.
Yeah, in the U.S.
But bestseller list doesn't matter if half the people are DNFing the book. Like, you look at Goodreads, how many people were saying, I bought the book, I read 100 pages, bought the book, read 150 pages, abandoned.
All those people, quitters. It's so good.
Blogosphere, booktubers. Like, I know more people that did not finish that book than did. And it's like Infinite Jest. Infinite Jest is the same way. How many people, bestseller, but how many people actually read that thing?
I read Infinite Jest, okay? And I read all the footnotes, because in the ebook, the footnotes, they start at 89%.
Because you're a nerd.
I know. And there was footnotes that were 20 pages long.
I know.
And I gotta feed my cats real quick. They're screaming. Cats!
When I leave the U.S., I'm reading Infinite Jest.
Did you read Ender's Game?
No, I did not.
You haven't?
No.
It's fun. It's got a crazy important plot, tons of subtext, and very complicated. But it's basically driven by a character you just love and want to win. I mean, you want to, you can't.
So many people love that book, and my thing is, I slowed down so much. By the time I finished college, I'm still in this weird phase of trying to ramp up my reading. And so for the past year, I've read 100, 150 short stories, somewhere around in there. I think I read like 12 novels, not very many. And because I read slowly now, especially as a writer, my ability to read quickly has been severely damaged. Like, I read super slow now, and I analyze sentences, and I'm looking at subtext, and I I'm like underlining stuff as I'm writing. Like I am not a fast reader anymore.
Well, critical thinking requires close reading, and annotation is one of the best ways to
the
learn.
downside of that is that I read a lot fewer books. And if I know I'm only going to have room to read 20 books, I'm really picky about which 20 books those are going to be.
I have a hard time reading fiction, to tell you the truth, since there's so many important things in the world that, you know, we should be getting more aware of or better at. But, you know, fiction will help with that as well. It's
well,
just,
I think my news embargo has helped my reading quite a bit. Annie's, did you know I was on a news embargo?
No.
Yeah.
Mm.
Yeah. News was causing me panic attacks and making me so angry.
Mm.
And since I can't leave the US until the end of the year, until like June, July, I haven't read any news for like 3 months.
I know. The more I get U.S. news, the more I'm like, everyone's like, oh, you think you're going to be in Costa Rica long term? I'm like, yeah, actually, I do.
You know, when you open up the New York Times and you want to jump off the Golden Gate Bridge, it's time for you to take a news embargo.
Yeah.
oh, no. It's an exciting time to be alive.
It is an exciting time to be alive, but it's really exciting from Costa Rica. It's great.
Okay, Annalise, now that you're back, you can talk to Gabriel, and I will be back.
Okay, what am I talking about?
I don't know. How about a book about curing AIDS?
A book about curing AIDS.
Yeah. Like, okay, so there are a narrow segment of West African ladies of the night that live to be old.
Mm-hmm.
And it usually means they have some factor which makes them resistant to or immune to HIV.
Mm.
There's been one case of somebody being cured. They happened to have gotten a bone marrow transplant from somebody who had the thing.
Mm-hmm. Wow.
And he's okay.
Wow.
Whoa. But anyway, so there's these West African prostitutes that live to be older, and it probably means that the AIDS doesn't get them.
Mm-hmm.
But you could tell a really dramatic story about how hard it would be to find one, get them to understand what could be at stake. Have the laboratory worker be this, idealist who is in so far over his head because he's into these poor conflict zones that
Mm-hmm.
I don't know. Neat idea. What do you guys think?
No, it is a neat idea, but this is a true thing, or are you making this up? It's a true thing.
Well, you're talking about literary fiction, and I was thinking, you want it to be relevant and stuff like that. So.
Oh yeah, a lot of literary fiction is actually, as you were talking about that, really good literary fiction that is kind of playing on ideas of current epidemics or diseases. Octavia Butler plays with that a lot. She's a sci-fi writer. And she has a story that it's about an autoimmune disease. She makes it up for the sake of her story, but it basically behaves and transmits like HIV. But it's a different premise. They live in a colony and they're sort of quarantined, but not mistreated, but sort of they are. It's a weird dystopian sci-fi.
Which reminds me, I need to read Octavia Butler. I'm going to lose my black card if I don't.
You need to.
Every black woman on the planet is going to be like, you need to read Octavia Butler now.
She's on another level. She also makes up these aliens that the organism is made up of. It's like a colony that independently, it's all its own sort of organism, but it isn't sentient, and they have to form a colony that moves as one to gain sentience.
That's creepy.
She's all kinds of. She's in her own category.
Mind blown.
Yeah. Which kind of, if you think about it, to a certain extent, we're like that because we're a whole bunch of different species. When you think about the microbiomes and everything that lives on top of us and all the parasites and everything that shapes our personality and the way that we think.
They're symbiotes mostly.
Yeah.
More bacteria living
I spend
in
a large
and on your
part of
body
my
than
life
cells.
with my brain in
exactly.
another dimension, and my brain hurts when it thinks too much.
Pace yourself.
He knows what I'm talking about. I spent a large part of my life thinking about just obscure stuff. So while I was gone, did he give you gossip? Were you guys gossiping?
No, we weren't.
Idea for,
It was a book idea. So he was saying like, what if you take something that's important and relevant today, like AIDS, and you have this like this premise where it's like, what if there was people out there who had immunity to it, but they're people. In order to extract this from them, it's like in their bone marrow. And what are the ethics of that? And how do you explore that?
But the weirder thing would be like, look at the craziness that's going on over there with like the Ebola. It's shut down so much of the health system that things that you used to be able to get like care for now it's just like they're either
all of that would be explored in the same story.
I'm looking forward to reading The Girl with All the Gifts. It's a zombie story that's not a zombie story. And have you read it yet?
Sorry, what?
Have you read The Girl with All the Gifts?
Mm-mm.
It is supposedly people that don't like zombie stories love this story. It's about a little girl who is sentient and she is in a research facility and she's essentially, spoiler alert, a zombie. And the zombies aren't like the zombies that we know of where they have no brain and they just run around chomping on things. They're not like that. And it brings in all kinds of ethical questions and stuff that I think are supremely interesting. George Saunders talks a lot about ethics in pharmacology and science. Like that seems to be a reoccurring theme for George Saunders.
Actually, yeah, I was going to say, Gabriel, if you listen to our last podcast from last week, Escape from Spiderhead, it's about testing on humans, but they're convicts that part of their prison term is being tested upon, and they're being given like biochemicals that influence their intelligence, their personalities, their agency, everything. And it's kind of like, yeah, it has a bunch of like interesting questions. Huh?
Like Interzone.
Like Interzone, but it's yeah, I think you have to read it. It's not that long.
More RoboCop.
It's a really short story.
It's really short. It's really
I think
good.
the thing that was most disturbing about that story was the fact that they were able to influence the sensation of love, the experience of love through medication.
Yeah.
I think that was so inherently disturbing. And which brings to mind, why is that so disturbing? Like, what is it that love represents to us as human beings that it is more disturbing to me that they could affect that through medication than they could cause someone to commit suicide through medication?
Which they also do in the story. Yeah. And the narrator thinks about that too, because so in the experiment where he's falling in love, he meets this woman who he's never met before. And before they give him the drugs, like, what do you think of her? Like, oh, average, whatever. She's just there. And she has the same opinion of him, like just some dude. And then they give them the love drug and they fall madly in love and it's passionate, but it's not just lust. It's like this like genuine, like profound thing. And then when they take them off of the drip, they fall out of love and they're a little embarrassed. They're like, oh, that was weird. What was the big fuss all about? Then they give him another woman to see if it'll work with somebody else.
And
Same thing. And it does. And then this time when he comes off of it, he's like, I remember being in love. I remember the intensity of being in love. And I'm a little sad to know that they can just kind of turn it on and off.
All right. You can just go get more chocolate.
I gotta say, I think you would love this story.
It's good.
Yeah, it's
flowers for Algernon for your heart.
Right in his wheelhouse. At least if he has any semblance of the same.
Nothing like flowers for Algernon.
When we were in our 20s, it's totally in his wheelhouse.
Also, there's a really cool tattoo in it. If that isn't a t-shirt, I don't know what is.
Actually, I think the obscure gray area of emotions and consent is probably more interesting than the tattoo.
But he was resisting with flowers for Algernon, which I actually kind of liked when I read it in high school.
We're running into our generation gap here.
To think of falling so far, but better to have loved and lost than never loved at all, right? But you can also.
Sorry, that is debatable.
Like I know.
Let's talk about let's talk specifically about your love lost right now.
Oh, well, let's not. Let's not.
Towers in general,
end scene.
They build them too tall, they fall. That's predictable.
Awkward. End scene. Shame on you, Annie's.
Anyways, you were talking about sex a lot and all that stuff, and I think basically like sex balances severity, and like love balances mildness, and then who knows what balances balance? The ability to adjust. I don't know.
Yeah, that's an interesting thought. You know, when I think about love and sex and just all the human emotions, when I try to think about them, it always lends me to a place of gray.
Mm-hmm.
You know, I don't think in terms of black and white, which makes for a very uncomfortable existence.
Mm-hmm.
You know, because I look at a good person and I wonder what bad thoughts they have. I wonder what is it that keeps them from acting on those bad thoughts, because I know they're there. And I look at stories about serial killers and I think, therefore, but by the God,
What for?
because given the right situation, I could be any of those people.
Mm-hmm.
And so by constantly residing in this place of gray, I've removed all illusions that I'm a good person.
Did you ever see The Gray Zone?
No, I haven't.
Oh my God. Be afraid. It's a very scary movie, but it's like one of the best Holocaust movies I've ever seen. The Gray Zone.
Because I know, given the right situation, I could murder somebody. Given the right situation, anybody I know could rape somebody. Given the right situation, you know, I could steal from somebody. Like, I know that given the right situation, all of the moral compasses that I have that I reside by could disappear, like at the drop of a hat.
Do you blame yourself for being such an awesome person, or do you credit Gladys, or did I help at all?
I'm not an awesome person. I am surviving.
Oh, come on. You seem pretty awesome. Look at that smile.
See, this is what I have to put up with, Annie's.
We haven't put up with it in decades, apparently.
Oh, where's Gerald? When I need him. So yeah, I live in that space, and my stories reflect that. And I think that's one of the reasons why I'm probably so nervous to edit my stories and get them out in the world, because I know that there are going to be a lot of people that are going to hate them.
Oh.
Absolutely hate them. And that's good. I think that's a good thing.
Just great.
If I write a bunch of stories and publish a bunch of stories everyone loves, I will have considered that I didn't do my job. Because the kind of fiction I like and the kind of fiction I want to read pushes boundaries. But at the same time, it's a little scary, you know, to put something out there that is so close to my heart, that is so ripped of any kind of cover or exterior, and that I know some people are going to love it and some people are going to hate it. Not just dislike it, but hate it. They're going to think I'm evil. They're going to think I'm going to hell for it. That is scary. And I get that even on my YouTube
Think how scared they are themselves of such things that they're going to put that on you.
Hey, I've gotten it on my YouTube channel for a lot less, you know, and the fact is I know that both Past and Remedium Rising push buttons. Both of them. I know
art isn't safe.
People that beta read some of my short stories that couldn't even finish my short stories, and I didn't think they were bad at all. Did you ever read my short story, Emily? Annie's?
No. I think I've only read The Raft from yours.
Okay. I had a couple people that couldn't finish The Raft. I had
think The Raft was
people that couldn't finish difficult. Emily, quote unquote, because it was too difficult. It's a great story, but I just can't handle the emotions.
If judging by The Raft, I think they're kind of like, okay, The Raft is dealing with dark, heavy stuff, but it doesn't deal with it in a way that I think is inaccessible.
Yeah, but Emily has a deceased baby in a cupboard that gets found by a 10-year-old.
I mean,
Ariel, stop laughing at me. Hey, come here. Come here. No, my ex.
Come here.
My ex from when you were a baby is on here.
Quit calling me your ex.
He's going to be in
Gabriel.
shock. Come here. I want you to meet him. Give me Gabriel.
I'll call you mine.
This is that baby. Bend down so you can see.
Bend down so people can see your face.
I remember when you were brought home. You're so gorgeous.
You remember when you were little and in diapers and you came home from the hospital?
So tall.
Wait, what?
Yeah, when you came home from the hospital. He was
Look at
there.
that big old boy.
Wait, when?
When you were an infant. When did you come home from the hospital? When you were an infant. Get out of here.
You know, when it's a lot of a baby boy.
I love you, Munchkin.
Good job. Mom, no.
How is he so tall?
Because I'm sitting. He actually isn't that tall. He's not. It used to be a sore spot, but he's told me that he went through the 5 stages of grief and that now he's okay with it. When he told me that, I about died. Like somebody's paying attention in psychology. Yeah, I think he's probably going to top out about 5'10". He looks a lot like my brother. And my brother is a little on the short side.
Actually, it was kind of weird because before I saw his face, it was just like his body type. It's like the brother who follows me. I have two brothers. My brother Gabriel, actually, is a similar body type to Gabriel.
Yeah, he's got that whole, like, you would think he was in martial arts look if you didn't know. And it's funny because his dad is like 6 foot, and he's the runt of the litter. All of his dad's brothers are like 6'2", 6'4". His dad's like 6'3". Like, they're all super tall. And he looks just like my brother, and I think he's going to be about the same height. But he's getting super handsome. I'm so proud. It's kind of awkward. It's kind of weird having adult children. I really don't feel old enough to have adult children at all. At all. I don't even feel old enough to have kids. Like, who am I kidding?
You said you were old earlier. Yeah, good. Now you're going back on it. You do seem young, especially when you smile. You're just giggly. Look at us.
Yeah, I never really grew up. And when they were little, I remember once I was like, you have to follow my directions. I'm the adult. And they're like, you're not. You're just a big kid. My ex just died. He's like, nailed. But he writes. But we pretend like we don't notice. Yeah. Right. It's a secret.
He's a teenager. You can't.
You can't acknowledge his gifts and praise him for them, or else he'll stop doing them. So,
like Antoinette said in Fates and Furies,
if you give them too much praise, they get lazy.
As a Protestant, she understood the value of delayed gratification. Fates and Furies is great.
It really, really is great. Oh, good. So, what kind of books do you read? Yeah, you.
Oh.
She knows what I read.
You're our guest.
Well, I've been mostly focused on, history and science, to tell you the truth. But like I said, I really love certain fiction, but I tend to love like really difficult stuff like the Silmarillion or the Iliad or something like that. So it's like worth reading it again, because it has so much to it that, I could go on. I haven't read enough fiction to tell you the truth, but it's not out of disrespect. It's out of like a sense of urgency about all the things that need doing, and what it will take for us to be good enough to get it done,
Yeah. I honestly, I totally understand where you're coming from, because I felt that way. And that's actually part of the reason why I started the podcast, is because I needed to read more fiction and I couldn't make myself do it. So I made the podcast so that I would be forced to grow. I definitely recommend, reading. I think there's a lot more in good modern fiction than a lot of people think.
There really is. I feel like there's something about really good fiction, especially contemporary fiction, that is meditating on the things that we're thinking about on a day-to-day basis. Like when you brought up the AIDS example, there are books that are thinking about that. Or there's fiction books that are looking at maybe like social issues, like Middlesex, which is, exploring.
Oh my God. I love that book. Can I just say, I love that book.
But it's fiction, but it's fiction that
matters.
Matters, and it stays with you, and it helps shape the way that then you react to things in real life that are real.
There was there have been a few great psychological studies on it, but in the last 2 years, there was one that really hit the mainstream that everybody saw. And it was talking about how reading fiction teaches you empathy.
Yeah.
And it teaches you experience. So when they put a bunch of electrodes on your head and they make you read a story about jumping off a bridge or about seeing a new baby born, and they compare it to a person that has electrodes on their head when they're actually watching a baby be born, it's the same. So through fiction, we practice emotions, we practice behaviors, we practice experiences. And through fiction, we're teaching ourselves how to be empathetic with those experiences and how to respond to them.
Did you ever read any Pierce Anthony?
Oh my goodness. I remember Pierce Anthony when I was a kid. Like, my experience of reading Pierce Anthony as like a middle schooler significantly shaped my religious experience.
Do tell.
I read Incarnations of Immortality. I read The Chronicles of Amber, and like back to back to back. And then I showed up in 9th grade, and my teacher asked me how come my homework wasn't done. I tried to explain to her that on some other incarnation of our reality, my homework was done, but it didn't matter. Somehow this excuse did not pass muster. Don't ask me why.
Selfie did that. Check with them.
Yeah, I was that kid. But what it's done is, when I think back to why I think of things in such a gray, and why I'm so comfortable with uncomfortable stories that don't have a good and don't have a bad and don't have a solution and have gray endings, I can trace it back to that feeling of reading stories that make me feel like maybe my existence isn't real. You know, and I'm a Buddhist, probably for similar reasons. You know, it's a very comfortable place for me to be in that gray area. And I think it's because I was reading a lot of stories that put me in that gray area when I was really young. I read a lot of stories about serial killers when I was really young too. I'm not a serial killer, but I can write about serial killers if I want to. I have a really good understanding of what makes a serial killer a serial killer. I can put myself right in that situation and imagine what situations could make me into a serial killer. That is a really uncomfortable place for the majority of people.
Yeah.
Like, take your personality, close your eyes, and imagine what could happen to you that could make you turn into a serial killer.
I bet you some people couldn't be.
I could totally be a serial killer in the right circumstances.
Remember how you said you wanted to come down and meet me because
you don't want me to meet you anymore?
No, I changed my mind.
But one of the things that happens when you admit that you are capable of any possibility is that you no longer have the crutch of saying, I'm a good person, they're a bad person. You now are responsible for all of your emotional decisions, for all of your moral decisions on a conscious level. So it's no longer, I'm not a murderer because I'm not like that. It's now, I'm not a murderer because I choose not to be a murderer.
Yeah.
Very weird, uncomfortable place to be.
That's going to be a weird character. I'm not sure about that book.
But that's how I think. You know, and I am super moral.
People like weird characters.
And I don't need a sense of God in order to be moral, because I have accepted the fact that any human being is capable of any kind of action, which makes me more responsible for my actions rather than depending on fate or upbringing or nurture or whatever.
You're thinking about it an awful lot. That's a good sign.
He's now comfortable that I'm not going to murder him.
He doesn't look comfortable.
But it goes beyond murder. It goes to anything like war. Mm-hmm. What situation could make me turn into a warrior? What situation could make me turn into a torturer? You know, like, you read enough psychology. Milgram, Stanford. I hold no illusions about myself or anyone else.
Mm-hmm.
Which I think means that I'm a writer.
I hope there's writers listening who are like, oh, she's right. I'm totally a serial killer at heart.
I want to go home. Scared of the Maya. Awkward.
Well, you shouldn't be embarrassed to explore your dark side in artistic forms. I mean,
publicly.
We'll
be used against you.
If you've done a good job of making it artistic, then it's safe enough. You know, art will never really be safe because you're exposing something that isn't copied or stamped out or from something else. You created that. So
after all of my years in quote unquote alternative communities, I will say I am a lot more comfortable and I feel a lot safer being with somebody who says I'm capable of anything but I choose to be good than someone who says I am inherently good, I could never do anything bad.
Yeah. Hearing you talk about like your fears of having your dark side or the uncomfortable way that you think exposed through writing makes me think of when we read, I think it was Salinger, The Laughing Man. And we talked about how Salinger, like, he also had that anxiety of people knowing who he was. He like wouldn't take interviews, and his story was so deeply buried that to get to the point, because he was so afraid of being seen, that he would just like wrap it in layer after layer
Do
after
you remember
layer.
when we were like, did she have an abortion? I don't know. Was that an abortion?
What just happened? Does this person even exist? Like he wraps it in so many layers that you don't even know what's going on, because and it feels like an author who is scared of being exposed, which makes me think J.D. Salinger was a serial killer after this conversation.
J.D. Salinger, serial killer. And that is a novel waiting to be written.
Make it a zombie novel. And we're good. Yeah, but
oh man.
Remember he hid himself a lot.
That
Saunders
story,
does not.
That Salinger story that we read on the podcast was so difficult to decipher. There have been a couple stories that we've done on this podcast, Gabriel. There are a couple where
Did you ever talk about Huck Finn?
Huh?
Did you ever talk about Huck Finn?
No, we read short stories on Literary Roadhouse.
Oh, whatever. That's a short.
But there have been a couple stories on Literary Roadhouse where when we were done.
Important things in Huck Finn, why I mentioned it from what you were talking about, is like how Huck had to like struggle with a lot of moral conundrums and what he was doing, where he tried, he's a good kid. He wasn't trying to do anything wrong, but he broke a lot of rules and it hurt him. He had to think about it. He was in a rock and a hard place like the whole way, trying to do the best he could, It's classic American archetype.
Which reminds me, I was so appalled when they were talking about having the edited version of Huck Finn in schools instead of the original version of Huck Finn because of the N-word.
Yeah.
Oh,
I was so appalled that was even a consideration.
You are actually saying the real word, because in our minds we say it, so you should just say it or not say it.
I don't say it. That's the thing. I don't say it. But here's the thing. When you have a bunch of kids that are only hearing it in rap music and in the halls between friends, and then what's outlawed is using it in context of history, that is a problem.
Yeah.
So I did a YouTube video where I asked my kids about the N-word, if they'd have it used. And it was so fascinating. Neither of my kids have ever been called the N-word, but both of my kids have seen white kids call each other the N-word, which I found completely mind-blowing. I'm like, really? It was fascinating conversation with my children.
Yeah.
Yeah, well, I figure as long as everybody's smiling or it's really important, then I guess. But we can do better.
So are you going to listen to the podcast with us?
As often as I can.
Join our listenership?
I'm sorry I was late to the party. I've been missing out.
Clearly.
I'm so proud of what we've done, honestly, Annie. I am so proud of how much that we've achieved this year.
It's grown. It's 3 shows.
We've got like so many listeners now. It's crazy.
Yeah.
It just makes me really proud.
So wait, what's the book that you're reading for next week?
For next month, actually. Next week we read a short story. And next week we are reading 3 Wishes by Tolstoy. Is it 3 Wishes or 3 something? 3 questions. 3 something. By Tolstoy.
Talk about Russian geopolitics after that?
And for the book club, we are reading Inheritance by Lan Samantha Chang. And I'm really looking forward to that.
So once a month we do a full-length novel, and then every week we do a short story.
Yeah, there are 2 different shows.
Sounds cool.
We are officially a micro network. It sounds so pretentious and weird saying that out loud, doesn't it, though?
It does.
Yes, we're a micro network.
We have multiple shows. Except here's the thing. It's only pretentious until you look behind the scene and it's like just Maya and Annie sound editing all the time, every day.
Hey, but we have co-hosts, so that's different. It's not just us talking into a microphone.
Oh no, but we're the only ones editing.
But the sound editing.
The sound editing is
so much sound editing, so little time.
Because each episode, depending on how many tracks, is 4 to 6 hours an episode.
Yes, but it's getting better. It's getting better, especially once we get Rami and Chrissy's microphones switched out. It'll be smooth.
And
just in time for the new show.
Yeah.
But the new show is going to be easy because it's only going to be like 1 or 2 tracks. So, it's all good. And then I sound edit for work too, because I'm producing a podcast for one of my authors. So yeah, busy week.
Yeah.
Got to make the moolah somehow.
So,
Yeah. And then I have
read any Piers Anthony's books I've read? I've only read like Bio of a Space Tyrant, Tarot, and
You read way more than me.
Split Infinity.
Like when we were younger, you read a lot, but you were only reading in like 2 genres. Actually, I think most of my exes read in 2 genres.
Well, fantasy and sci-fi grab a lot of teen kids in. I mean, I love
No, they don't.
horror.
They just grab
So good.
teen
There's
boys
not very
in,
much
and
good
I was
horror.
the
There's
geek
like H.P.
slayer.
Lovecraft, Stephen King, Peter Straub. What else?
Like I said, they don't grab a lot of teens in. They just grab in geeky teen boys, and that was my demographic.
who sneak on blabs decades later.
We all wish we
Hello.
were really cool like you, though.
I was like the geek slayer. Give me your boys. I was like the army.
Only you're okay if they were farsighted.
Ouch! Ouch! But
Army. You started with the army.
so wrong on every level, ladies.
I just gotta have that silver tongue, or else I'm not me, I guess.
So, have you read any literary books that you would recommend us read for one of the podcasts?
Besides The Silmarillion by J.R.R.
That is science fiction, and it is
That is
long.
No, it's fantasy.
and
High fantasy.
annoying.
High
Okay,
fantasy.
it's
You can
sci
call it
fantasy,
whatever you
and
want.
it's long
I
and
think
annoying. It has made up languages. So no.
Well, it was like, okay, here's the deal. Actually, let me defend that. And that, yes, he was a linguist. He made up some languages, and
And I
felt
still can't get through
that if
any
he
of his
didn't-
books.
he felt that if he didn't give a culture to these languages, then nobody would care about the language enough to learn them. So he
True.
invented an entire culture and myth to give importance to these languages so that people would want to learn them. And people do learn these languages now.
Yeah, I know. It's like Scientology without the money. But
It's
still.
Speaking of
not.
Scientology,
It's a really good story with amazing characters. It's too complicated for most people, but
Yes,
I
it
read
is
a
too
lot.
complicated for me. I am just too much of a
Love it.
peon to be able
No,
to make.
there's too many characters. The names are screwy. The languages
I
change
didn't
over time.
mind
They're
the
telling the
names.
story
Honestly,
so long.
when
that
I
it's-
read The Hobbit, I did
it's
not mind the
really
names. I did not mind the language. Like, I can get through some weird language. I can get through some major commas. Like, Annie used
Yeah.
to watch me get through some mess. But
Silmarillion's
I
different.
have tried to read
Yeah, it
The
is.
Hobbit 6 times and never been able to finish it.
okay, but I will say The Hobbit, though, is completely different in the way that it's written and its framing device than Lord of the Rings and the
Yes, but
Silmarillion.
Silmarillion is even worse. It is like all the intellectual shit without
I don't know. I love the characters in it.
like
I think
everybody that reads it says
The way-
it is the most
the
difficult
way
of his books.
Turgon scares Morgoth is inspiring.
Yeah,
way
Yes,
Juan-
but you know
the way
what? I
Juan
have a
chokes
hard
out
enough time
Sauron.
knowing which
my
Rostov
God, you know.
belongs to which family when I'm reading War and Peace than to do it with a bunch of names I can't even pronounce.
There's
It's
a
like War and Peace
pronunciation
with worse
key.
language.
I think you, yeah, I think you have to read Lord of the Rings and not The Hobbit. And if you like Lord of the Rings, then graduate.
Then read that
I don't
one.
know. I don't
And
know.
you know
I
what?
think
I
it's so
actually
different.
think
I don't
Silmarillion
think
is
that liking
probably
those is going to make you
literary
like this
milestone.
Silmarillion.
I do
no,
agree with you on this, Gabriel. I think that book is an important book in the history of literature. It's just not a book that I can get through, and it's not a book I would recommend for most people. But
It
It says
reminds
so
me
many
of the
bars,
Iliad in that it has the entire
things,
panoply of just
look at
so much experience, and yet
it brought linguistic studies to the masses. Like, it changed a lot cultural wise. So it is an important book. But no.
who was I listening to who was talking about how it was a woman who was like, it was like dating in the late 60s and early 70s. There was 2 types of men who were into Lord of the Rings and men who were not. Like, who said this?
Yeah.
I mean, obviously it was a joke. But it was so funny. There was 2 kinds. And then you look at Zeppelin, who has like an entire discography.
It's like Heinlein. men who are in Heinlein and men who weren't.
I know I'm going to love Robert Heinlein, but I still haven't read it.
I'm sure you
Too many
do.
people say
By the
it.
way,
You
Robert
should not
Heinlein,
say that too loudly.
since you brought this up, by the way, because I'm listening to Going Clear, he comes up very often in the Scientology narrative / expose because
it comes up in context, or are you confused about what he means along with all of his redheaded women with heaving bosoms?
No. They bring that up. Well, the redheaded women with heaving bosoms comes a lot from the cults that he was in, that was inspired by Crowley, but it was at the parsonage, blah blah blah. But also
Heinlein.
him
What are we talking
tolerating,
about? This is about Heinlein?
Yeah, he's fucking crazy. But
I
him
didn't-
tolerating L. Ron Hubbard in this whole story, I'm like, because Highland, like, there's like
Ron
letters.
Hubbard's a thief. How did he come up?
Heinlein's like inspired a whole branch of BDSM culture. Like, how could you not know this?
We're talking about the science fiction writer. Are you talking about the same Heinlein?
Yeah.
Oh, I need to learn more about Robert Heinlein. I didn't know yet.
Yeah, you
anything
need to
do
read
with
more about
wackos
all
and
the
Scientology.
redheaded slave girls with heaving bosoms.
No, what I'm saying is, it's not that he directly. It's not that I don't think he ever. I don't know. I'm only like 5 hours into the book, and it's like 20 hours. But I don't know if he ever bought into Scientology. But he indulged L. Ron Hubbard's ideas. And there was a time before L. Ron Hubbard wrote Dianetics where he was in like this cult with Jack or Jim Parsons in the parsonage in California, and Heinlein would come over all the time with his wife, and they had like this obsession with creating the Moonchild, which was this redheaded giant, like boobed, riding on like a beast, like goddess, and they had all these crazy rituals, and a lot of them were disgusting. This book gets into them. I'm like, really?
Well, I read Moonchild, but
yeah.
that's not.
Yeah, I
that's
read
not,
Moonchild too. I read a lot of Crowley in my youth.
So what I'm saying is, yeah, the cult that Hubbard was in before doing.
Yeah, but he wasn't really in it, and he broke all the rules and stuff, and then like, exploited it for money and things on dumb people. So like the.
No, you're right. Like when you hear the story, he wasn't directly engaged in the rituals. He wasn't living at the parsonage. He was kind of like.
Those people thought he was a thief and a charlatan.
Yeah, but I guess what I'm saying is, but he still indulged them in a way that then like leads to Scientology. Like he pretends he's one of them to get his stories and to get his creativity and everything. And by doing that, he kind of indirectly legitimizes them because he was more legit as a sci-fi writer.
There's a lot of controversy over how much he was involved, and you so don't want to go down that road with me and Gabriel, because we will get into the minutia of how much he was involved. What I'm just saying, we like love to geek out on this stuff. I read a lot about, such topics as a youngster, and there's just so much. What I find interesting is in any culture, when there's a huge growth of language, literature, and art, you find these little pockets of people that all knew each other.
Mm-hmm.
So it doesn't matter whether it is everyone that knew Crowley in 30s, 40s, 20s, whatever. Everybody that hung around with Virginia Woolf, the
Paris people in the 20s.
How Dracula was inspired at like a dinner party. There's all these little pockets of artists that get together, and it's never like these huge changes seem to never be brought on by one particular author. It seems to be brought on by the interaction of many different artists.
Mm-hmm.
And I find that super, super fascinating. Like, even if you think about Studio 54 and all the artists that hung out and did drugs together and painted together and did photography together and made movies together. And I'm wondering when that next group is going to happen.
What up, Blab? No.
I feel like we've lost something, actually. And it reminds me of gay culture. When so many people died of HIV, like all the elders died off really quickly. And so then you had this new generation without a lot of role models. And so because they didn't have those role models, a lot of the older, really important parts of older gay culture disappeared.
Mhm.
And you think about that in terms of music, where in the 90s we had one artist dying after another, like late 90s, like bam, 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 bam. And then all of a sudden you had all these new rappers and new singers that came up, but there was no one to hold their hand except for executives. And so all the music started to kind of like become kind of similar, except for in really outside indie areas. And so before that die off happened, there was commercial music, and then there was like music that pushed the edges, but it was all freely available. Like you could find it really easily.
Mhm.
And now if you don't want to listen to commercial music, you kind of have to search for stuff, and you have to go out to groups and go to shows and find who's in to be able to locate stuff much more than you had to back then. And I think I'm wondering like what's going to happen in literature. Okay, because we've had throughout history these pockets of geniuses that knew each other and pushed each other to write better.
Mhm.
And I'm wondering when that next group is going to happen, because it seems like the MFA culture has heard it in some respects.
Do you
Yeah.
want to collaborate with somebody and write a book? I mean, I know you want to write on your own, but do you want to write a book with somebody?
No, it's not even a matter of collaborating, because when you think about it, like Dracula was not brought about through collaboration. It was brought about through a bunch of drunk artists that
You're thinking of Dracula, or you're thinking of Frankenstein, Mary Shelley. She would hang out with their like
all books were brought about at the same dinner party.
Kind of like vampire stories.
Like
They just
seriously.
Yeah.
make
No,
them
yeah,
all-
they
There was
had
a dinner party where they were like, you do this. And out of that conversation came two great novels.
yeah.
And you know, yeah, we have writers groups, yeah, we talk, but I feel like through the ease of communication online, through not having to get up and go to where the geniuses are, we might be losing something.
Yeah.
Hi, Gerald. Oh, Gerald's watching the Super Bowl. He's watching
Football.
non-football football.
What do you think, Gerald, of our Super Bowl?
This is way better than the Super Bowl.
How do we force him in? I'm trying to like drag
I
him
don't
off
know.
into
I
the
want to try.
You're-
That would be great if we could like just force him in, and then he's like, "Oh wait, everyone's watching me. When did that happen?"
We could write a story about how difficult it would be to find that weird protein impact jelly that woodpeckers use to not get traumatic brain injuries, and use that for football helmet padding.
Did you just say what I thought you said?
Did I?
Yeah.
Did he just say
What'd you
the
think?
woodpeckers ate a jelly to prevent
No,
getting
they have a
traumatic brain
jelly
injury?
that protects their brain from like bagging up on their skull and getting concussions.
That is fascinating. Only he would know that. That is amazing.
Well, you knew that too. You know they don't get traumatic brain injury from doing that.
No, it just never dawned on me
woodpeckers don't look
why.
dumb.
I just assumed that they were just built for it. I never considered how
Well, of course
that
they're
would
built
look.
for it.
That's what they do.
I think
They
that's
pack the wood.
fascinating.
Oh. Okay.
Absolutely amazing.
But the interesting part would be getting the NFL to understand the science without like killing all the woodpeckers and not helping brains anyway.
Well, I don't know if I want to walk around with jelly beneath my skull.
You're not a football player. You're okay.
You don't want to. They got powder puff leagues? No, not anymore. Title IX's weird, huh?
No, they still do. My daughter did a powder puff thing. Not like a whole league, but she did like a game where all the senior girls played football against the junior boys or something, or the senior boys. It was quite
Cool.
adorable.
Right on.
And all the men's football team had to teach all the girls how to play football, and they had to learn how to cheer.
The men had to cheer.
Yeah, the boys
Yeah.
had to cheer. It was very cute.
Well, I think that all the leagues should be totally co-ed, and there should be the exact same standard to play, whether you're male or female. And
Have
that,
you? One of the things that I thought was really interesting, there was a great documentary on the lingerie football league. You know, the girls bikini football.
I couldn't help but not turn the channel a couple of times. What?
And actually, those girls can play. but they have to be totally sexy and they have to like wear next to nothing. And it was like this whole thing about like in order to play a game they love, they had to be like supermodels and like totally fake it.
Yeah.
And it was an interesting documentary. And there were some girls on there that honestly loved football, but they didn't have an option to play for real. And they were disappointed because the Bikini Football League became such a joke.
You know what I really want to read is this book called I'm in the Band by a lady named Shania Salt. Her real name is Shauna Reynolds, but she goes by Shania Salt. I'm not really sure how that works. But you might have heard of White Zombie, hardcore metal band that, you know, Rob Zombie sort of turned into, well, Rob Zombie. But there was a chick who played bass named Shania Salt, who's like widely accepted as like better than Cliff Burton. It's a little contentious to say that, but the people that like both musics usually don't disagree too much, or like the conversation of disagreeing about it, because it's that close. I mean, they're both that good. But it was really hard for her because she was like the only woman in metal. Like getting into her dressing room was like security just assumed she was there to
be a groupie.
What a girl's
to be titillating, to be cute, to be eye candy, to be a groupie.
I was gonna say to service the band.
That wasn't the point.
Exactly. It, you know, it reminds me of Nichelle D'Angelo. She's an amazing. I love listening to her play bass. There aren't that many female bass players. Like when you think about it, you know, I'm trying to think about who plays professionally bass, and there aren't that many. Now to bring this back to writing, you know, there are a lot of what I find interesting right now is, you know, because there's so much self-publishing and because people are so easily able to do pen names, I'm finding a lot of crime writers and thriller writers that write really gritty stuff are women. And there's this whole group of male romance writers that write under female names.
I mean, I'm not gonna lie, there's a part of me that's like wants to use my real name for like my more like, you know, serious to call it that writing, but then under a pseudonym I want to write like
Just
over the
total
top
smut.
no ridiculous like high fantasy, like make up like a whole like other world and species and shit, just like do all that under like a high
Yes,
fantasy.
you'd like to do it, but you don't want to get pigeonholed into that kind of a genre writer. It's not given respect.
Right, that's why we do
literature.
it under a pseudonym, so that my pseudonym can be pigeonholed into high fantasy, and then my name.
Someone wants to join us.
Hi.
Should we just click him and see?
Yeah.
Okay, I clicked him. I hear music.
I hear music too.
Well,
Okay, well, I'm gonna click him off because I'm overhearing music. Sorry.
seriously,
It's like
Shania Salt,
Arsenio
I
Hall.
wasn't just talking about bass players. I'm talking about the book she wrote. It's called "I'm in the Band." I really want to read that book. I really want to write a book about Harriet Tubman, like freeing slaves with her gunboat up the river when she was awesome before the war, but during the war, she like commandeered a gunboat and just.
Okay, I'm not gonna lie, it was kind of funny.
It's kind of
That
funny.
would make such a good story. I mean. Hello?
I'm sorry. I'm like so just unceremoniously like if I click on and I hear music,
Yeah, click off. It's
tell that
fine.
you're not really interested and just click you out because I don't want to interrupt the conversation. Sorry. I feel kind of bad, but I heard music again, so that didn't really work.
I was doing it just to mess around.
One of the things that for me, like the reason why I want to write quote unquote my literary fiction, my more serious fiction, the fiction that pushes boundaries under a pen name, and the commercial, fun, lighter weight stuff under a pseudonym is two things. And it's not because of pretension. I want to make that clear because I'm not going to write anything that doesn't excite me, period. The big reason is because of stereotypes.
Mhm.
So if I'm writing a bunch of women's fiction that's lightweight, that's a ton of fun, that doesn't really have a ton of layers and just really gets at a commercial market, then literary people are going to look at that and say, oh, well, she's not a serious literary writer. And then they're not going to read my literary books, or they'll judge my literary books differently because I'm known to have written this other stuff on the side. And vice versa. If I have this huge commercial presence and then they find my literary books, and then my literary books have too many big words and the sentences are too long and there's too many commas and the story's slower and it's not as fast paced and there's not as much romance, then they're going to be disappointed too. And so I'm stuck between this rock and this hard place where it's just two different demographics.
How do you feel about like I guess the part of marketing that understands art and is like trying to reach more people and sell versus the part of marketing that really understands the numbers and like knows what needs to happen there and how they try to steer the boat? It would,
I don't
like
think
artists aren't motivated by the numbers, and the number people don't understand the art, and yet they're talking about the same thing.
When I try to think about it, my brain like explodes from just too many concepts, and I come down to writers, so many amazing literary writers that wrote total smut, crazy sci-fi, just the most hard-boiled detective novels in order to pay the rent, and then they're remembered 100 years later because of the literary novels they wrote. You have one art that you use to eat your food and the other art that you use in order to grow the art. And I hate it, but I'm starting to wrap my mind around it. I'm starting to accept that is part of the artist, I don't know. Like, it's like the photographers that, make these amazing paintings, but yet they have a portrait studio. Like, that's kind of how I look at it. And I used to have judgment about that. I used to think you should be able to make a living off literary art. But the truth is, literary art is not attractive to everybody. If you're going to be a commercial success, you need to be attractive to the biggest number of people. And if you want to push the boundaries of art, then a large portion of people are going to hate you.
Well, what if the story you write seems unappealing now to the marketers, and most people just, either don't find out or maybe don't care, but the culture changes into something that just can't help but appreciate it. You know what I mean?
Well,
you might write a book that like gets passed over for a couple of generations and then changes the world. I mean, have some faith in yourself. You are pretty cool.
But that's the point. That is the point. That's why I'm not saying don't write literary fiction, only write genre, only write stuff that can sell. The point is, literary fiction may take decades, may not be recognized until long after you're dead because it's pushing boundaries that aren't ready to necessarily be pushed yet in society.
Happens all the time.
And so, yeah, exactly. So in order to write literary fiction and own up to that, I have to be practical. I have to own that if I'm writing stories that are pushing boundaries, they're not necessarily going to be a commercial success. So I have to be okay with having either a second job or the second writing life that is more commercial. And it's interesting seeing the difference between the two. I think a lot of the things that commercial fiction, that self-publishing fiction is learning and growing right now can be used to make literary fiction more popular. I think the internet and the ability to find an audience, grow an audience, have your 1,000, 10,000 fans is going to make it so that literary authors have the capability of making a living better than they did before. But in order to do that, we have to take lessons from what commercial fiction is
starving artists. Oh,
I don't think we have to be starving anymore.
But I think it's really hard times for artists. If you look at the times when it's economically fat city, you get more experimental, crazy art, kids going to concerts, people with the time to practice an instrument or whatever their art is.
Exactly.
And you put the squeeze on the economy for how long and how many wars, and it slows that down. It makes it harder. It makes it seem
always been starving artists. And what's funny is everyone talks about the self-publishing revolution. So many of our amazing literary authors historically self-published. Virginia Woolf, self-published. E. Cummings, self-published. So many of our amazing authors self-published like 100 years ago. And I feel like we're having this whole complete cyclical turnaround where through self-publishing, through the ability to find a small niche of people that will follow you and pay for your work, we're going to be able to have more experimental stuff. And we have somebody that wants to come in. Let me see if he's a reader or a writer. Hello.
Hello.
Are you a listener?
Yes, I just have a question. Did any of you guys go to art school?
I went to art school for a year and a half, and I quit. I went for fashion design. This is crazy. I went for fashion design. I had a lot of fun, and everything I learned outside of the classroom, I use in my writing.
What a fucking waste of time and money. Screw you.
What do you?
Well, kids these days.
Mm-hmm. But I did. I went to fashion design school straight out of high school, and I don't regret going because I learned a lot. I was suddenly in the big city by myself. I was surrounded by all these crazy queens that wanted to dress me up like a drag queen on Sunday nights.
Is that when you were living in Queens?
No, this is when I was living in San Francisco.
Oh,
and I had a lot of experiences that totally made me who I am today. And like my son, he writes, and he was talking about his major. He's like, what do I want to do? And he's talking about psychology, which is great, but you need a second major with that if you're not going to go to grad school. But honestly, finishing college with a degree in psychology has been like another great thing for my writing. Having done psychological research, again, great thing for my writing. I don't think writers should go to school for creative writing. I think you should go to school for everything else.
Exactly. Who's going to tell you how to be creative? And how would it be creative if you did what they told you?
I feel like you can learn to be creative in grad school or when you have a crazy job and you write 1 hour a night after work. But I feel like if you're going to be a writer, going to college and studying a ton of different stuff and reading a ton of different books and talking to a ton of different people is going to be far more useful for your writing than going to school for a creative writing undergrad. What do you think, Anais?
Okay, so with the creative writing thing, I think you can, in a way, give people the tools to dig in their own imagination a little bit deeper. So I think you can sort of like teach people not what to create, but how to. It's kind of like when you learn how to meditate, and then meditating, once you get good at that, it helps you how to do other things. Mm-hmm. So I feel like that there is a discipline there. I don't know that you need to pay lots of money to do it. You know, like
my daughter's an artist. And she was looking at art schools, and they're super expensive. And I'm not one of these parents that's like, you can't study art in school. You need to have a job that's going to pay you money. That was not my approach. But what I did tell her was, when you go to school, you need to have a second major so that you know how to market your art and so that you can use your art in some other way. You need to be open-minded, and you need to graduate with the least amount of debt possible so that if you graduate having an art major and say a psychology minor or as a business minor, that you're not graduating $100,000 in debt, because you're not going to make that as an art teacher.
Yeah.
And that's what she did. She went to a UC school. She's studying art. She's studying a lot of other stuff on top of the art, and she's going to graduate with a small amount of debt so that if she wants to teach art in the US, or if she wants to go overseas and teach art somewhere or teach English somewhere, she's not going to have to pass up a job because she's got $80,000 in student loans.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
The only thing that art school makes sense to me for is the type of art that you know you're going to be able to pay that off. So if you're studying a really highly commercial art, marketing, something like that, then it kind of makes sense. Even like something like animation doesn't really make sense. Move to California, do one of those. There's all these amazing programs that like intensive animation programs that are feeders into Disney and feeders into Pixar. That makes more sense than going to art school, in my opinion. But if you love art school and you have the money,
they'll just hire Koreans to do it cheaper.
Not necessarily. I know a ton of people that work at Pixar and they love it. You forget where I live. Like literally, I can like drive within 5 to 10 minutes and be like at Pixar's doorstep. I live down the street from Lucas. So you know, those are really commercial forms of art. But also, people that go into that art have this dream. Okay, they are going to work for Pixar and they're going to make this amazing movie and art. But I have a friend
Architects
at
think they're going to
Pixar.
build the building of the
She
future, but
spent
instead they
2 years
build
animating the hair from Brave. She didn't see anything else but red strands of hair for 2 years. So you need to also be realistic.
Yeah, well, think about it. There's a lot of people that have art as their focus, that have a lot of lofty ideals, and you need those. Give up on that, and there's no art.
I'm gonna bring this kid back in and see what he
Lofty
has to
ideals
say.
aren't gonna get it.
I guess not.
I took a 3-dimensional art design class, and apparently he should have.
Did you see the new Barbies? They're coming out with new Barbies. There's going to be a short Barbie and a tall Barbie and a plus size Barbie.
See a few years ago when they took
Oh, they've got one with purple butterfly wings. They've got one with.
It's great. The problem with all those Barbies is Barbie clothes. Barbie clothes are already expensive.
No, I found well, this happened. I didn't find a few years ago. Somebody took the average measurement of an American woman and made a Barbie out of it. Like it was pretty interesting. It was totally normal. Like it was, but just not like freakish.
Did she look like she was going to fall over?
Yeah, as I understand, it's impossible.
She looks like she can stand. Like how like Barbie,
really?
like Barbie's arm length to body and leg length to body is. In a real person, it's a syndrome that gives you freakishly long arms.
And those eyes, whoa!
Yeah.
It's praying mantis model syndrome.
Yeah.
Okay, now we have been on here forever and a day, so it is probably time for us to end scene because we are competently written.
These are all podcast inside jokes, Gabriel. If you listen, you will learn them.
You guys are awesome. Thank
so
you
we
so
need
much
to
for
go
being
before
patient
we
with
are
me,
all
even though I didn't
susceptible
read the
to the
book this
Kenichi
time.
prophecy. And on that note, I want to thank everybody for listening, watching. People are going to listen, watch in the future. This will be posted on literaryroadhouse.com/live. It is also going to be on the YouTube channel as an archive video. Until next time, ciao.
Bye. Thanks, Gabriel.